Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Fifth Eye Show. It's your host with the most, King Truth, Rosenberg, and bro, the one, the flow. So, what happened with the Epstein Files one, man? If y'all try to catch it, I'll be dropping the shorts because they banned the live due to copyright. I think because the Joe Rogan podcast clip that I was using. Um, but I'll definitely do another video about the Trump Epstein file. I'll do a little shorter one or something. But yeah, this gonna be Draco's dad, man, too low. He gonna be basically speaking about the alleged setup during the Once Upon a Time in LA festival with Draco's passing, man. And we're gonna go right to the actual interview, man. Real interesting interview. Speaks a lot about how him and Ralphie came up as hustlers selling candy in elementary school and how they always want to be entrepreneurs. So, boom, we're going to get right into it, man. Appreciate everybody liking, sharing, commenting, subscribing, hitting the notification bell so I know that's all good. Throw it to us and let's go.
I asked him, I said, what happened? He said, oh, man, it was a hit, man. It was a hit on Draco. That's what he told me.
All right, y'all. So here we are. We have Draco the Ruler's father, right? Saying that he was pretty much set up, backdoored. He called it a hit. Now, the reason why I think this is important because when this first happened back in 2021, everybody thought we was crazy because we said something don't sound right. It sounded like he was set up, basically. And everyone would say, oh, no, a certain artist was there. Well, we're just going to say YG because everybody already know at this point. But a certain artist was there, and you know that they had some type of tensions between their hoods. You know how it get, and that's what happened, right? Of course, that's a narrative that everybody want to go with because that's the typical agenda. When you hear somebody has problems with each other, they cross paths. Next thing you know, something happens, and then boom, everything's swept under the rug. But there was a couple red flags and things that transpired that we were told that just simply didn't make sense. And lo and behold, as years went on, we're now in 2025 and we're starting to see a lot of truth come to light. Now, if y'all remember Loose Cannon, who was friends with Big U, he had came out and basically switched on Big U. Now, everything that he knows about concerning Big U or any dirt that they had with each other, he basically had been exposing it. And he went on the lines of saying that Big U is allegedly behind the passing of Draco the Ruler. Now, keep in mind, this is all alleged. We don't know if it's true. Loose Cannon could just be, bitter and blaming things on Big U and making him look bad and trying to tarnish his character because they had odds with each other. But something doesn't make sense. And when he called out Big U for being behind what happened, I'm not going to lie, some things kind of added up, but I'm going to leave it up to y'all to check that out for yourself. If y'all want, y'all go on YouTube and just search Loose Cannon as he speaks on Big U allegedly being behind the passing of Draco the Ruler. Now, also, it just came out recently that they're talking about pinning a body on Big U as well, where everybody's thinking that it's Nipsey Hussle, because we also heard that he may have allegedly been behind Nipsey Hussle's demise. But what I told everybody before, if Loose Cannon came out and said what he said about him being behind the unaliving of not just Nipsey Hussle, but also Draco the Ruler, it can go either way, right? So I guess we just have to wait and see. But like I said, let's get into what Draco the Ruler's father has to say, opposed to everything that's going on. He feels it was a hit, so we're not just crazy or conspiracy theorists neither. So y'all jump in the comments. Let me know what y'all think about all this. Hit that thumbs up button before we get into this so we can get this video into the algorithm. And if you're not subscribed to the platform already, make sure you do so now. Let's get into it.
I asked him, I said, what happened? He said, oh, man, it was a hit, man. It was a hit on Draco. That's what he told me. And he said it real fast and kind of got off the phone. It was a hit. He said it was a hit on him. I called him and asked him tried to ask him, like, what happened? Like, man, what happened that night? And he was just like, man, it was a hit, man. Shit on him, man. They executed him or something. He said like that. Yeah.
You know, it's crazy because he talk. If y'all don't know Drakeo the Ruler, he talks just like this. He was like soft spoken, very like undertone-ish, monotone-ish, like very laid back. And this is his father. As you can see, this is exactly where he get it from. It's kind of crazy.
But bro, that's crazy, man. Responsible parties, all the responsible parties, I want y'all to know. As being a triple OG, I'm not no OG, I'm the triple OG, okay? And that means a lot because that means I lived a long time and I've seen a lot. And I'm 62, and I would not take no years away from my life, the stuff that I've seen, because you're who you are today. So I learned a lot. And my message is, you're not going to be able to escape your faith. You could duck and dodge, but it's going to be right there, like a mirror. For sure.
They say what you do in the dark shall always come to light. I don't care if it's tomorrow. I don't care if it's a week, months, years. You can't hide karma. You can't run from karma. It's going to come. It may not come right now. It may not come. You may think you got away with something, but trust me, it's going to come.
Your past makes you who you are today.
So pretty much, like I said, there's his own father saying that somebody close to the situation called him and let him know that it was a hit, right? It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a random fight. This was a hit. He described it as being an execution on Drakeo the Ruler. And we did a couple videos on this. We went live talking about this. Like I said, everybody thought we was crazy. But when things don't make sense, you know, it kind of forces your hand to believe certain things. Now, also keep in mind that during this whole ordeal, when they claimed the fight happened at LA Fest backstage, for one, like we pointed out before, where was security? How were they able to fight as long as they did and have somebody pull out a knife and stab this man in the neck? Right? Where was security? Two, why was he in the midst of that fighting, front line, front center? He's there with whatever guys he's there with. Why is he front center fighting like that and he's the bad? Right? It's almost like the King Von situation. How was he able to do what he did when he had friends around him and he's the bad? Why would somebody wake him up to go fight? Right? So that's the stuff that didn't make sense. Not to mention, you got to keep in mind, Drakeo the Ruler was the only person stabbed that night. It doesn't make sense. Out of everybody that was there, he was the only person that was stabbed. And plus, he was scheduled to perform. If I'm not mistaken, the person who they claim has something to do with it, he wasn't scheduled to perform. So why was he there? Seemed like a setup the whole time, man. Something just don't make sense. I just don't know, man. Y'all jump in the comments. Let me know what y'all think about this. This is Drakeo the Ruler's father pretty much confirming that it was a setup, and he knows for a fact because somebody told him that it was. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell so you're notified every time we drop new content. And remember, as long as you keep on watching, I'm going to keep on dropping. I'm out.
I said, listen, I know where it is that did Drakeo like that. Where you at? You're going to see him on FaceTime with Drakeo the Ruler the day before.
There is really a video of Bruce Cannon in the studio with Drakeo. And it's alleged, well, it's really not alleged because there's a video of it, of him being on FaceTime with Big U. Big U pulls up, meets Drakeo, basically tells him, like, hey, man, like, this is the way you got to go about it, because he was talking about how to beat the little murders. You just beat the murder case. He knew the eyes were all on him. He was giving him advice, basically. So Drakeo can find it in Big U and thought that was somebody, you know, that he could trust, as well as Loose Cannon. So now, actually, we're gonna play. I think it's gonna be on this clip, the Cam Capone news clip with Loose Cannon, where he says basically that Drakeo called him and said, hey, if he could be there that night because he knew that it was after him.
When he died, and me, because I put him on the phone with Drakeo the Ruler, and then he pull up. So we about to expose Big Useless, Big Uterus, and we're gonna expose Ralphie the Plug at the same time.
For y'all that don't know who that is, Ralphie the Plug is Draco the Ruler's brother, blood brother.
So remember, Big U keep telling everybody he never had an iPhone, right? You're going to see him on FaceTime with Draco the Ruler the day before he died. And me, because I put him on the phone with Draco the Ruler, and then he pull up. You get what I'm saying? You're going to see all of this.
Now, this is Draco the Ruler giving him the phone in which he just got through with a conversation talking with Big U, right? And he's on the iPhone. This is a day before he was stabbed in the neck at the festival.
And then you're going to see raw footage of how it played out. And Draco is telling me he didn't trust Ralphie. Ralphie, he didn't feel comfortable with him. And he was asking me to go to the show with him, but I had prior engagements. So at the end of the day, it's like this, right? You got a scumbag, everybody be talking, acting like he just this big macho person and stuff like that, but he's not like that. Sugar plum, McDonald's parfait, mayonnaise, ketchup, mustard, you all of that soft condiments. Don't be acting like you tough because you're not. I hear the little stuff that you be saying and going on and stuff like that. When are you going to address certain things? But look, we ain't going to warm up to it after that clip is over. And after I get my hard drives back and the thing's over, I'm putting out that FaceTime video, right? But you did say you never had an iPhone. Remember you said that? Oh, people, we about to expose it, right? You know, today it's his birthday. And I like to save things for special occasions. So, sweetie, here we go. Ralphie, listen, you was pathetic. You let the bag go. Where's your career at now? You told me when I said, let's get out and go do something or whatever, you said you had a career and you didn't want to do anything. Don't make me pull the footage. Yeah, I'm putting the footage where you thought you was Karate Kid and you didn't do nothing, sweetheart. Draco is full-fledged up in the front, you in the back. You took off running first, sweetie. You a marshmallow. You is the total opposite of Draco. You is the real meaning of light-skinned. This is what we talk about. You have to have some type of color in your melon. You is a full-fledged buster. Sweetie, it's time for you to get exposed. Whoever's listening to you, they should be ashamed. He let his own brother go. Brother had a son. But I'm about to give y'all exclusive content. This is real, nothing fake. Big Useless asking Draco police questions. We talking about a case and stuff like that and just chatting. He trying to send him back to jail. This is not me saying it. Y'all about to hear it. He's asking, how did you get away with that one? Start scratching his head like...
I'm not gonna lie. When y'all see the video he's talking about, it is questionable for a person to ask something like that, especially in a public setting. Like, if you really genuinely wanted to know how he beat that case, I feel you should have asked him in private, right? The cameras is rolling, and you also have people that you don't know who's who around asking this man how he beat a body, right? That's out of pocket, but I don't know.
I got some new information. You get what I'm saying? This is raw, authentic, nothing fake. I love Drakeo to death, and I ain't gonna let nobody exploit his name. Facts. So, sweetie, here we go.
Real quick, because yeah, we're just gonna go straight into it, bro, and maybe we'll check out. We'll check out the video. Who's kind of talking about, you already played the clip, but yeah.
Take a look at this sign. It doesn't look much, does it? But this floor sign has been at an exhibition where there have been literally 500,000 visitors, with thousands of them walking all over this. We were
Feeling like Jesus, trying to run 2 million up like peas. These rats, why they always cheese?
What's that word, YouTube family? My YouTuber La Primavera, man. Y'all already know who it is and what the score is, P-Ski. It's your humble host, Crispy Clean Cliff at Cliff World TV. Now the humble host of Cliff World Reloaded 2. I got 2 channels, baby. And today we got a real interesting video. Shout out to Go Home Roger. He will be pinned in the comment section. And we're actually not going to go over this full video because Go Home Roger only got 1.42 subscribers. And we trying to get bro to 10,000 because he just dropped one of the rarest interviews on YouTube. Hands down. Now, y'all already know how huge of a Drakeo the Ruler fan I am, bro. Shout out to the Stinks. Y'all dig what I'm saying? So, for me, this was really rare to find, bro. And I'm pretty sure y'all seen from the title that we finna go over Drakeo the Ruler's father's interview, bro. And like I said, subscribe to Go Home Roger. He not even at 2,000 subscribers yet. Let's get him to 5 bands, y'all. So with no further ado, let's get off into this.
Here, man. Let me get a keep the truth alive on 3, man. 1, 2, 3. That's right. That's right.
Crazy.
The first, and on the 18th, he got killed. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And may God bless you guys and watch over you guys and hope you get
Yeah! Let's give a hand clap for Drakeo's mom. Make some noise for the Ruler, yeah! All right.
Man, shout out to Ralphie for holding it down for his brother, bro.
Get right back into this shit, man. Gang and them no lanes with them. Can I bring some more players out, man? All right. Where my nigga Stupid Young at, man?
Yeah, man, it's crazy because exactly the way people and his fans be seeing him, you know what I'm saying? Like how the fans view him. He's always got that smile. He's always had that smile when he was little. That same exact face. His face literally did not change, bro. He still looked the same. Like, you know, for me, my being a dad, visualizing his face, that's exactly his face when I see these pictures and him smiling as a little boy. And he had that same character. Always had the leading type of role spirit. That's how he was. He was a leader. I'm gonna do it this way. I ain't trying to go along with nobody else. I'm gonna do it this way. No, mom, I'm gonna do it this way. No, dad, I want to do it this way. So, you know, him growing up, I see Drakeo as Daryl, you know, and a lot of things, the characteristics of him being when he was a grown man, what y'all see is the same thing he was when he was little, to make, if that makes sense. So You know, like I tell people all the time, when they got like about, I say 10, and Daryl was about 11. Devontae was about like 9. You know, they used to always say, Dad, we want to make some money. How can we make some money? What can we do to make some money? We want to buy some stuff. What y'all need money for? What y'all little niggas need money for? You know what I'm saying? He'd be like, we want to make some money. We want to try to make some money. I said, okay, I know what you guys can do. This is what I did. I said, you guys can get a box of candy. Y'all can go to Smart and Final, or you guys can go to the grocery store and get a box of candy. And you can buy a box of candy and you can sell the candy and you guys can double your money. It's like, well, what you mean? I said,
hey, man, that's how you know he's from the trenches, man. He taught them how to do their first little double up, man, with the candy, bro. And if you're really from the hood, man, y'all know them days, bro. We all done sold candy, bro. Even them 25-cent bags of chips, the little hot Cheetos and the Fritos and all that. Yeah, that's dope, man.
I'm going to start y'all off with this. So I got him a box of candy. I don't know if I got it from Smart and Final somewhere back then. It was a long time ago. So I bought him a box of candy, and I was showing them then, this is how you double money. This is how you make money. This is how you can be your own person, entrepreneur, whatever you want to call it, your own little business. So they would get the boxes of candies, and once I put them up on game, and they would go over there to the mobile gas station on Manchester and Western. I never forget that. Manchester and Western, the gas station, the first one they started off with. And then they would go from that gas station, sometime they would go down there and they would sell it in front of Louisiana Chicken on Manchester and Normandy.
Oh, they was hustling.
But mainly they would go to the gas station. And like I said, they was little at this time. And so when they first got their first batch of making money, there was no turning back. There was no turning back from that. Now it's bugging me every day. Dad, can we go back to the gas station to sell some candy, make some money? And, you know, Daryl was always the one who always wanted to go, no matter what. It was like, bro, this is my job now. I'm going back to the gas station to sell me some candy, get some money. You know, what do you want to do with all this money? I don't know. He's just a kid. You ain't got no responsibilities. But what I'm saying is he always had that drive, bro, to make money. When he say he jumped off the porch, he's not lying. He jumped up the porch.
Hey, what's so cold is, bro, if you really look at his pops, man, you can super see the resemblance in the eyes and all that, bro. Ralphie looked like him too, bro.
Age, because to me, that was my official view of him jumping off the porch. You know what I'm saying? Now I want to start making my own money at that little age. Like, what are you finna do with this money? They buy their little stuff, whatever they wanted, more candy or whatever they was buying. Back then, what kids buy or whatever, man, when they get their money. And, you know, Devontae kind of really didn't, because he was littler, he didn't really want to do it sometimes, but Daryl wanted to sell the candy all the time.
Awesome.
And so, like, even when we went to, you know, like the memorial things that Ralphie be doing on December 18th, when we seen the kid out there selling candy, and I told the kid, I said, look, man, that's exactly the same thing. They started off just like you. And I said, now look at Ralphie. I said, now look at them. He in there. It went from selling that candy at that little young age to now he's selling what he calls his product. He's selling his T-shirts. He's selling his bobbleheads. He's selling his just whatever they sell, you know, the Stink Team sell.
So you showed him what?
I showed him that game, that same candy game right there. I showed him that game right there. That's where it started. All that merch he's selling in there is the same as this young man right here selling that candy. So he already got the game down pat.
Hey, you know what's so fly about Draco's dad that I'm gonna just point out? You know what I'm saying is he ain't a clout chaser. You know what I'm saying? And I know y'all know what I mean. Like a lot of these dudes, when they pass away, they dad be the first, or anything. Like even like Blueface's dad, if they go to jail, they daddy the first person popping up out of nowhere, showing his ultra support. Like they never talked about you. So what's crazy about Draco's dad is like he doesn't clearly reserved his wanting to speak on camera for this long that he ain't necessarily looking for no clout or nothing. He just, you know, telling his memories of his father. I respect that, bro. That's dope. I respect it, bro. He just ain't no clout chasing dad looking to gain some fame off of his son's name, bro. That's dope to me.
Right now, we're gonna see him 10 years from now on one of them stages doing the same thing. Because you know why? It's right here in your heart. You already got the game down packed right now.
They,
dope,
you know, people probably be now, they ever
dope.
see this interview, they gonna be like, wait, I bought candy for the little kids when they was little. Yeah, I knew that boy face from somewhere, but yeah, that was him. If they wasn't near, they was at Louisiana Chicken, like I said, on Manchester and Vermont. No, sorry, Manchester and Normandy. Or they would be in Harbor City. They would, because even when they stayed with me in Harbor City, they would sell a candy at the Mobile. That one was on PCH. That one was on PCH and I believe Vermont in Harbor City. They would sell at that gas station over there too. Candy at that one right there. Same thing used to bug me all the time. We're gonna go to the gas station and sell some candy. I'm like, okay. But you know, it molded them to know how to make money and how to flip money from a young age. And as they got older, they never forgot that. Yeah, they might have went in left field every now and then with some other stuff. But at the end of the day, the basic foundation is them little starting off selling the candy, and it turned into them being, you know, successful. I put it as being successful because they never forgot that.
Right.
How to take something and double it and make money.
That's fine.
You know what I'm saying? However they double it and whatever they take, they knew how to take something and double and make money. And yeah, Daryl was he's a born leader. He was a born leader. I had like a little studio, almost kind of like the same setup I got here.
All right, so like I said, man, we're not gonna play this full video. And just so y'all know, this is an hour and 30-minute long interview that Go Home Roger did with Draco's dad, bro. Was jam-packed, full of fly stories, bro. And my primary reason for even making this reaction video is to really just draw more attention on the original video. So I want y'all to subscribe to Go Home Roger. Let's get him to 5,000 subscribers. This is ultra rare. This is ultra rare, man. But as y'all was able to hear, bro, Draco's dad let us know that he's always been a hustler, him and Ralphie, since a kid. They was out there selling candy, Snickers, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, the case may be. But he also gave us a glimpse that Draco has been this way. He had this mentality to just obtain and maintain since a youngin', bro. Ever since he touched his first little chili bean. You understand what I mean, man? And if y'all look at Papa Draco, that's what we call him right now, you can see the uncanny resemblance to him. You smell me and Ralphie and their sister Ivory and Draco, bro. So, you know, this is a dope interview. Shout out to Hood War Stories. He just did a video about Kels from the Stink Team. I might want to go check that out too. I know I already did a reaction video about Kels on Respectable Rants video, but Hood War Stories did a good job on his too. It was more extensive, so y'all might want to go check that thing out. Again, subscribe to Go Home Roger. He will be pinned to the comment section. This is a supreme, rare, dope-ass interview, bro.
Nah, for sure, bro. Like, this is one of the ones. Like, he talks about literally how he was making the beats and he gave Draco one of the beats he made, Big Bang Buddha. And he talks about a lot of different things. But yeah, you could just tell he's a real genuine person. He sounds just like Draco, look just like Ralphie, look just like Draco. Like, it's a trip, bro. But yeah, this is a treat. That's what we're gonna go into right now.
And I just want him to get all the views he can get off of it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Real, recognize real. Shout out to Ralphie. I reached out to Ralphie about 2 weeks ago. I'm like, bro, you need to get an interview in next time in LA. And he agreed to it. So y'all should be looking forward to that. I ain't on none of that police stuff. We're not asking no fed questions, bro. This is when I do interviews with the artists that I want to do interviews with, we not going the police fed route, bro. This is a genuine hip hop conversation for fans who are fans of these people that I'm interviewing, and they like some Nardwar type stuff. We asking questions that people I ain't never heard the answers to when it comes down to certain artists, rather than they beef and stuff. We ain't giving a damn about all that. But let me stop being long-winded. I appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. Y'all already know who it is, man. I'm host Crispy Clean Clip at Clip World TV, man. We gonna sit up there, stay down until we come up together, man. Like I always tell y'all, I just dropped a video about how to get successful.
Yeah, no, for sure, bro. Y'all go check out I'm about to go start checking out his stuff more, but yeah, y'all go check out bro's other page. You feel me? He teaching you literally how to get up there. I'm doing an interview with him soon. Actually, when he comes back to Cali, he said we're gonna line something up. So
on YouTube and how to run a successful YouTube channel. It is uploaded on Cliff World Reloaded. Go check that out, y'all. Make sure y'all follow me on Instagram at Cliff World TV1. You dig me? I always follow my people's back. And again, I did drop that how to be successful YouTube video on Cliff World Reloaded, bro. I specifically dropped it over there because we need motion over there too, bro. But hey, man, I'm gone, y'all. Stay blessed. Hey, I'm pimping like I'm done. I'ma stop at the store, sell me an onion. Go and get some backwoods in the back of Funyuns. Let a nigga play me sweetie, he gon' meet the honey bun. I ain't ride with it unless it got 100-round drum. He's that nigga with the Drake.
Yeah, man. Let me get a keep the truth alive on 3, man. 1, 2.
man, y'all go over there to Go Home Roger, man. Dope ass interview, bro. Get this to 100K, man. Like it up, bro. This is definitely a dope ass interview. We gonna do the whole thing, and then I'm gonna come back and I'll still be right here with it, but I'm gonna watch it. But I'm gonna commentate every couple of times, and for me, I'm gonna pause it, let y'all watch it, man. Yeah, this is a dope ass interview, man. Y'all go make sure y'all sub to Go Home Roger and give him a like, man. Turn on your notification bells, bro, man. Damn.
3. That's right. That's right.
The first, on the 18th, he got killed. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And may God bless you guys and watch over you guys and hope you get home.
Make some noise for the Reaper, man. All right, man. Let's get right back into this shit, man. Gang and them no lanes with them. Can I bring some more players out, man? All right. Where my nigga Stupid Young at, man?
Yeah, man, it's crazy because exactly the way people and his fans be seeing him, you know what I'm saying? Like how the fans view him. He's always got that smile. He's always had that smile when he was little. That same exact face. His face literally did not change, bro. He still looked at the same. Like, you know, for me, my being a dad, visualizing his face, that's exactly his face when I see these pictures and him smiling as a little boy. And he had that same character. Always had the leading type of role spirit. That's how he was. He was a leader. I'm gonna do it this way. I ain't trying to go along with nobody else. I'm gonna do it this way. No, mom, I'm gonna do it this way. No, dad, I want to do it this way. So, you know, him growing up, I see Draco as Daryl, you know, and a lot of things, the characteristics of him being when he was a grown man, what y'all see is the same thing he was when he was little, to make, if that makes sense. So, you know, like I tell people all the time, when they got like about, 10, and Daryl was about 11, Devontae was about like 9. You know, they used to always say, Dad, we want to make some money. How can we make some money? What can we do to make some money? We want to buy some stuff. I'm like, what y'all need money for? What y'all little niggas need money for? You know what I'm saying? He'd be like, we want to make some money. We want to try to make some money. I said, okay, I know what you guys can do. This is what I did. I said, you guys can get a box of candy. Y'all can go to Smart and Final, or you guys can go to the grocery store and get a box of candy. And you can buy a box of candy and you can sell the candy and you guys can double your money. It's like, well, what you mean? I said, okay, I'm going to start y'all off with this. So I got him a box of candy. I don't know if I got it from Smart and Final somewhere back then. It was a long time ago. So I bought him a box of candy, and I was showing them then, this is how you double money. This is how you make money. This is how you can be your own person, entrepreneur, or whatever you want to call it, your own little business. So they would get the boxes of candies, and once I put them up on game, and they would go over there to the mobile gas station on Manchester and Western. I never forget that. Manchester and Western, the gas station, the first one they started off with. And then they would go from that gas station, sometime they would go down there and they would sell it in front of Louisiana Chicken on Manchester and Normandy. But mainly they would go to the gas station. And like I said, they was little at this time. And so when they first got their first batch of making money, it was no turning back. It was no turning back from that. Now it's bugging me every day. Dad, can we go back to the gas station to sell some candy to make some money? And, you know, Daryl was always the one who always wanted to go, no matter what. It was like, bro, this is my job now. I'm going back to the gas station to sell me some candy, get some money. You know, what do you want to do with all this money? I don't know. He's just a kid. You ain't got no responsibilities. But what I'm saying is he always had that drive, bro, to make money. When he say he jumped off the porch, he's not lying. He jumped up the porch at an early age because to me, that was my official view of him jumping off the porch. You know what I'm saying? Now I want to start making my own money at that little age. Like, what are you finna do with this money? They buy their little stuff, whatever they wanted, more candy or whatever they was buying back then, what kids buy or whatever, man, when they get their money. And, you know, Devontae kind of really didn't, because he was littler, he didn't really want to do it sometimes, but Daryl wanted to sell the candy all the time. And so, like, even when we went to, you know, like the memorial things that Ralphie be doing on December 18th, when we seen the kid, remember we seen the kid out there selling candy, and I told the kid, I said, look, man, that's exactly the same thing. They started off just like you. And I said, now look at Ralphie. I said, now look at them. He in there. It went from selling that candy at that little young age to now he's selling what he calls his product. He's selling his T-shirts. He's selling his bobbleheads. He's selling his just whatever they sell, you know, the Stink Team sell.
So you showed him what? I showed him that game, that same candy game right there. I showed him that game right there. That's where it started. All that merch he's selling in there is the same as this young man right here selling that candy. So he already got the game down packed right now. Yes, we gonna see him 10 years from now on one of them stages doing the same thing. Because you know why? It's right here in your heart. You already got the game down packed right now. Yes.
They, you know, people probably be now, they ever see this interview, they gonna be like, wait, I bought candy for the little kids when they was little. Yeah, I knew that boy face from somewhere, but yeah, that was him. If they wasn't near, they was at Louisiana Chicken, like I said, on Manchester and Vermont. No, sorry, Manchester and Normandy, or they would be in Harbor City. They would, because even when they stayed with me in Harbor City, they would sell a candy at the Mobile. That one was on PCH. That one was on PCH, and I believe Vermont. In Harbor City, they would sell at that gas station over there too. Candy at that one right there. Same thing used to bug me all the time. We're gonna go to the gas station and sell some candy. I'm like, okay. But you know, it molded them to know how to make money and how to flip money from a young age. And as they got older, they never forgot that. Yeah, they might have went in left field every now and then with some other stuff. But at the end of the day, the basic foundation is them little starting off selling the candy, and it turned into them being, you know, successful. I put it as being successful because they never forgot that. How to take something and double it and make money. You know what I'm saying? However they double it and whatever they take, they knew how to take something and double and make money. And yeah, Daryl he's a born leader. He was a born leader. I had like a little studio, almost kind of like the same setup I got here. If you want to take a, I almost had the same setup, but I had the little studio back then. So I was always into music. And I would be making beats. Back then it was the day in an age of like the MPC, you know, that's when like the Chronic album was out. They were little. And you know what I'm saying? People were sampling stuff from old records and stuff like that. So that's how we made music, to make a long story, back then. And even before that, I mean, I'm an old head. So when I first started recording songs and making songs, they was ADATs out. It was reel to reel at ADATs. I have songs on the ADATs, and I have songs on reel to reel, and then it went from that to, of course, now they got software. Everybody doing it on a computer. You know, whatever they got on a computer, they can take to the big studio, mix it down or whatever. I can do all of that stuff. But anyway, they watched me at their young age. They started watching me make songs at 5 because they would be in there beating on my drum set, and I'm in there trying to record and make beats or whatever, or record a song, and they be in there, you know, doing their little thing, participating. I wish I could find those pictures, bro. Because I took a gang of pictures with them when playing drums when they were little like that. Growing up, it was crazy with them, man, you know, because, you know, that I was really a part of what was going on with them. And then, you know, of course, like me, you know how that go, man. I ain't got to get too much details. But me and the mom guy, you know, we start clashing. That'd probably be the best word to use. We start clashing, and things start getting real bad at some point to where it just wasn't good, all the arguing and stuff, and it just wasn't good. It was one of those relationships that was getting bitter and a lot of arguing and going back and forth. So you know how that goes, how that turns out later, you know. Then the mom feels like, okay, she's gonna punish the dad. You know, so you want to act funny with me. Well, I got the kids. You ain't gonna see them, and then it turned into that. And everybody that's been through that type of stuff, you know how that go and where that situation go. So then it became a struggle and a fight for me to participate with them in their lives at some point, because I would always have to go through these mazes to get to them. And then a lot of times I try to find out where they live at. She know that I find out. She tell everybody in the neighborhood, oh, don't tell him. You see my baby daddy over here. Don't tell him where I live at. You know what I'm saying? So you got to remember, so while this is going on, these kids are getting bigger. These kids are getting older. And these kids are slowly making decisions of how they want to behave and how they're going to act and everything. So by the time they got to when they're in elementary school, I was already getting calls, because at this particular time I was living in Harbor City and the mom was living in LA somewhere. But somehow the schools contacted me and they were letting me know, hey, is there any way you can come down here and talk to the boys? They're ditching. We're catching them downtown LA, you know, on the trains and everything, because they knew how to ride the trains. So they was downtown LA on the trains and ditching school. And so I was getting a lot of calls from the school. So I ended up going down there one day and talked to one of the ladies at the school. And she said, don't you just think it'll be a better idea? It was something she kind of did on the DL. I ain't giving out no names. But she said, it's something, you know, is there any way that you could take care of the boys? And then she asked me on the DL, do you guys both have custody? And I'm like, either one of you guys have custody? I'm like, no, we never went to court or anything like that. And then so pretty much she pulled her strings and gave me the kids, gave me the 2 boys. And Darlene was with Ivory, my daughter, and I had Devontae and Daryl for a little while. And I was getting them in line. And, you know, back then we would get kid whoopings. So I gave them whoopings. So I got them in line quickly, and they wasn't doing none of that. Whatever they was doing with their mom, they wasn't doing it with me. And so to make a long story short, they was like, oh no, my dad's too strict. He ain't finna let us get away with nothing. So by them being the kids they were, knowing how to get on the trains and knowing how to ride the buses from ditching school and doing all this stuff that they were doing, they knew how to get on the bus and ride the bus. So those 2 smart little dudes, I went to go pick them up from school, and the lady said, I was like, where's the kids at? I'm coming to get them. She's like, oh, we thought you came and got them. We was wondering if you had came and got the kids. And I was like, no, what do you mean? Where are my kids at? And she said, well, they left. They left at lunchtime. They never came back. I'm like, what you mean? I said, So I called the house. I said, are the kids over there? No, they not here. So anyway, at this point, we didn't know where the kids was. Hours went by. They put the Amber Alert up and called the police and did all of this stuff. And come to find out, they busted one of their moves. They had got on the bus and figured out how to get back to LA because they like, oh, my dad too strict. This is what I'm thinking. They thinking my dad's too strict. We can get away with the gang stuff with my mom. We out of here. So they left. And then from that point right there, is where the transition went from Duro and Devontae, and it starts slowly turning into Drakeo the Ruler and Ralphie the Plug, because they was getting out of control and they was getting older. They was going to turn to beginning teenagers. So the growing is kicking in. They already was really smart. So it was like they was already trying to override the mom's perimeter. So by the time I'm sure they got 13, 14 years old, they was already overriding her perimeter. They was going to juvenile hall. Both of them because I was getting words from people in different sources that I had that they was in juvenile hall. So then, I was trying to find these places and find out where they are and all this different stuff, but they kept getting moved around and all of this stuff. And then when they would go back home to the mom would get them and she would move different places. So I would have my other kids, my son Lorenzo and my daughter Valencia, I would ask them, have you guys seen them out here in LA anywhere, Devontae and Duro or Ivory or Darlene? You guys know where they stay? They would know. And so I would have Lorenzo do like the little detective work and find out, because he was an older brother. Lorenzo's older than them. He's like 6 years older than them. So I would have Lorenzo surf through the neighborhoods in LA to try to find out where Darlene would live at, so I could try to, talk to these kids, be in their life, a part of it. And then as soon as I find out where they live at, she move again, bone out. And it was just a wild goose chase for a while, to make a long story short. Because I remember one time Lorenzo found out where they were. He's like, Dad, I found out where Darlene is, and I found out where the kids are, where they living at. And I said, oh, okay, I'm finna come get you. So I went out to LA and I went and picked Lorenzo up. And he showed me where it was, the house was. He said, they be always coming out of this house right here. And it was this house on Buttline. It was on Buttline, I'll say like 105th and Buttline, somewhere over there. And he said, they be coming out of there all the time. I see them coming out of there all the time. I said, okay, cool. So of course I stake it out, post up to see if I see them coming out. And I remember one day me and Lorenzo went over there and we seen them. We seen Duro and Devontae walking, but they were coming across, Normandy, the side where Washington High School was. And I said, there they go right there. They walk across the street. So I parked my car and I said, Devontae, Duro, come here. Man, bro, as soon as they see me, I ain't never seen some kids' little legs move that fast. They broke running. My dad gonna get us, boy. He gonna have us out there. He gonna be whooping our butts and getting us right. We out. They tracked out. Plus the mom probably told him, you see your dad run. I'm pretty sure. So that was another chase. So mind you, they still getting older and they getting into more trouble. So at this point, it's finna turn from that transition of going to juvenile hall to these kids is getting older now. Now it's getting up to being 15, 16, 17 years old. And after that, it's gonna be a turning point from that juvenile hall to the county jail. So the next time, to make a long story short, the next time I caught up with them, I'm hearing that definitely was Drakeo the Ruler and Ralphie the Plug at this point. I'm hearing that he got cases and he's felony cases, county jail type stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, okay, so let me find out what's going on. And I'm hearing that he got these cases for this and got these cases for that. And then I'm hearing this stuff about rapping and, You know what I'm saying? I'm like, well, let me hear some of the songs, because I'm thinking they little in my studio. I'm like, did they learn something? You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm hearing these songs, and I heard this one song, "Get Dough." Everybody get dough. I'm like, damn, that song is pretty hard. That's a nice, good song. And then I hear different stuff that they started posting on YouTube, and I'm like, damn, he's pretty good. You know what I mean? But still, mind you, he's getting in trouble, and because it already has started back then in elementary. He's getting in trouble. Do you know, young teenagers, young kids struggling with their mom? They're going to do things to try to have money, and they're going to do things to try to, be accepted. Like, I want those good tennis shoes. Shoot, I want to have nice stuff. I want to wear these nice clothes. I want to have stuff like these rappers. So definitely it's going to turn into a stronger Draco and Ralphie the Plug now, because now they turn it into a full-fledged, we got to get out here and get this money and trap and all the rest of the stuff. But we talking 18, 19, 20 years old now. So they getting felony cases. They going to jail for this. They going to jail for that. And then I'm listening to the songs. The newer songs that's coming out, and it's flocking and all of this. I'm like, oh, okay. So I'm not stupid. I'm not no dumb dad. I mean, I stayed off 107th in between Normandy and Butler for a while. So I know what go on in the hood, and I know what go on in the streets. I'm not no dummy, and that's just enough I need to say on that. Everybody know who I am. I'm Tulo. And anybody that know who Tulo is, they know exactly what the deal is. So, yeah, man. And it got bad. But it's just really sad, because people, they hear all these stories, and most of the stories that they hear about, oh, what happened to the dad? Where was the dad? I've been listening to these interviews, and they are 90% lies. Of course, no, I wasn't there. I wasn't there like I was supposed to, but there was a reason why I was not there. The reason why I was not there, because it was a cat and mouse game with the mom. It was a cat and mouse game with the mom, and she was deliberately doing what she was doing, not for me to be around them. Now, what her intentions was I feel that she's just trying to make it hard for me, punish me, because we wasn't together. So she's going to make it hard as possible. Bitter relationships, they end up like that. But the structure of how the system works and the way it's set up for the woman to have the kids. That way the woman can put the guy on the child support, and then the guy on the child support, the state money make some money off him. And you know how that game go. I ain't got to explain all that to y'all. Y'all know exactly how the game go. So they replace the dad and give the government as being the dad. The government takes over being the new dad. And the women, they love it, because the women, they're getting, most of them is getting free housing, and they're getting Section 8. They end up replacing the dads with the dads the government end up being the dads. And then the women, they love it, because, they at this point, most of them back then, the game was they was getting free housing, and they was getting Section 8, and they was getting food stamps and all of that stuff. So they didn't want anything to jeopardize all that free stuff they was getting. So they made sure they went along with how the system works. And the system works with, if we're going to give you all this free stuff, you can't have your kid's father around your kids. If you want to keep getting this assistant, where is he? So then the women have to make out this game. Oh, okay, I don't know where the dad is. He ain't been around. And then they brainwashing the kids that, oh, your he ain't been around. He ain't trying to come around. And it's all a twist. It's a twist for them to get the free money, the free housing, the food stamps. And it's a twist. If they want to continue to get that, then you finna let us be the dad of these kids. You know how that turns out. The kids run wild. They get in gangs, and they survive the way they need to survive. And the streets teach them how to survive. And you know what that teaching is going to be. And most of the time, it always ends up the same way. They be running their mouth. And I don't know why, to this day, to be honest with you, that Devontae, which is Ralphie the Plug, doesn't just keep it real. But if he wants to hold on to that and keep that lie going, protect his mom or whatever, that's fine. I'm not going to contest it, but I'm not finna just sit up here and have my reputation tarnished and destroyed when I know the truth. Now that's the main thing they speak in their songs in their group or whatever. I hear them say, "Oh, we know the truth." Well, then tell the truth, man. Well, tell the truth. I have nothing against my son. I love him just as much as I love all the rest of my kids, but he's not keeping it 100% real. Because Ralphie knows exactly what happened. Well, he was I can't see him forgetting that. I can't really see him forgetting the incident that happened that landed her in the situation that she was in, and she knows what that situation was, and I know what that situation was too. But it's kind of like they trying to hide it under the rug and act as if it never happened, when that is 100% lies. It did happen. And you were separated from your kids for a while, and I had those kids. And then when you got out, it really went down of, oh, I'm gonna teach him a lesson. I'm gonna get him back. I'm gonna get my kids. And once I get my kids, it's gonna be a war. And that's what it turned into. And so at that point, it's Drakeo the Ruler and Ralphie the Plug. We ain't gonna listen to mom no more, man. We gonna do what we want. We gonna run the streets. We gonna get out here and get this money and all of that. Now, if they would have been with me and was raised with me until they were 18 and became adults, what they would have been Ralphie the Plug and Drakeo the Ruler, I would have to say no. They might have did other things. I don't know, maybe I would have pushed them other directions, but at the end of the day, a kid is gonna do what he wanna do when he get a certain age. But I don't think they would have been Drakeo the Ruler and Ralphie the Plug. I think they molded into Drakeo the Ruler and Ralphie the Plug from being with their mom, because they were old enough to override her perimeter and strong enough to override her perimeter and be in the streets like that. Because they wouldn't have been in the streets like that if they would have been with me. They wouldn't have been in the streets like that. I would have curved all that. But they was with their mom. So mom can, and I'm sure she did the best job that she could do, but she's not a man. You know, a man can say, sit your ass down, sit your butt down. You ain't going nowhere. And the kid is gonna listen. A mom could say the same thing, and as soon as she turn around, the kid is gone. You know, but that's not taking anything away from mothers, but they can only do so much when that kid is son is over the age of 14 years old. He's gonna do what he want to do, and it shows. They did what they wanted to do, and they turned themselves from Devontae Caldwell and Daryl Caldwell into Ralphie the Plug and Drakeo the Ruler. That's how that went down. So, but at the end of the day, bro, it didn't change anything with me. I was mad as hell not being able to be in my kid's life like that, and I'm even madder about the lies and the BS that was told in the stories to destroy my image. And they was always like rotating. When Daryl was in locked up, Devontae would be out. When Devontae was locked up, Daryl would be in. So I think that was the strategy of like the sheriffs in the county out there at that particular time, because they would never let, it was kind of like, it was almost like they never had them both out on the street at the same time. Just that little short time, they were out on the street at the same time. But they usually want to be locked up and the other one be in. So Daryl was out at this particular time and Devontae was locked up, which is Ralphie. So Daryl would come by, and he was coming to my house. I was living in Riverside at this time. So he would come out there and he'd be like, Dad, you ain't got no beats? I'm like, yeah, I got a gang of beats. What kind of beats you want? Because, you know, I used to just sit around all day, just make beats all day. You know, some days I just make beats all day long until I just get burnt out and tired. So I gave him like a stack of CDs. It probably was about 30 CDs, and they all had a gang of beats on them. So here, just take them, whatever ones you want to use, you can have. And that's when he came with that. He took one song, and I'm like, wait a minute, he actually used that beat, and it was the beat that he used for Big Bang Buddha. So he used that beat and he put it on. It was on the 10 Summers album with DJ Mustard. Of course, DJ Mustard took the beat and he put a little spin on it. He put his little spin on it. He probably added a bass line and probably added some kicks, some drums, and some stuff that he felt like, you know, this is the energy that this beat need for this album or whatever. But that's what any good producer is gonna do. They're gonna do that. That's just something that's like if somebody give me a beat and if I could fix it up and make it better, that's what I'm gonna do. But I play drums and I play drums, I play bass guitar, I play trumpet and I play guitar, I play keyboard, I play all that stuff. So I make the beats, most of them from scratch. You know, I've been playing drums for 40 years. So, and to read the music, the rudiments, all of that stuff. But anyhow, so I actually heard the song and I'm like, oh, he did something with that beat. And then the song kind of blew up a little bit. You know, it was on like I said, it was on that album, the 10 Summers album or whatever. But yeah, man. And I don't know why to this day he never mentioned that. He never put it out. He never said, you know, hey, my dad gave me this beat or none of that. You know, that's what I said. All that stuff y'all be hearing about, you know, me. If you don't know me and if you ain't no family member, they brother, cousin, sister, auntie that know me or know anything like that, you can believe what you want, but it's all lies. I don't care what Darlene talking about. I don't care what Ralphie talking about. I don't care about none of them, what they talking about. If you guys is always talking about we know the truth, then tell the truth. Stop telling lies. It's not going to do anything to crush me or break me down or anything like that. I tried to do the best I could when I was around them, but you know, like that cat and mouse game got out of control. It just got overwhelmingly ridiculous. It's just like the cat and mouse chase game. But yeah, man, you know, either way it go, he ended up being really successful. He did something with the music. Rest in peace, those demons is what I call them, and serpents out there, jealous brothers, hating. They took him out, and actually, Daryl was a really good kid. That's why he smiled all the time, because he always had good spirits, and he was always trying to do. If anything, he would have been trying to help the people that, you know what I'm saying, that was against him like that. He wasn't that type of person that was gonna be like, man, you know, I'm against everybody and just one of them hateful NIGGAs. He wasn't that. He always tried to help everybody. He always tried to be the person that I'm gonna put myself in position where I can help us all. We all come up. Just they all start getting jealous and they all start hating is the bottom line. And it got out of control because I just got a lot of words on a lot of different stuff, which I ain't gonna really speak on. But it was a lot of quarreling and a lot of fighting with a lot of different people that I'm not gonna speak on, but it was a lot of quarreling and a lot of fighting with a lot of different people 2 to 3 weeks before he died. Yeah, and I got this information from a reliable source. So it was a lot of quarreling and a lot of fighting before that happened. And it just wasn't with the people that they saying the streets is talking is responsible. It was with a lot of quarreling and fighting with a lot of people. And that's kind of when I took it upon myself and I said, I'm finna start showing my face and popping up. I'm finna stop popping up and I'm finna get some closure on this. But I don't know.
What you think when he did release the Inglewood song?
Well, of course, being a dad and being me and who I am, I don't think he should have did that song. I don't think he should have did the Inglewood song because that automatically is going to bring some enemies. That song set off a whole nother wave of drama, which like I said, Duro is not backing down, and he ain't scared of nothing and nobody. And at this point, he's big time Draco. He ain't finna be like, man, I ain't doing that song because these people thinking this. Or he never was gonna let nobody think that he was scared of nothing. But me, Dad, I think he shouldn't have did that song. I don't think he should have did that song at all. And I think that song had a lot to do with putting more gas on the fire that was already burning out of control. They were just pouring more gas on it. And just like you relighting the barbecue grill, you pour some more lighter fluid. Yeah, that just made it even worse, bro. So no, he shouldn't have did that song. He should have did that song. There's a couple songs I don't like he did. I don't even like that one. He's Never Coming Back. And I don't like that one either. That was not a good song neither. It was a good song for the people that's into that street life and man, well, he did so and so, you what, but come on, man. Y'all know what comes after that dish. You gotta dish back, and you gotta dish back. Oh, then y'all see each other in the street. Oh man, then it's this and then it's that. The next thing you know, oh man, so and so got hit, bro. What? That's how the game go. Once you start that going back and forth with dishing, you know what I'm saying? It's enough money out there for everybody. I don't know why these young brothers be going back and forth with the hate. It just doesn't make any sense to me being an old head. It's like, bro, I'm 62 years old. Do you guys have any plans in your life to want to be 62? That's what I don't know. Do you want to be 62 years old, you youngsters out there? Do y'all want to be 62? Or do you think that, nah, man, I don't even want to get old like that. I just want to die young. Is that what y'all's mission is to die at a young age? Because that to me is just the dumbest, stupidest thing ever. So you trying to tell me you want to go out here and you want to make all this money and you want to get real famous to not enjoy the money? You want to make millions of dollars and then die? Where do you think that money's gonna go? Where do you think all these cars is gonna go? Where do you think all that stuff that you accomplish is gonna go? You can't stuff it in the casket. I don't know what you young guys is thinking, but you cannot put that money inside your casket. You cannot put the houses in the casket. You can't put the cars in the casket. Your jewelry, be a damn fool to put it in the casket because they're gonna dig it up and take it. So it just doesn't make no sense the way y'all be thinking. The idea is to get rich, make the money, and enjoy it. Live off of it. Make enough, you can help your family members out. You know what I'm saying? You get enough money, you help your family members, or you make it easier for your mom, make it easier for your dad, make it easier for your sister, make it easier for your brothers or your sisters. That's just the way I feel about it. You got to remember, when I grew up, and I was coming up, and I was out there, it was the era of Whitey, Manpower, Freeway Rick, Big Ollie, Tracy from Main Street. Those dudes, the real street dudes, Big Hunch. Okay, that's the age group right there of mine. So it ain't not too much I didn't see. Okay. I seen them go up. I seen people go down. Whoever did what they did to him, trust and believe me, you're gonna reap what you sow. And this is coming from somebody that's 62. You're gonna reap what you sow. Trust and believe me, and it ain't gonna be nowhere you can run and hide. You're gonna reap what you sow. Yeah. Because it hits you right when you least expect it. It's on the real. It's just sad to see this keep on repeatedly happen. And now it's like every 10 years or every 5 years, these rappers, they dying younger. First I was saying they ain't making it to 40. That's what I was saying at first. And I was like, dang. First I was saying they ain't making it to 50. Then I said, man, they ain't making it to 40. Now it's like they ain't even making it. They barely getting out of their 20s, bro.
So how'd you first get the news about his passing?
This young lady had told me. She said, "Wait, did you hear about they saying that Drakeo the Ruler, your son? Did you hear?" I'm like, "Hear what?" They saying your son Drakeo the Ruler, he got killed. I'm like, "What you talking about?" This girl told me. Listen, She told me, she's like,
That's right.
she was actually supposed to be doing the security. Her security company was supposed to do the security for her, but they ended up getting some other security company. Told her, so she knows a lot of the people in the security business or whatever. And so, you know, they talk, they know things. Because I pretty much know the whole full scoop. A lot of people don't know. They thinking I'm dumb and they thinking I'm stupid and I don't know what happened. They don't know who I know. I'm a very, very popular person in the street. And everybody know who Tulo is, okay? Everywhere, Inglewood, LA, Compton, Carson, everybody know who I am. Because I did a lot of things in my life. Before I got popular with the music, I was into street racing. I used to street race, and I was a very, very, very known, popular street racer, you know? And we would all meet over there on Florence and Main. That's a whole nother topic, but we all used to meet at Florence and Main, and I was real popular and known for my cars being fast. We would street race and stuff like that. And then, you know, I was popular in music. You know, I was popular just in the club scenes. I was really popular, you know, everywhere I went. I used to be able to pretty much go to any hood, and it was cool. Everybody knew who I was. So that's why I laughed at my sons. They remind me so much of me. That's like they would talk about all the lingo and they saw like, yeah, man, we created this lingo. And I said, damn, that is so me. That's so ridiculous. Because we used to have certain code words, and only people that hung in our circle would know what we talking about. You know, I'll say something like this. I'll give you an example. All right, I'll be right back, man. I'm about to go get some more stress medication. And the people that don't know us, right? They be like, what the fuck are they talking about stress medication? What, you know? But that was our kind of like our code word for, I'm gonna go back to the liquor store, get another beer, or go to the liquor store, get some cigarettes, or go get whatever, you know, with that type of thing. If we're out, like we out chilling in the parking lot before we go in the spot or whatever, I'd be like, man, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go get some more stress medication. Y'all want some more medication? That's what we would call it. And that would mean whatever type of beer you want. Oh yeah, man, bring me back a St. Ives, man. Give me a Budweiser, man. Give me an Old English. That was our stress medication. So that just different little slangs and words I would make up.
Anything happened that night?
Shit, Devils was at work. He just some hating shit. I personally think it was a setup. And I think a lot more people that was there at that event, including the big names, they already knew that was going to happen. Straight up. They playing that game like, oh man, we was all in the dressing room. We was back in there. Stop lying. All y'all knew that was going to happen because they was already telling people, hey man, come back here right now. Come. I got word that they was telling people, hey man, come back. It ain't cool right now. Just go inside. I got word they were saying that from certain people and names and people that was telling me that was there. It ain't cool right now. Go in the back. And they like, well, what you mean? And then they seen other people go into the back and leave and go and say, hey, well, they knew that what was going on. I ain't speaking on no names, but these people, they all knew that was going to happen. That was all orchestrated. An organized hit. That's what that was. That was an organized hit. But at the end of the day, nobody's going to have to take retaliation and do nothing. They all on Ralphie's head like, man, why you ain't doing nothing? There's some more demons trying to get him back locked up or get him took off the street. Yeah, Ralphie ain't got to do nothing. You know who's going to do something? Their faith. Their faith. When it catches up with them, it's you got to remember the same way that hit his family and hit his people is the same way it's going to hit them. It might even be to the point where the person that's responsible for the actual stabbing, soon as your son get a certain age, and he's your favorite son, he reminds you so much of you, like Daryl remind me so much of him. Daryl's the same exact birth date as me. He Daryl Wayne Caldwell Jr. That's Drakeo. He got the same birth date as me and everything. So soon as you have one son that you love so much, and that's the one to remind you that's your favorite son, somebody gonna do him the same way. That's how that works. So ain't nobody got to do nothing. I don't waste my energy with that. I was very angry for 2 years, like I said, but I ain't finna waste no energy on that because faith is gonna take its course. Trust and believe that.
Think there'd be any type of justice from that situation?
I very well 100% think that it should be some justice for it, but the people that is responsible for bringing justice to that don't want no justice for it. I'll put it like that. They don't want no justice for that because Duro pissed off a lot of people. He got acquitted for the charges. So the people that's like the big group of the people responsible for bringing justice for that. I mean, it's like they're acting as if this never happened. They're acting as if he never got killed. None of this never happened. So that tells you right there that they're trying to sweep it up under the rug. But they can't stop faith. Can't stop faith.
Sweep up, you mean the artist, or do you mean?
I mean,
or do you mean the LAPD?
All of them. LAPD, the security, the actual ones that was there, and they knew it was gonna happen. Specific rappers that we're not gonna speak no names on. They already knew that was gonna happen. It was a setup, man. Straight up, and they gonna lie. They gonna continue to lie forever and say they didn't have nothing happen. They didn't know what was gonna happen until it happens to them, and until that situation is on. The faith then come back, and somebody, you in that same seat that me, the dad, is in. You in that same seat that Darlene, the mom, is in. You in that same seat that Ralphie, the plug, the brother's in. You in that same seat that we in. Then you gonna realize, dang, man. Probably a lot of them gonna probably try to play possum and dumb, like, oh man, I don't know why this is happening to me. Oh yeah, you do. You know exactly why it's happening to you, because you reaping what you sow. Little youngsters, man, I just say spend more energy in figuring out what I'm gonna do with all this money I'm making. You know what I mean? How can you possibly take this money and restructure this money into something positive, and quit being selfish and quit being greedy and all of this stuff that's going to end up taking you out? Straight up. As far as those fools and those serpents that was involved into his murder, and y'all know who y'all are, so nobody has to speak no names, you're going to reap what you sow. Because of a lot of these people that me and you are talking about, they got kids and they got sons. So ain't no escaping your faith. I don't know how you gonna. I don't know how they figure they're gonna get away from running from their faith, because it's not gonna happen. Straight up. Near one of them in none of them groups. The groups of them that was there, the groups of them that was not there and was responsible, and they had an input, a put in that. They had some kind of they finger in that some kind of way that wasn't even there. I'm not scared of not one soul. So let's just let that be known. I just feel like faith will take its course. So they know what the deal is. All of them know who Tulo is, and they know who I am. But at this point, I see I feel too, really, to be honest with you, I feel it's coming soon. I've just been picking it up lately that the responsible parties is about to reap what they sow. I can't predict when a person's going to be punished, no, but I just been picking it up lately that they're about to reap what they sow. All of them. So, you know, my son was not no angel. He wasn't no angel, but nobody deserves and have the right to try to figure they could take somebody's life. So when you take that upon yourself to think you God and you could take someone's life, trust and believe me, expect for it to come back on you and it to happen to you or happen to your son or happen to your family member. We got to stop this nonsense. We got to stop this nonsense as a people, a group of people, a race of people, neighbors. We have to stop this jealousy and we have to stop this cruelty among each other, against each other, I meant to say. Start thinking.
What was your memories of the funeral?
It's just kind of wild. The funeral to me was kind of wild, man. Everybody was just like turned up like it was a club or a party or something, bro. It's a lot of wow. It was turned up and everybody was just, I don't know, just turned up energy. Just everybody wow, driving crazy and all of that. But I was focusing on my son's death, but they was all like, it was a big party or some shit. This ain't no party. This ain't no damn celebration of somebody dying. You know what I mean? So I was a little bit pissed off about that. A lot of faces that I seen there. I was trying to get a discerning and pick up on their spirits. See what they was, see if I could pick up on some energy or what was going on. But the outcome of, I like some of the talk, like some of the speeches and some of the people that got up there and they spoke on different things like there. They should have let me get up there and speak. That's what they should have did. They should have let me get up there on the microphone because they definitely wouldn't have liked it what I had to say. Y'all in here celebrating and turned up like you at a club and they playing your favorite song. Somebody just died. Okay, and the reason why they died is what all y'all need to be focused on. This is a mourning of a person dying. This ain't y'all ain't at no club. You know what I'm saying? That's what the problem is right there. Y'all don't even take death serious. That's why it keeps happening. They ain't learning anything from it. They're not learning anything from it. That's a message. When somebody dies like that, you're supposed to be thinking, dang, man, I got to start thinking about some stuff. Each individual, especially in that stink team, and those youngsters, bro, it's crazy because they keep on dying. The last thing we just went to was a dude it's like every year one of them is dying, bro. That's not cool at all. Ain't nothing fly or good about that. All y'all little youngsters, you know what I'm saying? You have your whole life to live, and all y'all just dying every year. One of y'all dying, that right there should trigger something right here. Wait a minute, man. Why do we keep dying? But they trying to now. It's so many youngsters and young kids dying. They starting to brainwash themselves that that's normal. That's not normal. If 10 of y'all in a group and y'all dying one by one every year, that's not normal. Yeah. So I was pissed off about that, bro. Just everybody over there all turned up like, yeah, man, we at the club. What? Yeah, man.
You got any good memories of that day?
No. Let's see.
Or fond memories?
Well, I gotta mention sad day. What is that? Rolling Stones came up to me, and they did a little small interview there, and they was just asking me. I actually told them a story about him going to Kendall's, the donut shop. They probably could look it up. Rolling Stones did their little story on me. So I remember that was cool talking to the lady. She seemed like she generally had a good spirit and good heart. So I gave them a story. That's about it, man. Like I said, I got pissed off because of the people I seen there and the energy they was displaying at a funeral. every time he do a tattoo, he would talk to him. So it was kind of like therapy, tattoo and therapy at the same time. And he told me, he said, man, you ain't coming down here to get no tattoos. You're getting so many tattoos, you can't even see the other tattoos that you got. You can't even figure them out. He said, you got to stop getting these tattoos. Dude, I'm like, he said, you're just really coming down here to talk to me about that situation. And he was just asking me, hey, man, maybe you need to just go get some counseling. I said, no, the counseling's right here talking to you. Because he was cool. The stuff he talked about and stuff that he said, I just felt like it made sense to me. You know, he made a lot of sense, and he would guide me. Like I said, I was on that mission when it first happened. I was on that mission of building a crew, and we was finna go handle whatever had to be handled. But then, actually talking to him and getting the tattoos took a lot of that out of my heart. To be honest with you, it took a lot of that out of my heart. He took a lot of that out of my heart because of positive reconstruction from the conversations took a lot of that out of my heart. I'm sorry, a lot of that out of my heart. That anger and animosity. It took a lot of that out of my heart. So that's how I ended up with all these tattoos in my face. That's crazy. Because I didn't have these tattoos in my face before he got killed. I had a couple, but not all of these ones. These is definitely result of my son dying. And the one I got on my tattoo I got on my stomach, of Drakeo, the full size one I got on my stomach. That one I got after he got killed too.
Did you have any face tats before?
No. Mm-mm. I had neck tats. All these you see on my neck right here?
You already had those?
Yeah, I had these. I had all these on my neck. None on my face. Yeah. Like I said, I was a very known person in LA. I'm a very known person. Anybody to know, all you gotta do is ring that name Tulo. Everybody know who I am. But yeah, man, it's just sad to see these youngsters.
So you said the funeral, you said it felt like people weren't as serious as you wanted them to be. So
No, it just felt like it was a party.
Like were they doing wheelies?
Yeah, they was doing everything. Wheelies. They was playing music, driving all crazy, burning rubber, doing donuts. What does that got to do with a death? That ain't got nothing to do with no more mourning for somebody's death. That's got something to do with being ignorant. Straight up, bro. It's like a spot to everybody show off. What are you showing off about? Where was all this energy to stop and prevent this from happening? The hell? You spending all this energy doing this. Where was all that energy at when that was happening? Come on, man. Just keep it real. 100, bro. I'm cool on that, bro. I'm old school when it comes to telling the truth, bro. I can't be playing no games with this bullshit. Out here acting crazy and doing donuts and like, you at the club that's turned up in the parking lot. Come on, man.
The Ralphie or the mom?
No. I just gave Darlene a hug and Ralphie, but it was just, like I said, it's a lot of weird energy, bro. Y'all trying to indirectly, it's just weird, bro. It was just weird.
The funeral happened pretty fast, right?
Yeah, it happened pretty fast. I went to what's the name too? I went to the memorial where you go view the body and all that. It was about a week before that or whatever. I went to that too. That was more solid. That was a little bit more solid than the funeral. I think that was more solider than the funeral. The funeral would just seemed like a turned up parking lot club thing. But the viewing of the body was cool.
Because all the young.
Probably. Yeah, I would say that had a lot to do with it.
Now, when he first passed, did you hear from Ralphie or the mom or media?
No, not media. No, I never even talked to them for a while after that. It took a while for me to actually be talking to Ralphie. Yeah, I remember I had one conversations with him, and I asked him. I said, "What happened?" He said, "Oh man, it was a hit, man. It was a hit on Draco." That's what he told me, and he said it real fast and kind of got off the phone. It was a hit. He said it was a hit on him. I called him and asked him tried to ask him like, what happened? Like, man, what happened that night? And he was just like, man, it was a hit, man. Shit on him, man. They executed him or something. He said like that. Yeah. But bro, yeah. That's crazy, man. Responsible parties, all the responsible parties, I want y'all to know. As being a triple OG, I'm not no OG, I'm the triple OG, okay? And that means a lot because that means I lived a long time and I've seen a lot. And I'm 62, and I would not take no years away from my life, the stuff that I've seen, because definitely your past makes you who you are today. So I learned a lot. And my message is, you're not going to be able to escape your fate. You could duck and dodge, but it's going to be right there, like a mirror. For sure. Yeah. I even seen Crip Mac there. Yeah. I seen him there. Because I would always, back then it was kind of hard not to see him on YouTube. He was always on YouTube. So this Crip Mac dude, I'm like, who is this Crip Mac dude? Because I would laugh because the way he talk and all that, and all that, and he was blowing the internet up. So I actually seen him at the funeral, standing in front of the church. No, I didn't talk to him. I don't know if he knew who I was or whatever, but I walked right by him. It was different in person. He wasn't. What you see? I was seeing him in on the videos and YouTube video and podcast stuff. He looked a lot bigger, but he walked by and he wasn't. But from what I could see, it looked at least like 50 against 6. That's what it looked like. It looked like about 50 dudes attacking like 5 or 6 dudes. That's what it looked like.
The only one that actually I saw it was Drakeo.
Mm-hmm. And I keep out trying to figure out how he got separated. How you guys end up so close to the gate? And when y'all was at the gate, where was he at? So even the video, you can't really see the separation. Even in that video, you can't see like, where is he at? Like where okay, for like, you know, if you got a satellite view, right? And you can see them over here and he's over here, but you can't see that. You just see them over here squabbling by the gate. Where's Dro at? Where is he at? How did he get pulled away? Like how did he get wherever he was at? I just seen one little glimpse of Dro fighting, and then you didn't see him no more. And I watched it a million times. So how did he get pulled over here or wherever that was to where these dudes could get him in the corner and stab him up like that? And then these dudes is over here by the gate. How did that separation, if y'all was all together and y'all all together as a team, making sure y'all stay together because anything might happen, how did he get separated from y'all like that? That is the question. That's the big question mark right there. Yeah. But man,
Now he was the only one who stabbed.
Mm-hmm. But from what I heard, it was a lot of guys there with knives. But in the video, I didn't see nobody with no knives. They said they must have deliberately, like it was a hit. They deliberately got him in the corner and pulled him out. Because when I seen Ralphie and them fighting, I didn't see nobody with no knives and they swinging knives at them when they fighting. So they separated them some kind of way, pushed them in the back wherever it was, and they are that group. That what I'm saying is that group of people that had the knives, they was already positioned. You know what I mean? Somewhere. And they already probably had it set up to drag him or get him over there. It was already waiting. So it probably was a distraction. While you fighting these dudes, then the homies is gonna creep up on you, and just like they do in prison and jail. The same thing. It's the same thing. That's probably exactly how they do. That's the same way they do it in jail. The same exact way, bro. It ain't no fair fighting in the county jail or prison. It's usually gonna be unfair. Every time it's a fight in prison or jail, it's gonna be unfair. It's gonna be 10 dudes with knives and 1 dude with nothing. It ain't never gonna be a squabble heads up. Yeah, they have fight night and all that, but I'm talking about when like the riots break out or it's a hit. If it's a hit or something like that, bro, it's never gonna be fair. And anybody think that is a damn fool. But yeah, so that was all strategized. But the question, like I said, question keeps coming up to me. Where was the split? Where was the separation? Where was the separation? Where was the separation? How did they get separated to where it's a big gap where you guys don't know where he's at? That part. So, I don't know, man. What the fuck the deal is, bro? All of that was part of the setup. Because the big heads, whoever the big heads was that was there at that time, they all had to play their role in their part. Because they all, at the end of the day, all of them wanted him out of the way. Because their music wasn't selling like that. It was Drakeo was the new star, and he was at the top of the chain far as like, winning a popularity contest. He was winning a popularity contest in the streets. So his music was selling, and it wasn't doing nothing but getting better. Each song was getting better and better and better and better and better and better. So this was pushing. It was Daryl songs was doing this, Drakeo songs was doing this, and all those that was there is doing this. But that's life. James Brown ain't gonna be the same as he was when Rick James come out, right? It's gonna do that. You got new artists coming out. The music is changing, more energy because they're younger, and that's how the game goes. But they obviously and evidently they couldn't take that. They was jealous, and I said it. Now what? Yeah, man. But you got to take it like a man. Everybody has their time, And a lot of them that I feel was jealous and got jealous, they had no reason to be jealous. You had a good run. You had a good run, and you did very successful, and your music did really good, and you made a lot of money, and you have a lot of fans still to this day, and you had a lot of fans when you were on the top of your game. So there was no reason for that type of jealousy. That's what makes it even worser. They didn't even have no reason to be jealous like that, and they got jealous like that. So that goes to show you right there, you could be rich, famous, and have it all, and still have animosity and still have a jealous heart. Money and having all that stuff is not going to change the hatred and the jealousy that you have in your heart. That proves it right there. Yeah, bro. It's really sad situation, bad situation. I want to see all of those youngsters make it. I want to see all of them live to 40, 50 years old. Me personally, get old, man, live your life and enjoy your money and help your family. I don't like how Ralphie, he pulled his mom out there and it was acting as if I wasn't there.
You on stage too?
I was on stage, but it's just like, bro, you got to stop with these games, because eventually I'm going to be in front of the camera like this right here, and I'm going to tell the truth. You can't shut me down. You ain't bigger and badder than the person that brought you into the world. You got to remember something, Ralphie the plug. You was inside these nuts first. Okay? You was inside these nuts first. And no disrespect to him, or I love my son, but you came for me first. Even before it got to your mom, you came to me. You came for me first. So all of that playing these little games or whatever, his whole structure of life, the way he think, music and all that, man, come on now. Anybody that know Tulo, they all know that I did all of that stuff. The hustling, the music, the songs, all of that, bro. I got 1,000 songs, at least. Should I make 3 songs, 4 songs a day? At one point, every day. So there ain't no reason for that. That's why I say I'm gonna leave that alone. I'm just gonna leave that part alone. But as they say, as they line, I'm gonna use they line. I know the truth. We know the truth.
Last time you saw him in person?
Ralphie?
No.
Draco?
Yeah.
When he came to get the beats from me? When he came to my house and I gave him all those beats?
Was it after his case?
He had got out, so no, that was not after the last case. Because he did the Big Bang Buddha 10 Summers thing before that happened, before he got re-locked up.
What you say to him last time you saw him in person?
Nothing, just we just laughing, the same old smile, same old everything, full of energy. Just being him, being Duro. We just talked about regular stuff. But some of the people I was talking to was saying that he was asking about me a lot before he passed away. Though, did my dad get any more tattoos? He asked, did my dad get any more tattoos? What'd he get? So I wouldn't have been able to sit down and have this conversation a couple of years ago. No. I had too much anger. Pissed off.
You still have a lot of anger?
Nah, it's just like I said, it's not nowhere on that level. It's definitely 80% been curved. It's been curved at least 80%. So I'm doing a lot better mentally, spiritually, all of that on that situation, because I know that they're gonna reap what they sow. I'm a strong believer in that. I've seen it happen so many times repeatedly in life with people. And then sometimes you be thinking in your mind, dang, man, it's just like this person ain't never, he's just doing all this crazy madness and they ain't never, just nothing, just how is this possible for a person to get away with this much stuff? But everybody's day is coming when you out there living like that, bro. So that ain't being tough. You ain't no bad, tough dude because you outnumber somebody and stab them up. That's like sucker punching somebody, bro. Ain't no strength in sucker. It don't take no tough dude to sucker punch nobody. You catch him off guard when he ain't looking and hit him when he's not looking. You gonna daze him. He gonna most likely be out, and then you do the rest of your damage. Because you took advantage of somebody that wasn't paying attention. Well, didn't even see it coming. It ain't even like they was paying attention. You just cold-cocked them. So of course you're gonna do some damage to them. That's the same, there ain't nothing tough about that.
So originally, you thought they were just gonna fight, squabble.
Yeah, now that would have been gangster.
And then
that would have been gangster. 1-on-1 fight, even if three against one. Let's see how tough he is. See if he could take all 3 of us, right? But bringing out knives and stabbing a dude while you got 6 dudes fighting the dude, and when he distracted, stab him. Ain't nothing gangster or tough about that. Nothing. That's coward, weak. And the same coward, weak stuff that they did, somebody gonna do to them. It's a matter of time.
How you feel about the lawsuits coming from the soon venue?
That whole Live Nation thing. They ain't finna do nothing. But yeah, that's a good thing that because I mean they didn't have no security there, and if they was any way, I can't really say that they was responsible for that, and I can't say what role they played in that, but they definitely played this role. They didn't have the right security, and they didn't have the right setup to prevent that from happening because it wouldn't have happened if they did.
What was the security?
I'm not sure what the security was, but I just know that it wasn't set up right. Because if it was set up right, that would have never happened, right, bro?
Because after that happened, people just left.
Mm-hmm.
So he's there.
Yeah, and then that's the. You know how many times I've seen that in the hood? They let the paramedics take their time getting there and let you bleed out. That probably a while. When I was living over there off 107th Street, I've seen that so many times. It's ridiculous. They take their time to get there, especially if they get a call and they put on the air that it's gang related. They finna probably be stepping on the brakes instead of speeding. And then by the time they get there, you done already bled out and you're dead. That's just another way of killing a brother. Because it's not gonna come back on them, and it's not gonna be like, oh, you guys killed him because it took too long. I mean, no, man, he got stabbed and he died. That's the way the public is gonna view it and look at it. But actually, we both know if it's certain situations, they can get there quick if they want to, right? And they can get this person to the emergency room quick if they want to. We both know that. But it's definitely not their fault that he got stabbed. But I seen them lag like that when I was living in LA. I seen them lag. Yeah, man, that shit is crazy.
So after it happened, all the people who did it, they just left. But nobody tried to stop them. Right?
From what I heard, yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Cause they just, I mean, what happened? They just disappeared in thin air. Poof, gone. So evidently they had an escape route. You know what I mean? They already knew which way they was gonna go to get away. So like I said, what did they do? Escape? Well, what happened? Just, okay, we started to do it. All right, snap your finger, poof, and they just disappeared. Yeah, right. Everything on the video, and there's none of that on there. Nobody got none of that on the video. You can see everything, but you can't see the disappearing magical act. They don't like the idea that he had got away from it, that he beat those charges anyway. They looking at it like justice is served. They like justice is served. That's how they looking at it. They ain't finna go out their way to investigate somebody that they don't like. And if he's still alive, they'd be investigating. If he was still alive right now, they'd be doing a lot of investigating now, trying to catch him doing something. But now that he's dead, they not finna investigate anything. Nothing, not a damn thing. The only person that's gonna investigate is the faith. The faith is gonna investigate to the fullest. And the faith is gonna swim through all of that and grab each individual and hold them responsible. Faith is. Let's see if they can run from that. Shit, bro. If they could get away from that, run from faith, they good. They're not gonna make it, bro. Ain't no hiding and ducking. When I went to that thing last year, not this one, but the one before that, and I had got that 90,000 views, and I was up there on the stage or whatever. People was commenting in the comment section. I thought if they said they didn't know they did. That's a lot of people. I was looking to reading the comments. Come on, man.
And the video got deleted.
And then the video got deleted. So I got a good feeling of 100% know who told them to take that video down and delete it. That video went from 2,000 views to 90,000 views in less than 3-4 months. And all of a sudden the video gets deleted. No, that video didn't get deleted. Somebody told them, one of them from that Stink team told them to take that video down. And we know who that was. Take that video down. Probably the same person that had a certain person speak up there on the stage and a certain person not to speak this last time I went. But I kind of give Desto Dove respect though and props because he pulled me out there on the in the front. You know. And, you know. Nobody's got to do nothing. You angry, you want to do something. I was angry, want to do something. You got to curb that anger and use your common sense. So Ralphie's doing the right thing. You don't need to react on that. That's just a whole bunch of fools want to see him locked up and hating because he's actually still carrying the Stink team, you know what I'm saying, the best way he can right now. And they don't like that. They pretty much thought once Drakeo died, the Stink team was going to fall off and that was going to be it. They was done. They're an old group like Crisscross, you know what I'm saying? And just no, but he's actually still doing it. And they don't like that idea. So now they're trying to put in his head to go out there and get caught up and go to prison. Which Ralphie's using his smartness and he's like, no, he's ain't gonna get me caught up.
So what do you think of people saying Kendrick Lamar's last album was inspired by?
Oh, they were saying that Kendrick Lamar definitely was using some of Drakeo's rhyme patterns and styles. Now, was it deliberate or it's just catchy? You know, Drakeo created something that was catchy and it was like a LA type trend type of thing. And this is how we flow out here type of thing. It might've just been something like that because actually I don't, like I tell people all the time, I don't see anything wrong with that. I don't see anything wrong with, if that's the case, we're gonna have to blame Snoop and have to blame all of them. And shit, Warren G was rapping like that first. Warren G had that G-Funk type style first before Snoop had it. So for people to like the way the Drakeo flow and then they write some songs or spit some bars on a album and it sounds like that, that's just because that was the trending popular way of flow for LA at that time. So I don't see anything wrong with it whatsoever. Now, should people like, okay, well, how come Kendrick Lamar don't like, you know, credit shot Drakeo out? He didn't even shot him out when he did that big thing he had or whatever in LA. But I was like,
because when he did the RFPs,
he didn't. Yes, I think that's a touchy situation. I think maybe he could have. I don't even know how he would do that because it's gonna be backlash and words from both sides. If he do it, then the people that don't like Drakeo is gonna have something to say about it. And if he do it, it's gonna be, but you shot him out. He'll be putting himself in some positions that he don't want to be in if we would have shot at Drakeo out and did all that. Because I mean, he was there for unity, and he was pushing in the card of unity. So I think he handled it the right way. Now, should he do it now that that's over with? Maybe. But there's definitely nothing wrong with sounding like somebody that was really, really a West Coast inspiration like Drakeo. That was the sound. It was a hot sound. So other artists are gonna sound like that because he's something to pattern after. A lot of people like, oh man, he's biting Draco Styles and wrong. Man, come on with that shit. Everybody learn from everybody, bro. You know. Now if you just it's a different story if you just word for word take somebody's stuff. You know what I'm saying? And that's totally different. But you're sounding like a person that's popular. When the Chronic album came out and Snoop and they did all that stuff, it was rap when a lot of rappers came out and they was trying to have that sound, you know? That's the trending sound at that time. Draco was the trending sound at the time before when he passed. And then, you know, shortly after that, Kendrick Lamar came out with that It's Not Like Us, whatever. And I definitely hear Draco's flow in there. Now, if Kendrick Lamar tries to deny that, he's just straight lying. But it ain't nothing wrong with him. But he was definitely, his flying patterns and stuff was definitely sounding like that, bro. Because Draco had a very unique style that was different from everybody. So that the way he was flowing, anybody that listened to that can hear it.
Yeah, 'cause he had that line. He said, "Big face, Buddha, give me peace from within."
Yeah.
That sounds
Yeah. Now that's kind of word for word, but yeah, that's got using the Buddha anything is that's definitely Draco. But even that, I'm more saying like his style and his rhyme pattern, his cadences is like Draco. But me personally, I don't see anything wrong with it. It's actually giving him props. Like, shoot, I'm gonna come out there with the Draco flow. You know what I'm saying? That's giving Draco props for Kendrick, somebody big like Kendrick Lamar to spit that cadence. Now the youngsters, just a bunch of people that want to stir the pot up, and y'all youngsters, y'all got to start figuring out a plan to live longer. And if it's cutting people loose, cutting a lot of the people loose that you're hanging around, it don't matter what they think or what they got to say. Let them go. Leave them alone. You living is more important than hanging around a bunch of people that's influencing you to die. That's the last thing I gotta say. That's it.
Now this one, you can video what I'm gonna say. This is I did this for Draco. Everybody like, oh, when I say I'm dad of the stink, I mean exactly what I said. I'm the father of the two that run the stink team. That's dad of the stink. It ain't got nothing to do with me trying to be a member of the stink team and I want to ride off that cloud. Man, I'm too old for all of that, trying to get up on the stage and do all of that. I'm dad of the stink because it's the 100% truth.
Feeling like Jesus, trying to run 2 million up like peas. These rats, why they always cheese?
What's that word, YouTube family? My YouTuber La Primavera, man. Y'all already know who it is and what the score is, P-Ski. It's your humble host, Crispy Clean Cliff at Cliff World TV. Now the humble host at Cliff World Reloaded too. I got 2 channels, baby. And today we got a real interesting video. Shout out to Go Home Roger. He will be pinned in the comment section. And we're actually not going to go over this full video because Go Home Roger only got 1.42 subscribers. And we trying to get bro to 10,000 because he just dropped one of the rarest interviews on YouTube. Hands down. Now, y'all already know how huge of a Draco the Ruler fan I am, bro. Shout out to the Stinks. Y'all dig what I'm saying? So, for me, this was really rare to find, bro. And I'm pretty sure y'all seen from the title that we finna go over Draco the Ruler's father's interview, bro. And like I said, subscribe to Go Home Roger. He not even at 2,000 subscribers yet. Let's get him to 5 bands, y'all. So, with no further ado, let's get off into this.
Here, man. Let me get a keep the truth alive on 3, man. 1, 2, 3. That's right. That's right.
Crazy.
The first, on the 18th, he got killed. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. May God bless you guys and watch over you guys and hope you get
Man, shout out to Ralphie for holding it down for his brother, bro.
Let's get right back into this shit, man. Gang and them no lanes with them. Can I bring some more players out, man? All right. Where my nigga Stupid Young at, man?
Yeah, man, it's crazy because exactly the way people and his fans be seeing him, you know what I'm saying? Like how the fans view him. He's always got that smile. He's always had that smile when he was little. That same exact face. His face literally did not change, bro. He still looked the same. Like, you know, for me, my being a dad, visualizing his face, that's exactly his face when I see these pictures and him smiling as a little boy. And he had that same character. Always had the leading type of role spirit. That's how he was. He was a leader. I'm gonna do it this way. I ain't trying to go along with nobody else. I'm gonna do it this way. No, mom, I'm gonna do it this way. No, dad, I want to do it this way. So, you know, him growing up, I see Draco as Daryl, you know, and a lot of things, the characteristics of him being when he was a grown man, what y'all see is the same thing he was when he was little, to make, if that makes sense. So, you know, like I tell people all the time, when they got like about, I say 10, and Daryl was about 11. Devontae was about like 9. You know, they used to always say, Dad, we want to make some money. How can we make some money? What can we do to make some money? We want to buy some stuff. I'm like, what y'all need money for? What y'all little niggas need money for? You know what I'm saying? He'd be like, we want to make some money. We want to try to make some money. I said, okay, I know what you guys can do. This is what I did. I said, you guys can get a box of candy. Y'all can go to Smart and Final, or you guys can go to the grocery store and get a box of candy. And you can buy a box of candy and you can sell the candy and you guys can double your money. It's like, well, what you mean? I said,
hey, man, that's how you know he's from the trenches, man. He taught them how to do their first little double up, man, with the candy, bro. And if you're really from the hood, man, y'all know them days, bro. We all done sold candy, bro. Even them 25-cent bags of chips, the little hot Cheetos and the Fritos and all of that. Yeah, that's dope, man.
hey, I'm gonna start y'all off with this. So I got him a box of candy. I don't know if I got it from Smart and Final somewhere back then. It was a long time ago. So I bought him a box of candy, and I was showing them then, this is how you double money. This is how you make money. This is how you can be your own person, entrepreneur, or whatever you want to call it, your own little business. So they would get the boxes of candies, and once I put them up on game, and they would go over there to the mobile gas station on Manchester and Western. I never forget that. Manchester and Western, the gas station, the first one they started off with. And then they would go from that gas station, sometime they would go down there and they would sell it in front of Louisiana Chicken on Manchester and Normandy.
Oh, they was hustling.
But mainly they would go to the gas station. And like I said, they was little at this time. And so when they first got their first batch of making money, it was no turning back. It was no turning back from that. Now it's bugging me every day. Dad, can we go back to the gas station to sell some candy, make some money? And you know, Daryl was always the one who always wanted to go, no matter what. It was like, bro, this is my job now. I'm going back to the gas station to sell me some candy, get some money. You know, what do you want to do with all this money? I don't know. He's just a kid. You ain't got no responsibilities. But he what I'm saying is he always had that drive, bro, to make money. When he say he jumped off the porch, he's not lying. He jumped up the porch.
Hey, what's so cold is, bro, if you really look at his pops, man, you can super see the resemblance in the eyes and all that, bro. Ralphie looked like him too, bro.
Age, because to me, that was my official view of him jumping off the porch. You know what I'm saying? Now I want to start making my own money at that little age. Like, what are you finna do with this money? They buy their little stuff, whatever they wanted, more candy or whatever they was buying back then, what kids buy or whatever, man, when they get their money. And, you know, Devontae kind of really didn't, because he was littler, he didn't really want to do it sometimes, but Daryl wanted to sell the candy all the time.
Awesome. And
so, like, even when we went to, you know, like the memorial things that Ralphie be doing on December 18th, when we seen the kid out there selling candy, and I told the kid, I said, look, man, that's exactly the same thing. They started off just like you. And I said, now look at Ralphie. I said, now look at them. He in there. It went from selling that candy at that little young age to now he's selling what he calls his product. He's selling his T-shirts. He's selling his bobbleheads. He's selling his just whatever they sell. You know, the Stink Team sell.
So you showed him what? I showed him that game, that same candy game right there. I showed him that game right there. That's where it started. All that merch he's selling in there is the same as this young man right here selling that candy. So he already got the game down pat.
Hey, you know what's so fly about Draco's dad that I'm gonna just point out? You know what I'm saying is he ain't a clout chaser. You understand what I'm saying? And I know y'all know what I mean. Like a lot of these dudes, when they pass away, they dad be the first, or anything. Like even like Blueface's dad, if they go to jail, they daddy the first person popping up out of nowhere, showing his ultra support. Like they never talked about you. So what's crazy about Draco's dad is like he done clearly reserved his wanting to speak on camera for this long that he ain't necessarily looking for no clout or nothing. He just, you know, telling his memories of his father. I respect that, bro. That's dope. I respect that, bro. He just ain't no clout chasing dad looking to gain some fame off of his son's name, bro. That's dope to me.
Right now, yes, we gonna see him 10 years from now on one of them stages doing the same thing. Because you know why? It's right here in your heart. You already got the game down pat right now. Yes. This
they, dope, you know, people probably be now. They ever see this interview, they gonna be like, "Wait, I bought candy for the little kids when they was little." Mm-hmm. Yeah, I knew that boy face from somewhere, but yeah, that was him. If they wasn't near, they was at Louisiana Chicken, like I said, on Manchester, Vermont. No, sorry, Manchester, Normandy, or they would be in Harbor City. They would, because even when they stayed with me in Harbor City, they would sell a candy at the Mobile. That one was on PCH. That one was on PCH, and I believe Vermont, in Harbor City. They would sell at that gas station over there too. Candy at that one right there. Same thing used to bug me all the time. We're gonna go to the gas station and sell some candy. I'm like, okay. But you know, it molded them to know how to make money and how to flip money from a young age. And as they got older, they never forgot that. Yeah, they might have went in left field every now and then with some other stuff. But at the end of the day, the basic foundation is them little starting off selling the candy, and it turned into them being, you know, successful. I put it as being successful because they never forgot that.
Right.
How to take something and double it and make money. You know what I'm saying? However they double it and whatever they take, they knew how to take something and double and make money. And yeah, Daryl was he's a born leader. He was a born leader. I had like a little studio, almost kind of like the same setup I got here.
All right, so like I said, man, we're not gonna play this full video. And just so y'all know, this is an hour and 30-minute long interview that Go Home Roger did with Draco's dad, bro. Was jam-packed, full of fly stories, bro. And my primary reason for even making this reaction video is to really just draw more attention on the original video. So I want y'all to subscribe to Go Home Roger. Let's get him to 5,000 subscribers. This is ultra rare. This is ultra rare, man. But as y'all was able to hear, bro, Draco's dad let us know that he's always been a hustler, him and Ralphie, since a kid. They was out there selling candy, Snickers, or whatever, you know what I'm saying, the case may be. But he also gave us a glimpse that Draco has been this way. He had this mentality to just obtain and maintain since a youngin', bro. Ever since he touched his first little chili bean. You understand what I mean, man? And if y'all look at Papa Draco, that's what we call him right now, you can see the uncanny resemblance to him. You smell me and Ralphie and their sister Ivory and Draco, bro. So, you know, this is a dope interview. Shout out to Hood War Stories. He just did a video about Kels from the Stink Team. I might want to go check that out too. I know I already did a reaction video about Kels on Respectable Rants video, but Hood War Stories did a good job on his too. It was more extensive, so y'all might want to go check that thing out. Again, subscribe to Go Home Roger. He will be pinned to the comment section. This is a supreme, rare, dope-ass interview, bro. And I just want him to get all the views he can get off of it, bro. You know what I'm saying? Real, recognize real. Shout out to Ralphie. I reached out to Ralphie about 2 weeks ago. I'm like, bro, you need to get an interview in next time I'm in LA. And he agreed to it. So y'all should be looking forward to that. I ain't on none of that police stuff. We're not asking no fed questions, bro. This is when I do interviews with the artists that I want to do interviews with, we not going the police fed route, bro. This is a genuine hip hop conversation for fans who are fans of these people that I'm interviewing, and they like some Nardwuar type stuff. We asking questions that people I ain't never heard the answers to when it comes down to certain artists, rather than they beef and stuff. We ain't giving a damn about all that. But let me stop being long-winded. I appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. Y'all already know who it is, man. I'm host Chris McLean, Clip at Clip World TV, man. We gonna sit up there, stay down until we come up together, man. Like I always tell y'all, I just dropped a video about how to get successful on YouTube and how to run a successful YouTube channel. It is uploaded on Cliff World Reloaded. Go check that out, y'all. Make sure y'all follow me on Instagram at Cliff World TV1. You dig me? I always follow my people's back. And again, I did drop that how to be successful YouTube video on Cliff World Reloaded, bro. I specifically dropped it over there because we need motion over there too, bro. But hey, man, I'm gone, y'all. Stay blessed. Hey,
I'm pimping like I'm done. I'ma stop at the store, sell me an onion. Go and get some backwoods in the back of Funyuns. Let a nigga play me sweetie, he gon' meet the honey bun. I ain't ride with it unless he got 100-round drum. Hit that nigga with the Drake, he go ba-da-ba-dum-bum. Hit it with the daddy stroke, I got the little baby sprung. Gotta keep that thing on you coming from where I'm from. Gotta keep that thing on you when you coming from the bird. I been jugging and finessing, got that boy and got that girl. She been moving up the ladder cause the pimpin' in the word. They be shooting around here daily, why the fuck you acting scared? Hey, y'all got a scope, it'll knock down the bear. Got a new BBL, make a nigga stop and stare. Sending packs in the mail, use the next day air. I send the bitch too, I put it in the air. Yeah, feeling like rich, homie, I'm the man of the year. Walked in with 2 cups, I'm the man of the year. I ain't playing with these niggas, giving instructions to my bitch. I be pimping on my hoes, I'm the man of the year. I'm feeling like Equal Dollar, I'm the man of the year. We gon' get the finish clear, I'm the man of the year. I'm the man of the year, I'm the man of the year. I'm the man of the eye.
I asked him, I said, what happened? He said, oh, man, it was a hit, man. It was a hit on Drakeo. That's what he told me.
All right, y'all. So here we are. We have Drakeo the Ruler's father, right? Saying that he was pretty much set up, backdoored. He called it a hit. Now, the reason why I think this is important, because when this first happened back in 2021, everybody thought we was crazy because we said something don't sound right. It sounded like he was set up, basically. And everyone would say, oh, no, a certain artist was there. Well, we're just going to say YG because everybody already know at this point. But a certain artist was there, and you know that they had some type of tensions between their hoods. You know how it get, and that's what happened, right? Of course, that's a narrative that everybody want to go with because that's the typical agenda. When you hear somebody has problems with each other, they cross paths. Next thing you know, something happens, and then boom, everything's swept under the rug. But there was a couple red flags and things that transpired that we were told that just simply didn't make sense. And lo and behold, as years went on, we're now in 2025, and we're starting to see a lot of truth come to light. Now, if y'all remember Loose Cannon, who was friends with Big U, he had came out and basically switched on Big U. Now, everything that he knows about concerning Big U or any dirt that they have with each other, he basically have been exposing it. And he went on the lines of saying that Big U is allegedly behind the passing of Drakeo the Ruler. Now, keep in mind, this is all alleged. We don't know if it's true. Loose Cannon could just be, bitter and blaming things on Big U and making him look bad and trying to tarnish his character because they had odds with each other. But something doesn't make sense. And when he called out Big U for being behind what happened, I'm not going to lie, some things kind of added up, but I'm going to leave it up to y'all to check that out for yourself. If y'all want, y'all go on YouTube and just search Loose Cannon as he speaks on Big U, allegedly being behind the passing of Drakeo the Ruler. Now, also, it just came out recently that they're talking about pinning a body on Big U as well, where everybody's thinking that it's Nipsey Hussle, because we also heard that he may have allegedly been behind Nipsey Hussle's demise. But what I told everybody before, if Loose Cannon came out and said what he said about him being behind the unaliving of not just Nipsey Hussle, but also Drakeo the Ruler, it can go either way, right? So I guess we just have to wait and see. But like I said, let's get into what Drakeo the Ruler's father has to say, opposed to everything that's going on. He feels it was a hit, so we're not just crazy or conspiracy theorists neither. So y'all jump in the comments, let me know what y'all think about all this. Hit that thumbs up button before we get into this so we can get this video into the algorithm. And if you're not subscribed to the platform already, make sure you do so now. Let's get into it.
I asked him, I said, what happened? He said, oh, man, it was a hit, man. It was a hit on Drakeo. That's what he told me. And he said it real fast and kind of got off the phone. It was a hit. He said it was a hit on him. I called him and asked him tried to ask him, like, what happened? Like, man, what happened that night? And he was just like, man, it was a hit, man. Shit on him, man. They executed him or something. He said like that. Yeah.
It was crazy because he talk. If y'all don't know Drakeo the Ruler, he talks just like this. He was like soft spoken, very like undertone-ish, monotone-ish, like very laid back. And this is his father. As you can see, this is exactly where he get it from. It's kind of crazy.
But bro, that's crazy, man. Responsible parties, all the responsible parties, I want y'all to know. As being a triple OG, I'm not no OG, I'm the triple OG, okay? And that means a lot, because that means I lived a long time and I've seen a lot. And I'm 62, and I would not take no years away from my life, the stuff that I've seen, because you're who you are today. So I learned a lot. And my message is, you're not going to be able to escape your faith. You could duck and dodge, but it's going to be right there. Like a mirror. For sure.
They say what you do in the dark shall always come to light. I don't care if it's tomorrow. I don't care if it's a week, months, years. You can't hide karma. You can't run from karma. It's going to come. It may not come right now. It may not come. You may think you got away with something, but trust me, it's going to come.
Your past makes you who you are today.
So pretty much, like I said, there's his own father saying that somebody close to the situation called him and let him know that it was a hit, right? It wasn't a coincidence. It wasn't a random fight. This was a hit. He described it as being an execution on Drakeo the Ruler. And we did a couple videos on this. We went live talking about this. Like I said, everybody thought we was crazy. But when things don't make sense, you know, it kind of forces your hand to believe certain things. Now, also keep in mind that during this whole ordeal, when they claimed the fight happened at LA Fest backstage, for one, like we pointed out before, where was security? How were they able to fight as long as they did and have somebody pull out a knife and stab this man in the neck? Right? Where was security? Two, why was he in the midst of that fighting, front line, front center? He's there with whatever guys he's there with. Why is he front center fighting like that and he's the bad? Right? It's almost like the King Von situation. How was he able to do what he did when he had friends around him and he's the bad? Why would somebody wake him up to go fight? Right? So that's the stuff that didn't make sense. Not to mention, you got to keep in mind, Drakeo the Ruler was the only person stabbed that night. It doesn't make sense. Out of everybody that was there, he was the only person that was stabbed. And plus, he was scheduled to perform. If I'm not mistaken, the person who they claim has something to do with it, he wasn't scheduled to perform. So why was he there? Seemed like a setup the whole time, man. Something just don't make sense. I just don't know, man. Y'all jump in the comments. Let me know what y'all think about this. This is Drakeo the Ruler's father pretty much confirming that it was a setup, and he knows for a fact because somebody told him that it was. Y'all let me know what y'all think about this. Don't forget to like, comment, share, and subscribe. Hit that bell so you're notified every time we drop new content. And remember, as long as you keep on watching, I'm going to keep on dropping. I'm out.
I said, listen, I know where it is that did Drakeo like that. Where you at? You're going to see him on FaceTime with Draco the Ruler the day before he died. And me, because I put him on the phone with Draco the Ruler, and then he'd pull up. So, we about to expose Big Useless, Big Uterus, and we're going to expose Ralphie the Plug at the same time.
For y'all that don't know who that is, Ralphie the Plug is Draco the Ruler's brother, blood brother.
So, remember, Big U keep telling everybody he never had an iPhone, right? You're going to see him on FaceTime with Draco the Ruler the day before he died. And me, because I put him on the phone with Draco the Ruler, and then he'd pull up. You get what I'm saying? You're going to see all of this.
Now, this is Draco the Ruler giving him the phone in which he just got through with a conversation talking with Big U, right? And he's on the iPhone. This is a day before he was stabbed in the neck at the festival.
And then you're going to see raw footage of how it played out. And Draco is telling me he didn't trust Ralphie. Ralphie, he didn't feel comfortable with him. And he was asking me to go to the show with him, but I had prior engagements. So at the end of the day, it's like this, right? You got a scumbag, everybody be talking, acting like he just this big macho person and stuff like that, but he's not like that. Sugar plum, McDonald's parfait, mayonnaise, ketchup, mustard, you all of that soft condiments. Don't be acting like you tough because you're not. I hear the little stuff that you be saying and going on and stuff like that. When are you going to address certain things? But look, we ain't going to warm up to it after that clip is over. And after I get my hard drives back and the thing is over, I'm putting out the FaceTime video, right? But you did say you never had an iPhone. Remember you said that? Oh, people, we about to expose it, right? You know, today it's his birthday. And I like to save things for special occasions. So, sweetie, here we go. Ralphie, listen, you was pathetic. You let the bag go. Where's your career at now? You told me when I said, let's get out and go do something or whatever, you said you had a career and you didn't want to do anything. Don't make me pull the footage. Yeah, I'm putting the footage where you thought you was Karate Kid and you didn't do nothing, sweetheart. Draco is full-fledged up in the front, you in the back. You took off running first, sweetie. You a marshmallow. You is the total opposite of Draco. You is the real meaning of light-skinned. This is what we talk about. You have to have some type of color in your melon. You is a full-fledged buster. Sweetie, it's time for you to get exposed. Whoever's listening to you, they should be ashamed. He let his own brother go. Brother had a son. But I'm about to give y'all exclusive content. This is real, nothing fake. Big Useless asking Draco police questions. We talking about a case and stuff like that and just chatting. He trying to send him back to jail.
Mm.
This is not me saying it. Y'all about to hear it. He's asking, how did you get away with that one? Start scratching his head like.
I'm not gonna lie. When y'all see the video he's talking about, it is questionable for a person to ask something like that, especially in a public setting. Like, if you really genuinely wanted to know how he beat that case, I feel you should have asked him in private, right? The cameras is rolling, and you also have people that you don't know who's who around asking this man how he beat a body, right? That's out of pocket, but I don't know.
I got some new information. You get what I'm saying? This is raw, authentic, nothing fake. I love Drakeo to death, and I ain't gonna let nobody exploit his name. Facts. So, sweetie, here we go.
Draco's dad shares the story of how it all started. Drakeo was 11, Ralphie was 9, and their first hustle, selling candy.
He's always had that smile when he was little. His face literally did not change, bro. He still looked the same. Like, you know, for me, my being a dad, visualizing his face, that's exactly his face when I see these pictures of him smiling as a little boy. And he had that same character. Always had the leading type of role spirit. That's how he was. He was a leader. When he was a grown man, what y'all see is the same thing he was when he was little, to make, if that makes sense. Daryl was about 11, Devontae was about like 9. You know, they used to always say, Dad, we want to make some money. How can we make some money? What can we do to make some money? We want to buy some stuff. I'm like, what y'all need money for? What y'all little niggas need money for? You know what I'm saying? I said, okay, I know what you guys can do. This is what I did. I said, you guys can get a box of candy. Y'all can go to Smart and Final, or you guys can go to the grocery store and get a box of candy. And you can buy a box of candy and you could sell the candy and you guys can double your money. So I got them a box of candy. And like I said, they was little at this time. And so when they first got their first batch of making money, there was no turning back. There was no turning back from that. Now it's bugging me every day. Dad, can we go back to the gas station to sell some candy, make some money? Daryl was always the one who always wanted to go, no matter what. It was like, bro, this is my job now. I'm going back to the gas station to sell me some candy, get some money. You know, what do you want to do with all this money? I don't know. He's just a kid. You ain't got no responsibilities. But what I'm saying is he always had that drive, bro, to make money. When he say he jumped off the porch, he's not lying. He jumped up the porch at an early age, because to me, that was my official view of him jumping off the porch. At that little age, like, what are you finna do with this money? They buy their little stuff, whatever they wanted, more candy or whatever they was buying. Back then, what kids buy or whatever, man, they get their money. And, you know, Devontae kind of really didn't, because he was littler, he didn't really want to do it sometimes, but Daryl wanted to sell the candy all the time.
Jones was at work. He did some hating shit. I personally think it was a setup. And I think a lot more people that was there at that event, including the big names, they already knew that was going to happen. Straight up. They playing that game like, oh man, we was all in the dressing room. We was back here. Stop lying. All y'all knew that was going to happen, because they was already telling people, hey man, come back here right now. I got word, they was telling people, hey man, come back. It ain't cool right now. Just go inside. I got word, they was saying that from certain people and names and people that was telling me that was there. It ain't cool right now. Go in the back. And they're like, well, what you mean? And then they seen other people go into the back and leave and go and say, well, they knew that what was going on. I ain't speaking on no names, but these people, they all knew that was going to happen. That was all orchestrated. Now, organize it. What that was. That was organize it. But at the end of the day, nobody's going to have to take retaliation and do nothing. They all on Ralphie's head like, man, why you ain't doing nothing? There's just some more demons trying to get him back locked up or get him took off the street. Yeah, Ralphie ain't got to do nothing. You know who's going to do something? Their faith. Their faith, when it catches up with them, you gotta remember, The same way that hit his family and hit his people is the same way it's going to hit them. It might even be to the point where the person is responsible for the actual stabbing. Soon as your son get a certain age, and he's your favorite son, he reminds you so much of you. Like Daryl remind me so much of him. Daryl's the same exact birthday as me. He Daryl Wayne Caldwell Jr. That's Draco. He got the same birthday as me and everything. So soon as you have one son that you love so much, and that's the one to remind you that's your favorite son, somebody gonna do him the same way. That's how that works. So ain't nobody gotta do nothing. I don't waste my energy with that. I was very angry for 2 years, like I said, but I ain't finna waste no energy on that because fate is gonna take its course. I believe that.
See with Draco and people saying, yeah, man, all these dudes is biting Draco style and using his style. Like I said, by me being a dad, I don't look at it like that, and I don't see it like that at all. I see it like they giving him props by using his style. And I see that his style is going to continue to be popular and continue to be a trend for a long time, as long as people keep using it, because of course he's resting in peace right now. So I just wanted to put that out there. Y'all need to quit talking about, oh, man, they biting Draco style, man. They stealing his style, man. Them is Draco kids. No. It's flattering for the artist that came up with that concept and that style for other people to use it. That's just the way it go. Everybody in this world learns from somebody else. Kids learn from their parents. They mimic their parents. You know what I'm saying? So that's just the way life is. That's just the way the game go, man. You know what I'm saying?
Well, a man is reported after being stabbed at a concert in Exposition Park last night.
Rapper Drakeo the Ruler was after a stabbing that happened backstage last night.
You see here a lineup of icons, up-and-coming entertainers such as Drakeo the Ruler. These people didn't have protection.
September 6, 2021. An already serious feud would encounter an event raising the stakes for one particular person involved. Daryl Caldwell, referred to by many as the King of LA, Drakeo the Ruler. It was the day he released a song by the name of Ingle Weird. The song was intended to disrespect his rivals, and in turn, the city of Inglewood became collateral damage, being the center where his rivals call home. One of the main ones were the Inglewood Family Gangster Blood Gang, aka IFGB. Drakeo the Ruler was known to show no fear, and in his pursuit to disrespect his long-standing rivals, he crossed the line. That would be his undoing, or so it seemed at first. Drakeo the Ruler continued with the growth of his music career, while at the same time dousing his fuse with gasoline, always taunting his rivals.
Ain't getting no money from their music. Stop comparing me to that broke and scary and want to break it down when I see him.
Drakeo was playing a risky game and wasn't hesitant to speak against anyone who was a member of or affiliated with the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods. This included a fellow LA rapper that would become speculated of being the one who orchestrated the incident that took Draco's life. The rapper's name is YG, and he's known to have ties to the Inglewood Family Gangster Bloods. Drakeo and YG have been locked in a back and forth online addressing their distaste for each other publicly. Drakeo would make several posts calling out the rapper being envious and not supporting him being right from his city, but supporting others outside of where they're from. YG would seemingly respond via an interview on the urban podcast No Jumper, stating that he's not about rap beef, but will instead assemble his gang to come get you.
All that rap beef and all that shit, we not rap beefing, we really beefing.
Drakeo the Ruler was making enemies, and ones that took his actions and words personally. In fact, the response to his song and antics was one of anger and lack of amusement by the city of Inglewood. The confident bravado and untouchable energy became his downfall. Approximately 3 months after his diss track, Draco the Ruler's life would draw its last breaths. December 18th, 2021, Draco the Ruler got up with a sense of fulfillment. His career was entering new chapters, and on the coming night, it would write his name into another milestone, performing at the Once Upon a Time LA concert at Bank of California Stadium. He was ordered to perform where big names like the host, Snoop Dogg, 50 Cent, 3-6 Mafia, and YG, among other major label artists. The hours quickly ticked by. Draco the Ruler was ready for the night soon approaching. The sun set, and the moon shone down on the venue that showed a turnout of patrons flooding the area, ready to see their favorite artist. Draco the Ruler's affiliates, known as the Stink Team, was all together getting ready to head out and have a good time showing support for Draco. Between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m., Draco was on his way to the venue. With him was his brother, Ralphie the Plug, and members of the Stink Team. The plan was to go to the festival, collect the money, perform and give the crowd an amazing show, then be out to enjoy the remainder of the night.
And we just got paid to come, and we didn't know who was gonna be there, none of that. We just got paid to come.
Right.
Draco got his money. He was gonna do his show if it was just two of us. Like, you know what I'm saying? He was gonna go.
As soon as they arrived at the venue, it was apparent that wasn't how the night was about to turn out. At 8:30 p.m., Draco the Ruler and his entourage arrived. That was when things went south, and very quickly at that. It took 2 minutes for an all-out brawl to occur between Draco and his team and rivals that were set and waiting.
We got there at 8:30. It was cracking at 8:32, like type. Like,
Wow.
yeah, that's type. Yeah.
Upon entering the parking lot area, it appears that a security guard gave a signal to the others around. Then what transpired was what he described as a gang of assailants eyeing into their vehicle with intent. Put more detailed, in that moment, surrounded by more rivals than they could handle, it felt like being on the yard of a maximum security section in a prison. Suddenly, what appeared to be a fun night to perform and secure another financial win turned into a fight or fight moment for Draco the Ruler. His decision, as described by his affiliate in the vehicle, decided his fate that night. Within those 2 minutes, Draco had a choice to make. Either get out of the vehicle and face what awaits him with the mob, or retreat and be labeled a coward who doesn't uphold the life he often promotes, the gang life. Draco the Ruler is prideful of who he claims to be, and that became his downfall. His affiliates recalled the entourage awaiting his response, and the alleged answer drew inspiration from his song, Gorillas and Nuns, off his So Cold I Do 'Em Too project. Roll the window up. If it's smoke, we want all of it. The situation from their point of view looked like a trap that was set up, and the one they pointed the finger at was the rapper, YG. It happened almost instantly. Draco the Ruler and his Stink Team was outnumbered by their rivals of 70 to 100 strong, and slowly losing the fight. His team was being pushed back as punches sent one of his affiliates flying to the floor. Draco the Ruler, however, like the true leader he is, stood at the forefront of the attack as they were swarmed more and more. That's when the critical blow appeared to be struck. Camera footage shows one of the opposing members throw what looks like a jab at Draco the Ruler, but instead of blocking, he throws his hands up and pulls back as if dodging was the only option. The rival's hand is plunged into Draco's neck, stabbing him with the sharp object that was in his hand. Still, Draco doesn't go down. He instead begins to step back while holding strong. His team retreats, exiting through the backstage gate, unfortunately leaving an injured Draco to be captured by dozens of rivals plotting on his life. You can hear what sounds like he has a knife while they retreated from the mob. His brother, Ralphie the Plug, realizes his brother is not with them and returns into the melee to have his brother's back. Meanwhile, rivals storm the gate and were able to get a hold of one more Stink Team member, pulling him in, dragging the clothes from his back, and swarming around him with a beating. It was only after everything happened that his crew realized Draco was bleeding from the neck. Apparently, Draco kept it concealed until the fight was over and the ambulance arrived.
Saying what's going on? We didn't even know Draco was stabbed until the ambulance told us. He the only one that knew. That's why he backed up with the cameraman before everybody.
Seems like he was focused on his team and not himself. But did his team have his back as much as he had theirs? That would be a question Draco would never get the answer to, as he began losing consciousness, with his condition declining quickly. Footage would surface of paramedics surrounding what appears to be an unconscious Draco, as blood leaks from his neck, smudging his face, trying to give him CPR to bring him back to life. Out of respect for his family and friends, we won't show the video. The festival turned into a mass panic, with patrons scattered, needing police on the scene to contain the area and stop any retaliation.
LAPD and CHP responded in big numbers, eventually escorting fans out of Exposition Park when organizers ended the show early.
The concert was shut down just after 10 p.m., with detectives on the scene conducting investigations. The news reports soon began flooding the media, informing the world of the tragedy that struck, stating one person was taken to the hospital in critical condition, later confirming it to be Draco the Ruler. And then the news was confirmed that Draco the Ruler succumbed to his injuries shortly after midnight, December 19th, despite the paramedics and doctors' best efforts. Artists like the concert organizer, Snoop Dogg, and others like Drake paid their respects online. Investigators began working the case, but information already began circulating of who may have been responsible. Draco's affiliate, K7 the Finesser, said it was all a setup by Draco's rival, YG, because he was jealous of Draco taking his spot in the limelight.
Because Draco actually tried to with the Bloods at first when he first got out of jail. My niggas weird. Niggas is hating, bro.
K7 the Finesser went on to give more details, stating that everything was cool at the concert until YG and his affiliates came.
On 30 Crib, when we first came in, you know, we was there, certain niggas was there early, so it was cool. Like, it wasn't no tension. Like, but YG and them wasn't there because they performed later, fool. So, you know what I'm saying? The nigga came in, as soon as he came, it went bad, basically. Like, niggas know what they was doing, bro. It was a whole setup, nigga. We got, bro, it was a setup.
He also insinuated that the security personnel was also in on the setup, as they limited the amount of persons that Draco's team could have, but allowed YG to enter with upwards to 100 affiliates, and then snuck weapons in, arming them as well. K7 the Finesser made it known that YG was banned from performing in LA due to his alleged underhanded assassination of Draco the Ruler.
YG can't perform in LA no more, bro.
The allegations were huge, and while some questioned the authenticity of his claims, others were quick to point out supporting details to what K7 said, which were noticed within the video of the fight that resulted in Draco being stabbed. YG launched a clothing brand and record label named 400, where he incorporated the style of the gangster life he grew up in.
I did it all when I was young. I skateboarded, you know what I'm saying, involved in the gang cultures.
The same brand was seen worn by an affiliate around the scuffle, seemingly confirming YG's entourage was involved in the altercation. Later in the fight, Stink Team members can be heard shouting F400, F400. In addition to this, the affiliates from earlier who detailed what happened also allegedly stated that the assailants emerged mostly in red, with ski masks, shouting whoop and su-whoop, a term associated with blood gangs and often the lingo used by YG, who is a devoted blood member.
Just if you that type, if you su-whoop, and that's coming across the period, across the globe. We change our C words to B's. It ain't no disrespect. You feel me? And the Crips change all they B's to C's.
Give me an example of a couple words you change.
Bigging it, like if people say I'm kicking it, we say I'm baking it. They say it was cracking, we say it was bragging.
He would embrace the mantra so much, he released a song by the same title expressing his gang lifestyle. Suddenly, K7 the Finesser's details on what happened started to gain credibility. To date, the case is yet to be officially solved, but expanding into lawsuits by Drakeo's family against Live Nation and several festival promoters for lack of adequate security, resulting in his wrongful demise.
The family of rapper Drakeo the Ruler is about to file lawsuits against Live Nation and several promoters behind a concert where the artist was stabbed. The rapper, whose real name is Daryl Caldwell, died December 18th while backstage at the Once Upon a Time in LA festival at the Bank of California Stadium and Exposition Park.
The video that we just saw is the prime example, and this is a case of pure negligence. Negligence at its finest. We only saw a minute in this video, but we know that the melee, the altercation, the 50 to 60 people on one individual lasted longer than that.
Drakeo was on his way to the top. He was acquitted of several serious charges in 2019 and released in 2020. He beat life in prison and came out gaining a feature from one of hip-hop's largest artists, Drake. All that's left are the memories while he was here, and the catalog that shows the talent which was ended far too soon. His legacy will live on, but it's his loved ones and team who's left with the pain and guilt of not being able to save his life as he stood in the front of the battle, protecting everyone. R.I.P. Drakeo the Ruler.
Welcome back to another episode of Swamp Stories. For this video, we cover a story that will probably blow your mind. It's the tale of a man who struck it rich out of the mud and managed to throw it all away in the strangest way possible. Trust me, this one is good. But before we get into it, let me run the intro. Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, a city that no one thinks of unless we're talking about cheesesteaks or football. All we know is that it's freezing cold, the people are extremely rude, and the sports teams always come up short. But in all seriousness, Philly's biggest problem is the out-of-control crime. Most American cities are bad in one category, but Philly sits near the bottom in every single one.
10 carjackings in just over 24 hours across the city.
Tonight, Philadelphia has set a new grim record for homicides in a single year. There have now been 501 homicides in the city.
3 days, at least 8 businesses hit, and police, they are on the hunt for the person responsible.
Large, unruly crowds took over this intersection right here behind me very early this morning. Those same crowds also quickly swarmed police who were on scene.
Yes, Philadelphia is a wild, wild place and has been for a long time. It's exponentially worse than New York City in every single category, but for whatever reason gets none of the attention. However, that ends today, as you'll be able to see the nonsense that takes place in the streets of Philly. So let's dive right in. The story begins in the trenches of North Philadelphia, specifically 75th Avenue. This is where a man named Barry Reese, also known as Cassidy, was born and raised. Cassidy grew up extremely rough and used rapping as his way to make it out of the hood. In the early 2000s, he performed at rap battles all over the East Coast until he was noticed by a young producer named Swiss Beats. Swiss saw potential in Cassidy and decided to sign him to a 3-album deal in 2002. Right off the bat, his career was a success with hit songs like Hotel and Get No Better. He was already performing at award shows, and his debut album went gold in 2004. Cassidy was the man, but behind closed doors was living a street life in North Philadelphia. In a place like North Philly, a famous rapper could not operate alone. So in order to protect himself, Cassidy always rolled with a young goon that he grew up with. This would be one of his childhood best friends named Abdul West. Abdul was raised in a good 2-parent home that ate together, prayed together 5 times a day, and always made sure his homework was done. Because of this, Abdul was a good student and actually graduated high school at 16 with a trade in plumbing. Despite being on a good path, Abdul had a strange love for the streets that always caught his attention. Although home life was good, North Philly was always hectic and Abdul wanted to be a part of it. So when his homie Cassidy's career blew up, he volunteered to be his street enforcer. So in the streets of Philly, Cassidy was at the helm, and by his side was Abdul, his brother Leek Moss, and another friend named Pretty Flock. Together, they were the guys in Philly. They had all the money, and of course, they had all of the girls as well. But with this kind of fame came a whole lot of envy. Many people they grew up with were jealous and were looking for any reason to try them. And that takes us to April 15th, 2005. It's a huge day for Cassidy as he's releasing his highly anticipated song, I'm a Hustler. So of course he's in great spirits until he receives an alarming phone call from Abdul. Abdul tells him that Pretty Flock was jumped by a group of guys they grew up with. The story goes that they caught him out doing errands and they jumped him for absolutely zero reason. So directly after, Flock called Abdul and told him to pull up ASAP. From there, Abdul hopped in his car and called Cassidy to let him know that he might need to bail him out of jail. So Abdul drove to Pretty Flock, picked him up, and they went around looking for the group of guys. The story goes that Abdul caught one of the guys outside of Rite Aid and put his paws on him. From all accounts, Abdul handled him like Tyron Woodley or John Jones. And just like that, there was a potential beef stewing in the streets of Philly. But the guys who started this quickly came to a realization. Do we really want to beef with Abdul West? Shh, probably not. So in order to prevent a beef, one of the guys calls Abdul and sees if they can make peace. At 6 p.m., a man named Desmond Hawkins calls Abdul's phone. He apologizes for what happened to Pretty Flock and he asks him if they can be cool. Abdul tells him to swing by Cassidy's house at 9 p.m. so they can talk it out. Desmond agrees and that's the plans for the night. So you're probably thinking, wow, Abdul is so mature and level-headed, but you'll see. Abdul drives to his house, grabs a blower, and heads over to Cassidy's. When he arrives, he gives him a rundown of the situation, and Cassidy thinks it's a good idea. But then Abdul tells him that he stashed a blower in the bushes next to his house, and that makes him skeptical. If they're coming over to make peace, why are you putting a blower in the bushes? It doesn't make any sense. But Abdul isn't the kind of guy you question, so Cassidy just leaves it alone. 9:30 p.m. Desmond Hawkins and his two friends arrive at Cassidy's house looking to make peace. When they arrive, Desmond honks his horn and Abdul walks outside. He walks up to Desmond's driver's side window and they begin having a conversation. Somehow it turns into an argument and Abdul walks over to the bushes. From there, he grabs his piece and allegedly makes a terrible decision. Abdul and Cassidy instantly vacate the area and decide to go out of town. Sadly, Desmond didn't deserve this in a million years, but this was Philadelphia's introduction to Abdul West. Abdul ruined a potentially great day for Cassidy as I'm a Hustler was major on the charts. So at the height of his career, Cassidy was paranoid about the event that happened right outside of his house. He knew that even Philadelphia police would eventually figure it out and that it was a matter of time. That time would come, June 17, 2005. Philadelphia police announced that Cassidy and Abdul West are both wanted for the passing of Desmond Hawkins. This shocked the hip-hop world as Cassidy was becoming a major artist. He smartly turned himself in the same day and instantly his life came crashing down. The superstar rapper at the height of his career was now facing 25 to life. While on the other hand, Abdul would go on the run but would eventually be found 2 weeks later in Ohio. Now we talk about the court cases, which are actually pretty interesting. This is because Cassidy and Abdul took two completely different routes on fighting them. The men in the car with Desmond told police that they didn't see Cassidy, but instead saw Abdul do it. And the only reason Cassidy was arrested is because it happened in front of his house, so police thought that he called the shot. The prosecutors had a weak case against Cassidy, so he could have easily taken it to trial and beaten it in the end. However, trials can take years and Cassidy was eager to get back to his career, so he ended up pleading to involuntary manslaughter and taking an 11-month sentence. How this qualifies as involuntary manslaughter is beyond me, but he figured that it was his best option. This way, his music career was guaranteed to return in under a year. On the other hand, Abdul decided to take his case to trial and test his luck. This was extremely risky, especially as there was 2 eyewitnesses, but Abdul knew something that the rest of the world didn't, and that would be that the 2 eyewitnesses would not testify in his trial. That's how feared he was in the streets. No one would dare testify against him in court. And because of this, he was able to beat his trial in 2007 and be released with 0 charges. So now Cassidy was a convicted felon and Abdul had no record. Of course, this isn't fair, but it also goes to show that you need to be careful who you hang around. It can ruin your career or possibly even end your life. Cassidy was lucky that it was only a year, but it still had some serious consequences. When Cassidy got home in 2006, his buzz just simply wasn't what it used to be. However, he still had a decent following and one album left with Swiss Beats. So on November 6, 2007, his final album under Swiss was released and it didn't do quite as well as expected. Because of this, he and Swiss went their separate ways and he started his own label called The Larceny Family in 2008. He funded it himself and of course made himself the main artist. But if you have a label, you probably need more than just yourself. Well, coincidentally, the start of Larceny Family was the same time that Ab came home. So Cassidy convinced him to become a rapper and to sign to his label. He promised him that he'd make him a star and that together they'd get to the millions. So Abdul agreed and signed on the dotted lines. His rap name would be AR Ab and the Larceny Family was off to the races. Or not. Cassidy underestimated the cost of starting a label and jump-starting a new career. And as a result, he prioritized his own career and AR Ab was kicked to the curb. During this process, Ab began getting frustrated and finally decided to go his separate ways. He felt like Cassidy got his hopes up for no reason and was wasting his time. Because of this, their relationship went sour and the former best friends were now at odds. Beef with Abdul was the last thing that Cassidy needed in his life. But thankfully, by this time, he had already moved out of Philly. He was living in New York, focused on getting his career back to the mainstream stage. On the other hand, Ab now had a major chip on his shoulder and wanted to prove to Cassidy that he could make it himself. He now understood that running a career took a lot of money, and that became his main focus. He used to be the bully tough guy, but now he was only focused on stacking money and hustling. But he didn't have any money to start with, so he began by finessing and robbing plugs, a very dangerous game in Philly. This would eventually catch up to him, but in the meantime, this is how he got his start. He flipped his work in the streets over and over until he was dealing with some serious pape. And from there, he wanted to turn it into a whole operation. In 2009, Ab started a gang called the Original Block Hustlers, also known as OBH. OBH started as a family, as everyone who joined was already in Ab's circle. You have his brother Leek Moss, Dark Low, and Kaz, who are known as the original members. Well, right off the bat, OBH hit the streets hard, moving weight, finessing plugs, and eliminating any competition. Ab's goal was to take over Philadelphia's underground market and achieve this by any means. And after stacking enough cash, he decided to start his own music label. A label called the Original Block Hustlers, also known as OBH. Now, why would you name your label the same as your gang? But whatever. He wasn't thinking it through, but on the bright side, the music started to pick up. He dropped back-to-back mixtapes and singles that did pretty well in the streets of Philly, but his ways of finessing plugs would eventually catch up to him. September 27th, 2010. It's another Monday afternoon in Philly, and AR Ab is outside on the block getting money. At 4 p.m., he gets a call from a plug that he met a couple weeks ago. The plug tells him he has a play for him and to come pick him up and take him down to Kensington. If you're unfamiliar, Kensington is pretty much Skid Row on steroids, so you know there's money to be made. So Ab hops in his car, goes to pick up his new Connect, and heads over to Kensington. During the car ride, Ab and the man get to know each other, and they realize that Ab grew up with his baby mama. So they're laughing when Ab stops at a stop sign just a block away from the designated location. As he's talking, all he hears is bang. He quickly realizes he's hit up and he looks over to see if his new friend is okay. But the man had already exited the car and was nowhere to be found. So Ab quickly speeds off to the nearest hospital. While he's speeding through traffic, he calls his cousin and tells him to meet him at the emergency room. So he pulls up to the hospital parking lot and tells his cousin to come pick up his car. He then tells him to throw away his phone so his girlfriend can't see his messages. From there, he hobbles to the emergency room where thankfully they save his life. It turns out that he was hit 10 times, which is a miracle that he made it. And the craziest part is that he says his biggest concern was his girl going through his phone. This guy is something else. Wow. And believe it or not, the story gets even better. Once his cousin returned with his phone, he posted a picture on Twitter letting the world know that he's still alive. While recovering in the hospital, Ab gets a call from Swiss Beats. Swiss remembered him from studio sessions with Cassidy and he wanted to send him his best wishes. On top of this, he tells him that he wants to work with him and bring him together with his new artist Meek Mill. Ab is excited as this could be huge for his career, but he's also not fully trusting his word. Regardless, on the day he's released from the hospital, he decides to give Swiss Beats a call. Surprisingly, Swiss picks up the phone and even drives to Philly the same day. And on this same night, he goes to the studio with Meek Mill and AR Ab. This just goes to show the character of Swiss Beats, a true man of his word. And even though Ab and Meek knew each other from the streets, bringing them together in the studio was a big deal. From this session, they released their first song together on November 11th, 2010. So after nearly dying, Ab's life trajectory was on the up and up. So much so that after this song, Birdman actually wanted to sign him to Cash Money. He even flew to Philadelphia and handed Ab $200,000 as a bribe to sign. However, after his experience with Cassidy, Ab had no intentions of ever signing with a label. So he said no to Birdman but kept the $200,000. In retrospect, this was an idiotic move, as Ab could have been the final piece to Cash Money Records. But not only did he fumble this opportunity, but he also kept the cash and ruined their relationship with Birdman. To some people, he was too real for the industry, but in my mind, he was just showing his dumb street ways. On the other hand, Meek Mill took the complete opposite route. Shortly after this, he signed with Rick Ross's MMG and got straight to the millions. So now, while AR Ab could have easily been the face of Philly, it was now Meek Mill. So Abdul chose to keep living his life in the streets of Philadelphia. For the next couple of years, he released independent mixtapes and songs and hustled in the streets with OHB. And although it wasn't mainstream success, his songs did make waves on the East Coast. But then in 2012, things would come crashing down. Abdul lost his mother, grandmother, and was arrested in the same month. After accidentally selling to an undercover cop, his house was raided and they found all kinds of substances. This ultimately landed him a 3-year prison sentence on April 13, 2013. And although he was always cool, calm, and collected, this right here made him panic. He had seen what a prison sentence did to Cassidy's career and he didn't want this for himself. So he pleaded for the judge to give him an opportunity to shave off some time. So in exchange for a year off his sentence, he agreed to speak at schools and do community service.
You know, we want to go talk to the kids and, you know, go to the Vision Quest, talk to the troubled youth. And I just left talking to a middle school and elementary school. You know, I cleaned a couple playgrounds up and all that. You know, we just doing everything we can, man, help the community out, man. And, you know, show these people now more of an accent on the streets and in jail, you know what I'm saying? I got 5 days left to turn myself in. Probably gonna do a couple more songs. I did some things in my past. Wish, you know, I can turn back there in the time, but I can't. You know what I'm saying? You know, just caught up to me, so.
Now things were looking better. He only had to do a year and a half, plus he had a bunch of unreleased music. A couple of these songs like Riviera Riding and All I Got Is Me became East Coast hits. So when Ab was released in October of 2014, he came home to a bigger fan base than ever before. And in the summer of 2015, things would be taken to the next level for an unexpected reason. If you can remember, this is when Meek Mill dissed Drake on Twitter because he didn't promote his album. In the tweet, he said that Drake didn't write his verse on Rico and ended up posting the original track. Drake was obviously upset, so a week later, he released his Meek Mill diss song called Back to Back. In the song, Drake says, "I drove here in the Wraith playing AR Ab." Ooh. This was major for Ab as it led to many people looking him up on Google, but it also put him in a strange position. He just got shouted out by the biggest rapper in the world, but he also has to side with his friend Meek, right? A week later, he made an appearance on Vlad TV where he stated that Drake went harder and that he was disappointed in Meek's response.
After I heard, I'm thinking like, this can't be it. You know what I'm saying? You know, me come from Philly streets. I'm thinking like, you know what I mean? There was gonna be some more than that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I was kind of, you know, a little disappointed. You know what I'm saying? That was corny. A lot of people thought it was corny. A lot of people thought it was trash. A lot of people thought like Meek lost.
So back to back, you thought it was a crazy diss song.
Yeah.
When Meek saw the interview, he was pissed. Ab was just keeping it real, but in Meek's mind, he should have had its back no matter what. So the next day at his show, he yelled, "F AR Ab." Of course, Ab felt disrespected, and he dropped his own back-to-back just a couple days later. In the song, he says that Meek Mill is too scared to diss him on a song, and that his artist O'Malley is the softest one on Dream Chasers. Oh, and he also opens the song with this, and you guys know what he's talking about.
I caught a body before I wrote a rap. You rather hold a mic or rather hold a Mac?
After this, Meek would leave it alone, but AR Ab would milk the situation till the dawn of time. Every time he was in front of a camera, he would begin talking about it.
No, quick question. You could be the king of the radio and rap. You don't rap about all that. Fuck you got the streets. I'm in the streets. Where you get your love from? I run the mud, man. You better know that. You got mud people. It's Meek beef, man. Like, what's up with that, man? It's not beef, man. I kill people for real. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he physically dead? No, he's not. There ain't no beef then. You got real killers that kill.
Despite saying there's no beef, Ab would later admit that things got bloody behind closed doors.
It got bloody behind the scenes, man. You know what I'm saying? My got shot behind the scenes. They got rolled in the streets with us behind the scenes. You dig what I'm saying?
Thankfully, though, in the same interview, Ab said that he got on the phone with Meek for 4 hours to squash the beef.
After all that, we still managed to squash it. Though, like on the tickets, it was never me and him. We talked on the phone for like 4 hours and shit. I said, damn, like I asked him, I said, man, did I ever disrespect you? He was like, no.
Overall, all this drama brought a ton of attention to AR Ab, especially after the Vlad interviews. And for whatever reason, he got addicted to the attention and began telling everything in all kinds of interviews. While he and his OBH gang are committing serious crimes in the streets, he began telling it all to the world. He told the world what he does, what his OBH associates do, and where you can find them. No, like I've never seen anything like this before.
Like, we got Allegheny, we got Area, we got 18th Street, we got like from the 20th Street all the way to Broad Street. It's an epidemic. I want to start branching off on the other side. We might take a block on the other side of Broad Street. I might put some work out there. I'm thinking about taking Clearfield over. I'm thinking about taking Clearfield over. And I might cross. We already crossed Pike Street. Already, right? Oh, we already down to Butler Street. That's Pike Street. We already down to Pike Street now. So we on 20th Street. I'm thinking about going to 10th Street. We already played the Broad. We think about going all the way to 10th Street now. We think about crossing Clearfield. Because nobody gonna do nothing about it anyway. Once we get over there, I put work out there. Anybody want to put work out there? They gonna do. They gonna call everybody's phone and cop out. And ask why we doing it.
I allow my man Brock to quit rap and become a shooter. Like Brock, I don't even want to rap. Like a big Brock back there. Brock, yo, I don't rap no more. You just want to be a shooter, man. Free smoke. I ain't gonna lie, you smell blood, man. My man Brock scored his first shooting. He was like, all right. They scored his first shooting. He said, he put down the fucking notepad and he said, I love the way this shit feel. I just want to shoot. Free smoke.
As you can tell, he had an obsession with telling the world what he was doing in the streets. Why he was doing this, I really can't figure it out, but if there's any psychologists in the comments, please let me know. So now let's jump into the crazy story of OBH. While Ab was at the height of his rap career, he was 100% focused on the expansion of OBH in the streets. He wanted to be the new BMF, except without hiding anything they're doing. His philosophy was that the more people that join along, the better, which really wasn't smart. Instead of hiring specialists like BMF, Ab was willing to take anyone off the streets. And I mean literally anyone. You'll see what I'm talking about. The first person he recruited is a truck driver named Richard Hoover, also known as Boogie. Boogie was kind of like the Milk 7-4 of the North Philly trenches, but instead of sitting on his balcony, he started a trucking company in Las Vegas called Team Transportation LLC. This is what enticed Ab. Boogie could move weight from the West Coast back to Philly. So by 2017, Boogie was working full-time for Ab, moving weight between California and Philly. This quickly became a major operation, racking in hundreds of thousands of dollars. With all this weight, AR Ab needed somewhere to stash it. Ab purchased 4 stash houses in Philly, all under his name.
Oh boy.
But the main stash house was called the Mansion, and this is where all of the OBH members met up and discussed business. How I know this? Well, Ab took a picture in front of the house and posted it on Instagram with the caption Trap House. This dude was clearly not scared of rivals or police, but the Mansion wasn't his only spot, as he had 3 other luxury apartments located in the Philly area. For example, you have the Treaty penthouses where Ab stayed himself. All of the members were in and out of the 4 properties, moving weight on a daily basis. At any given moment, there was at least $500,000 at each property. And with all of this wealth, Ab knew that he couldn't be the only one to protect it. So that's when he recruited a new member that he knew would put in work. This would be a man named the Boss Parker, also known as Skinny Me. Skinny didn't grow up with any OHB members, however his brother was cellmates with Ab in prison. So while Ab was in prison, his cellmate told him to get in touch with his brother once he was released. This is because Skinny was a talented rapper and his brother wanted him to get signed. But Ab heard about his stories in the streets and he knew that he was a certified stepper. All of this made him a top candidate for an OBH member. He was a rapper and a stepper at the same time. Skinny was a wild dude in the streets, and his actions would be super unpredictable. And that takes us to September 11th, 2017. It's another Monday in North Philly, and Skinny is hanging out on 22nd in Lehigh. At 2 p.m., he's set to meet with a business associate named Sherman Williams. Allegedly, Sherman is owed money by Skinny and is going over to collect it. Little does Sherman know, Skinny Me is not the kind of guy you do fair business with. Well, after paying a traffic ticket downtown, Sherman heads to North Philly to meet with him. At 2:30, he arrives on the corner and removes his helmet to talk. Somehow, the conversation turns into an argument and Skinny Me loses his cool. Skinny instantly runs to his white Jeep and drops his phone in the process. He then hops in the car and speeds off to the OHB mansion.
Sandra Brown says her son Sherman Williams was finally on the right track in life.
He was turning himself completely around, and he wasn't dealing with the same people that he was dealing with.
Brown says on Monday, September 11th, Williams was on his way back from paying his parking tickets. She says he called her at about 5 p.m. to check in.
We had a conversation for about 10 minutes.
That was the last time she talked to him. About 30 minutes later, the 29-year-old was shot multiple times along 22nd Street between Somerset and Lehigh Streets in North Philadelphia.
From what I can understand, him and some guy had some words. But I don't know what words was so powerful for this person to my son in the back twice.
Williams died less than 2 hours later. The city of Philadelphia is offering up to $20,000 in reward money for the arrest and conviction of the person responsible. All you have to do is call the Citizens Crime Commission at 215-546-TIPS. All calls will remain anonymous.
When he arrives, he realizes he doesn't have his phone, so he searches the car but can't find anything. Skinny knew that he messed up, and he was hoping that police would not find the phone. But what he failed to realize is that Philly has cameras everywhere and the car's plates were on. Because of this, police found that the car was registered to Abdul West at the OHB mansion address. Police were excited and they figured that they had finally got him. So just the next day, the OHB mansion was raided, but when police arrived, no one was home, which was very unusual for the mansion. During the raid, they found $87,000 in cash and all kinds of illicit items. However, in Pennsylvania, you can't raid someone for one crime and then use the findings to charge them with something else. So no one was charged for anything, and police were unsure of who did this to Sherman Williams. However, Skinny's decision still had some serious implications, as the police now knew what AR Ab had going on. So after the raid, they began following him and tracking his every move, even allowing him to commit crimes. The raid should have been a huge wake-up call for Ab, but he was either slow or he didn't even care about the consequences. It's almost like he took Philadelphia police as a joke, especially after this next move. After Skinny's incident, Ab decided to reward him by introducing him to the world on a major hip-hop channel.
Y'all know who he is. This is my little brother, Skinny
Notorious.
Me. The notorious Skinny Me. That boy about 130 pounds of horror. I know this for a fact, man. And guess what? This is what I like about Skinny Me. This is what I like about Skinny Me music, man. It's just raw. And it's like reality rap. Mafia. Skinny Me will go through a situation, and guess what? It's gonna be in the song. He's gonna make a song about it the same day. So I know that's why I feel it so much. I know it. When he said I killed the and I did that, I seen him do it. I seen him do it. I seen him do it. When he say somebody try to drop on me, not wrestle me out for the game, and I seen him do it. I know he did it for a fact. I believe he's gonna make millions of dollars.
We gonna Skinny Me. Fucking money, original black hustlers.
And one of the newest members, but most vital member, key member. He's from Ohio.
This was not a smart move, but Skinny Me was eating it all up. Although he wasn't originally from Philly, he was becoming a star in their streets. His rap career was also taking off because people now knew that he was living his raps. But on the other hand, Philadelphia police were all over him as he became their new target. OHB had the streets on lock, and AR Ab would keep making boneheaded decisions. Instead of focusing on covering his tracks, his main concern was eliminating competition in the streets. In particular, he was upset with a former friend who was now selling in the same North Philly market. This would be a man named Robert Johnson, a young homie of Ab who used to hustle for him back in 2011. During this time, Robert was arrested and sentenced to 7 years in prison, all allegedly behind OBH. Once he was released, he wanted no parts of the streets, so he took a completely different route. He was taking classes to become a personal trainer and was trying his best to stay out of trouble. However, life as a convicted felon is hard, and it's believed that he began hustling again in North Philly, but this time without AR Ab. Once Abdul found out, he was pissed, as he was a self-proclaimed extortionist. He needed to be in control of everyone, and he used fear to get his way. However, Robert Johnson was no longer going for this, and AR Ab was livid. No one had ever stood up to him like this, like who would go against Philly's top goon. In the old days, Ab would have handled this himself, but now he had guys to call on. Skinny was laying low after his recent incident, so Ab called on a brand new member. This would be a man named Dantez Stewart, also known as Taz. Taz was a hustler for another gang in Philly, but he had recently fallen out with them. And after the fallout, he befriended OBH Dark Low and inquired on being an OBH hustler himself. He told him that he's down bad and willing to do anything to get money with OBH. Low knew that Ab was willing to accept any new members, so he brought him to his house. There, Taz and Ab discussed potentially joining OBH and what that would entail. He pretty much said, "You have to do anything I tell you, whether that's stepping on rivals or selling whatever." Taz agreed and told him he'd do anything for him. So Ab shook his hand and told him that in order to become a member, you must stay at the OBH mansion for 2 weeks. There you'll meet members and learn the ins and outs of the operation. Letting someone you just met into your illegal operation might be the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Taz could be relaying information to his former gang, he could be plotting to rob, or he could be an undercover officer. AR Ab was not thinking it through. But after 2 weeks at the mansion, Taz officially became an OHB member. He immediately hit the streets and began hustling like never before. He was so geeked that after just 4 weeks of being a member, he got an OBH tattoo on his neck. This was to show his fellow members his loyalty and to let them know he'll never snitch on them. Dantez Stewart was a wild card to say the least. Well, this is the guy that Ab called to eliminate Robert Johnson. And that takes us to October 12th, 2017. Ooh, hey. It's a month after the raid and AR Ab is back at the mansion with some fellow members. At 12:30 p.m., he calls Taz and tells him to come to the mansion ASAP. So Taz immediately pulls up and sits down with Ab. Ab shows him a picture of Robert Johnson and tells him to follow instructions. He tells him to go on Instagram and to DM Robert to make a deal. He then tells him that when they meet up, he needs to eliminate him. Taz only joined OBH for money, so he really doesn't want to do this. So he makes up an excuse and tells Ab that he doesn't have an Instagram. Ab believes he's being honest, so he comes up with a solution. He tells him to call his baby mama and have her come over to the mansion. When she arrives, he asks for her phone and hands it over to Taz. From his baby mama's account, he tells him to DM Robert and tell him who he is. He tells him to tell Robert that he heard he moves weight and he wants to buy some. Once Robert responds, he tells him to exchange phone numbers and now they're locked in. At this point, Taz has no excuses and he has to do it. So Taz and Robert agree to meet up later in the day. Taz really doesn't want to do this. Regardless, at 8 p.m., Taz meets up with Robert to complete the job. So Taz gets out of his car and walks up to Robert's window. He reaches for his waistband, but he can't get himself to do it. So instead, he simply makes the transaction and shakes Robert's hand. He then returns to the OBH mansion, not sure what to expect. He tells Ab that he simply couldn't get himself to do it. Ab is pissed, so he slaps the table and says, "What? Why?" So Taz tells him that he simply has no idea why he's doing it. Ab responds by saying that Robert is playing both sides of the fence and it can't continue. This response doesn't satisfy Taz, so Ab decides to throw in a perk. He tells him that if you do this, I'll make sure you're straight. No further details are discussed, as this was all Taz needed to hear. Attempt number 2. October 14th, 2017. Taz texts Robert and tells him that he needs to re-up. Robert responds and tells him that he's busy at the club and he can't meet up until after 2 a.m. So the two agree to meet up in the parking lot outside the club after he's done. In the meantime, Taz begins to ponder his decision, so he calls up a fellow member for reassurance. The member, whose name is OBH Birdo, is ecstatic and he actually volunteers to go with him. So at 2 a.m., Taz hops in his car, picks up Birdo, and they head to the club parking lot. That's where they wait until 3:30 a.m. when Robert finally leaves the club. They text him to meet them in the parking lot and that they'll get out of the car when he arrives. So Robert walks towards their car and that's when Taz hops out. He hops back in his car, speeds away, and heads directly to Birdo's. When he arrives, he hands his blower to Birdo and tells him to put it in a shoebox in his closet. Birdo's confused and says, "Why don't you just go throw it away?" Taz responds by saying, "I'm gonna come back to pick it up in 2 weeks, don't even worry about it." This doesn't make any sense, but I'll continue. When Taz gets home, he texts Ab and says touchdown. He then puts his phone away and goes to sleep. When Taz wakes up, he notices that Ab liked the message and is directing him to go to Braz's house. Braz is an OG OHB member who's in charge of one of the stash houses. So Taz goes to his house excited to receive a huge cash reward, or at least that's what he was expecting. When he arrives to Braz's house, he's handed a duffel bag full of product to sell. As he's driving away, he realizes that there's no cash in the bag. This can't possibly be it, right? But no, there was no reward at all, just a bunch of new product for Taz to go sell. Taz wasn't happy to say the least, but there's nothing you can do when you're dealing with a guy like AR Ab. Well, 2 weeks go by and Taz returns to Birdo's to pick up his gun like he promised. He didn't feel safe on the streets without it, and AR Ab didn't supply him with a new one. So Taz was now riding around with evidence of a first-degree homicide on his waistband. As you would expect, this would not go well. November 11th, 2017. While speeding through North Philly, Taz is pulled over by Philadelphia police. For whatever reason, Taz consents to a search and police look through his car. They find his blower under the seat, which is a misdemeanor in the state of Pennsylvania. In Taz's mind, he might have to do a couple months, but it's not that serious. However, after searching the serial number, police find out that it's stolen and they also match it to the incident of Robert Johnson. And just like that, Taz is arrested for first-degree homicide. Once Ab gets the news, he shrugs his shoulders and pretty much accepts that Taz is gone for life. And because the evidence is overwhelming, he figures that paying for his lawyer is a waste of money. This was a cold move by Ab, and also a dumb one as well. As you would expect, Taz felt betrayed. Like, I put my freedom on the line for you, and you didn't even pay me nor pay for my lawyer. The street codes are one thing, but you can't betray somebody like this and expect them to be in your good graces. So from behind bars, Taz would get his revenge, but we're not quite there yet. After this, OBH moved on like nothing had happened. They kept getting money and AR Ab kept incriminating them on social media. In fact, one of his viral videos would finally catch up to him.
I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it.
Yep, after this video, Skinny Me became Philadelphia police's #1 target. Prior to the video, they didn't even know who he was, given that he was originally from Ohio. So the investigation went like this. They went through the phone that was left on the scene, and all they saw was a bunch of selfies of Skinny Me. But they didn't recognize the man in the picture, and on top of this, the phone was a prepaid that wasn't registered to anyone. But once they saw the video on YouTube, they put the faces together.
I've seen him do it. I've seen him do it.
And that was all it took to get him indicted. On September 13th, 2018, police issued an arrest warrant for a Boss Parker, also known as Skinny Me. And once the news broke, Skinny Me responded in the most OHB way possible.
Listen, I'm on the Steeds right now for like a murder. You know what I'm saying? Like for a murder. When they hate you, they frame you. You know what I'm saying? So it's just like, in due time, like I'm still gonna be giving a record count, I'm still gonna be putting on for the cool kids. Cause I ain't gonna start recording. Innocent. I'm just gonna run cause I'm scared to death. The police, they tell me what they do. I'm scared to death of the court system. They tell me what they do. When you're innocent, they still just blew you out. They hate you, they frame you. When they hate you, they frame you. Remember that, man. But listen, how this nigga, notorious skinny me, big the weight off.
2 weeks after the viral clip, Skinny Me was arrested during a raid. And during the arrest, he kept the same energy that he had in the video and in the streets.
And it's the count, and I'm going to the 50 grand strong. Hey, yo, let everybody know, huh? Let everybody know. I got you, bro. Let everybody know, huh?
All right, bro.
Let everybody know, huh? I'm the realest living. I just have the rap, man. That's it, man. Videos, my brother. I ain't listen, man. I'm a $1 million man. Man, y'all know I got $1 million talent. Y'all do that, man. I ain't doing none of that. And I was going dreads on you. Don't mind my hair. I wanted everybody to see me come out and swag. Hey, yo, just let everybody know, huh?
Skinny Me was truly something else. Well, this was a major blow to OBH because their two biggest steppers were now gone, and this also meant that there was a huge liability for OBH to get told on. So you'd imagine that Ab would be in panic mode, but this wasn't the case at all. In fact, during this period, Boogie made 6 trips from LA to Philly as ordered by Ab. Little did Abdul know his phone was being tapped by the feds, and finally they had everything they needed to take down OBH and Philly's top goon. On October 19, 2018, 9 OBH members were arrested for distributing everything under the sun. All 4 of Abdul's properties were raided, Team Transportation LLC was seized, and this was the end of OBH for a long time. Every single member in the indictment was facing up to 15 years. However, neither of the violent incidents were tied to AR Ab or OBH at all, and this was a major blessing for Ab. His maximum sentence was 12 years, and thank goodness he ducked the big ones. Or at least for the meantime. Police knew that Ab was tied to the Skinny Me and Taz incidents, however they couldn't prove it. So they decided to approach the 2 members and offer them reduced time if they could give up information. First they approached Skinny and offered to reduce his charge to manslaughter, but he decided to not give up information. All he had to say was that Ab had something to do with it, and then his charges would pretty much vanish. But Skinny Me was loyal to the bone, and because of this he was sentenced to 25 years to life. However, his case is currently up for appeal due to police misconduct. According to lawyers, police completely disregarded a witness who gave a description that looked nothing like Skinny Me. And to be fair, Skinny Me said that he was being framed from the jump.
They hate you, they frame you. When they hate you, they frame you. Remember that, man.
Only time will tell. Do you guys think that Skinny Me will return to the streets? Well, after Skinny refused to cooperate, police went to their second best option. Little did they know this guy was willing to tell everything since day one. When Taz was arrested, he knew that he stood no chance with a public defender, so he simply decided to plead guilty. However, while he was awaiting sentencing, he was also indicted in the OBH takedown. Due to phone records, he was accused of simply selling for AR Ab. This was a federal RICO case and had nothing to do with his state case. So when the feds approached Taz, there really wasn't anything they could offer him. Yes, they could drop his RICO, but he's already being sentenced to life for homicide in another case. However, he was so angry at Ab for not paying him or supplying him with a lawyer that he was willing to take him down for nothing. So on October 17, 2019, Taz began telling prosecutors everything. No, like literally the second they sat down, he began telling them everything from the start. Like he was even giving them information that they didn't even ask for. For example, he gave them the addresses of all of Ab's stash houses, which they had already raided. He then told them about all of the OBH members who had already been arrested. And after 2.5 hours of yapping, he finally gave them the information they needed. He told them that on October 12th, Ab had ordered him to take out Robert Johnson. Wow, this was a cold move, but it gets even colder. For whatever reason, he told them that OBH Birdo volunteered to go on the hit and that he stashed his blower at his house for 2 weeks. This was a sorry move, especially because Birdo had done nothing wrong to him. He was lucky to be one of the only members to duck the indictment, but now he was wanted for accessory to murder. And Taz's snitching would not end here. He told the prosecutors that OBH Braz was the one who handed him the duffel bag as a reward for his actions. Again, another member who did absolutely nothing wrong to him. Now, OBH Braz was added to the indictment as well. This is what you call next level snitching. So because of Taz9, AR Ab was now facing murder and conspiracy to murder as well. He pretty much told on everyone in OHB except for one member. If you can remember, Dark Low was his original friend and the one who brought him to the crew, and I think this is the reason he spared him from his ratatouille. So while all of his friends and family were facing decades, Dark Low was at home trying to lay low. Well, once the news broke that Taz was snitching, Dark Low was sick. He couldn't fathom why he would do this, but he also felt kind of guilty as he was the one who brought him around. So Dark Low was pissed and he decided to send a letter to Taz in jail. In the letter, he asked him why he snitched and if he was an informant from the jump. This is all good and dandy, but the second half of the letter would be another dumb OBH decision. Low tells him to recant his statements and to take his time like a man. He then threatens him by saying that if you testify in Ab's case, your life in prison will be hell. Writing this on paper to a guy who just snitched on all of your friends is not the smartest thing to do. As you would expect, Taz9 turned this into prosecutors and Dark Low was now wanted for felony witness intimidation. In the end, Dark Low was sentenced to 7.5 years in federal prison because of this one little letter. And even for a very little award, Taz decided to testify against Ab in his case. This resulted in a sentence of 45 years to life, pretty much guaranteeing AR Ab will never be back home. Even though he was snitched on, he can really only blame himself for the situation. He decided to have a man that he just met go step for him, and then he didn't pay for his lawyer or compensate him. Oh, and all of the self-snitching is something that I don't think we've ever seen on this channel. The fact that it took Philadelphia all these years to take him down is really disappointing. Also, get this, Taz is currently serving 25 years to life, so all that snitching did nothing for him. He got the same exact sentence as Skinny Me, who decided not to testify. Overall, Abdul West has to be one of the dumbest criminals in American history, right? He had so many opportunities to become a millionaire through music and threw it away at every chance. So if you needed any more proof, the legal route is always better in the end than taking the fast route. He could have signed with Swiss Beats, Birdman, or grinded out his independent catalog. But no, instead he was too concerned with being the man in the Philadelphia streets. And that's gonna do it for this episode of Swamp Stories. If you enjoyed the video, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe. Also, let me know on Instagram what kind of video you want to see next. Peace!
What's your take on the whole Swamp Stories?
He like the police or something because he know too much. He know too much like detail.
So
he got some law enforcement info for sure.
Whoop, whoop. Officer Swamp in the building, and for this one, we dive into the craziest rap beef on the West Coast. Now you might be thinking, good old Oakland up to no good again, huh? But no, it's actually not Oakland, at least not directly. So is it LA? No, it's not Squabble City. In fact, I don't even think a single squabble has taken place in this entire beef. So San Bernardino? No, not Poopville. Could it be Stockton? No, not Poopville number 2. So where in the could California's worst beef take place? Well, of all places, it's centered in the second safest city in the entire West Coast. Yes, the worst beef on the West Coast takes place in a city where violence is as rare as EBK Jabo's freedom. And if you don't believe me, just trust me, because you'll see how one bad incident caused childhood friends to break apart and knock each other off relentlessly ever since. This video was absolutely nuts, but before we get into it, let me run the intro. Welcome to San Francisco, truly one of the most misunderstood cities in America. If you live in Middle America and watch Fox News, you probably think that
San Francisco is a war zone. You walk out at night, you risk your life there. You get executed. San Francisco, you're executed the minute you walk out.
Yes. Just go there and see for yourself. Walk around San Francisco. It is not America anymore.
This is totally laughable, because if you know anything about San Francisco, you know that it's not violent, like, at all. In fact, in 2024, the entire city of 850,000 people only had 35 homicides. For context, this would make it very safe even by European standards. Now, after hearing me say this, a bunch of San Franciscans are pissed, like,
Hey, bruh, I know some people who are really like that. Hell nah, bruh. My city's really wicked, bruh. You just don't know.
Now, to be fair, they're both right and wrong, because overall the city is definitely sweet. But there are a handful of serious beefs that have been going on for decades and decades that the world just doesn't know about. And the one in this video, in my opinion, is one of the worst of them all. But in order for it to make sense, we must do a little bit of history, so spare me a couple of seconds. As many of us know, the World War II shipyards brought a lot of black families from the Deep South. And basically when the war was over, instead of going back to Baton Rouge, a whole lot of them wanted to remain in the Bay. However, due to severe redlining, there were only a few places in the city where they could actually live. Firstly, the poorest people were relegated to the projects in Hunters Point, Sunnydale, and Potrero Hill. Then the middle class were able to purchase homes in the Bayview, Silver Terrace, and Ocean View. And for the higher class people with some money, well, they moved into the Fillmore. Rather quickly, the Fillmore became known as the Harlem of the West. Popular jazz clubs, fine restaurants, it was truly the place to be.
So you could walk in the middle of Fillmore Street with $100 hanging out your pocket. Nobody would touch you because everybody was making money.
They came with a tremendous amount of resources. My uncle, for example, was a carpenter. One was a mechanic. My uncle's brother was a barber. On Saturday mornings, the line up, getting their hair cut. And then on Sunday, after church, people came to visit, to see when you'd heard from home. It was a social place.
It was truly the place to be. But then, here comes the federal government.
Urban renewal.
Then they served us papers that we had to get out.
And then to be told that now you need to relocate.
They forcefully tore down all of the beautiful Victorians and businesses and replaced them with a whole bunch of projects.
The Fillmore, even with some brand new housing projects, was in danger of becoming what nobody had dared name it before, a ghetto.
And that it sadly did become, at least to a certain extent. All that was left was the people who had no other choice but to stay. Just like that, the once popular and poppin' area was now one of the worst parts of the Bay. Poverty, drug dealing, hustling, and sadly some beef too. As the neighborhood got worse and worse, the young generation joined together as one massive crew. And over the years, the Fillmore crew developed a beef with the entire Hunters Point. Two giant crews from completely opposite sides of the city. This was a recipe for disaster. The massive beef lasted for over a decade, with more murders than you could possibly count. It was truly a horrific situation until leaders from both sides decided to get together and squash it once and for all. Thankfully, all that was able to end. But then the next generation would start something possibly worse than the previous beef. They'd spark off the very first internal beef in the Fillmore, uptown versus downtown, divided by Fillmore Street to the east and to the west. The former massive neighborhood crew split into two and they began knocking each other off. And this is truly when the Fillmore neighborhood got out of control. Now, instead of having to drive all the way across the city to slide on someone, all you had to do was leave your house and walk down the street. And the fact that everyone involved grew up together and used to be in the same gang made it even worse, because now it was really personal. Guys from up the way would put their thumbs up, and the guys from down the way would put their thumbs down. And if you were caught in the wrong section, trust me, your life was at risk. So in the late 90s, bleeding into the early 2000s, the Fillmore was truly a killing zone, with former best friends knocking each other off. As you'll see, this set a horrible trend for the future generations, but more importantly for now, it caused the city to tear down all of the projects. First, they tore down the Hayes Valley projects and replaced it with this, then they tore down the Out of Control projects and turned it into this, and finally they tore down the Chopper City projects and turned them into this. And although a lot of the old residents were allowed to live in the new buildings, a lot of them had to move to other cities. How I know this? Well, because after the rebuild, the Fillmore went from having 5,000 public housing units down to just 1,500. And not to mention that between 1990 and 2005, the neighborhood went from being 75% black down to just 11%.
Golly, San Francisco been doing these people wrong since the jump.
Hipsters and techies quickly took over the neighborhood, and if you lived there, you would have no idea that it used to be the trenches. So after all those turf wars against Hunters Point and other sections of the Fillmore, the city pretty much kicked you all out, and now it was all for nothing. Okay, so does that mean the story ends here? I mean, the neighborhood's gentrified, they tore down the projects, and pretty much everyone moved out to the East Bay. The answer is obviously no, because the beefs certainly continued. Just they operate way differently and they involve way less people.
So after all that damn yapping, let's get into it.
It's now the mid-2000s in the Fillmore, and instead of it being a giant uptown versus a giant downtown, every small section has its own identity, meaning that each individual project is its own thing with no ties to anything else. So here are the new sections. First, you've got Eddie Rock, the yellow townhomes that span a couple blocks down Eddy and Laguna. Then just a couple blocks down Eddy Street, you have Knockout, also known as KO, and for those who don't know, this is what Messy Marv used to rap. Then another 2 blocks down Eddy, you have Chop for City, also known as the Chop, or sometimes by 223. These are the 3 sections that share Eddy Street, and let's just say that none of them got along. Well, next we have the Mac, the brown projects on McAllister Street, and these guys are pretty irrelevant, and they're not even in this video. Well, next we have Grove Street, also known as the Banneker's or 800. To outsiders, this has always been a pretty unknown section, but rappers like Yada and Semi-Auto Cease are from there. While just a couple blocks south of them, you have Hayes Valley, also known as the Zone, and this is 2 separate projects in the middle of a very rich neighborhood. So these are the projects in the Fillmore that you need to know about, and they all exist within a couple blocks distance of each other. Although all of these sections, except for the Mac, have a long history of knocking shit down, none more have a worse reputation than Eddie Rock. This is because Eddie Rock always saw themselves as the bullies of the area, and they always wanted to kick off beefs. And in the mid-2000s, Eddie Rock were true haters of the only section in Fillmore that didn't have a project. This would be known as CDP, which stands for Central Divisadero Playas. And these guys originated in a section west of Divisadero Street, but their main block is Central Street. And if you're from San Francisco, you're hearing this, and you're like, what? This is a really nice neighborhood full of big-ass, multi-million-dollar houses. How is this the hood? Well, these are the houses the CDP members grew up in, and for that reason, the rest of the Fillmore saw them as silver spoon babies. But truly, CDP didn't care, as they weren't trying to be the toughest guys around, they just wanted to be the richest. And that they were, because they ran up one of the biggest drug operations that California has ever seen. They had the money, the cars, the chains, and most importantly, the women. Well, unfortunately, being the guys having shit in the Fillmore definitely brought some haters, specifically Eddie Rock. So allegedly, Eddie Rock kicked off a beef for no reason and eliminated 4 of their members. Bow, 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 bow. Just like that, the beef was kicked off. Well, Eddie definitely underestimated CDP, as they'd have to go from hustlers to certified demons. CDP would literally go from silver spoon babies to certified hitmen, and they'd knock down a bunch of Eddie Rock members. This situation could honestly be its own movie, but you guys don't have all day. But what you need to know is that Eddie Rock pretty much went to war with every single section in the Fillmore, making them the black sheep of the family. Starting in the mid-2000s, they had bloody wars with CDP, The Chop, KO, Grove Street, and Hayes. This was truly a wild era in San Francisco as a whole, and if you don't believe me, let me prove it to you. In the year 2007, San Francisco had 85 black homicide victims. Mind you, the city only had 45,000 black residents. And if this doesn't stand out to you, let me compare it to Los Angeles, the land of the Bloods and Crips. That same year in 2007, Los Angeles had 94 black homicide victims, but that's despite having 400,000 black residents. I say that to say that being a black resident in San Francisco was 10 times more deadly than being one in Los Angeles. I'm not saying this to glorify anything, I just want you to understand how serious these beefs were. After all this horrific bloodshed, District Attorney Kamala Harris had to put her foot down. In fact, she was so upset with these hoods that she actually sued them, in particular Eddie Rock and the Chop. But even more than this, police began seriously investigating every section of the Fillmore. After Kamala Harris made it illegal for all of them to post up in front of the projects, all police had to do was drive down the block, see them, search them, and take them to jail. Locked away went 12 CDP members, 15 Eddie Rock members, 10 Chop members, a bunch of KO members, and the list goes on. Pretty much by 2012, all of the streets in the Fillmore were shut down. Thankfully, this made the neighborhood very peaceful, a tranquility that it deeply needed. But on the flip side, it also had some downsides. What it did was leave a lot of children fatherless, a whole lot of Fillmore fatherless babies. This meant that the community needed to step up. The guys who were left out of the indictments needed to change their lives around and be there for the younger generation. And thankfully, one person stepped up more than any other, and this would be a man by the name of Lamar Williams, also known as Chi. Chi decided to dedicate his life to steering the youth away from jumping into the streets. This meant constantly checking in with all of the youth and definitely being a shoulder they can always lean on. In addition, he also became a track and football coach at Mission High School, trying to keep kids in sports and off the streets. Not to mention stepping up for his two nephews whose parents were swept up in the CDP indictment. These would be Stacy and Laprelle Gilton, who tried to play sports but were garbage and instead took a different path. They decide to become rappers under the name of Lil Yee and Lil Peep, and somehow they instantly both blow up. This occurs between 2015 and 2016, and this is the exact time where the young generation of Fillmore is starting to come outside. But thankfully this is a quiet period, and on top of this, they're not really representing a section. So they take advantage and create a huge buzz in the Bay. Kid you not, every Filipino girl in Daly City and Vietnamese girl in San Jose was like, "Oh my god, I love Lil Peep." So for the next couple of years, Lil Peep and Lil Yee run the Fillmore music scene. And although they're not really repping a specific project, they're definitely hanging with members of the Chop, Grove, and Hayes. Why I mention this? Well, because this is the time when a new generation of beef starts to brew. And it all begins when a new rapper hits the scene. This new rapper is a shit disturber, and he's bringing up a lot of old beef. Let me introduce you to a teenager named Toriano Carpenter, commonly known as Dex Kruger. Dex is a short little dude raised on Eddie Rock, who was actually a pretty decent basketball player. But anyone who was around him in real life knows that he was a wild dude, even at the age of like 12. Bipping, stealing pizzas from delivery drivers, literally doing anything. But he was also an extremely talented rapper, and the world would find out after he dropped his very first song. Just like his personality, he'd follow it up with wild and disrespectful songs, dissing his ops and heating up old beefs. Dex did not care about Fillmore unity, and he'd even say this in his interview.
Dex from Eddie. Don't introduce me as a Fillmore nigga. Some people say this, but some people don't. Like, I don't feel we part of Fillmore. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because we didn't have problems with the whole Fillmore at one point. So why would I claim something if that's them? How is we part of y'all and we beefing with everybody? So we not part of them. We our own thing. That's what I say. Well, some people might say they from Fillmore. I just know me. I'm from Eddie.
Dex basically furthers Eddie Rock from the rest of the Fillmore, kind of what the old generation had done. But what he also does is turn up his projects, as people from all over the Bay began coming to Eddie Rock to hang out, shoot dice, and just have fun. So during this era, if you rolled down Eddie Rock, you'd see people from Sunnydale, East Oakland, North Richmond, pretty much everywhere in the Bay. People from everywhere except from other sections of the Fillmore, and that's exactly how Dex wanted it. He's cocky and confident, but not only does he talk it, but he also walks it out in the streets. Remember that everyone in the Fillmore hates Eddie Rock, and Eddie Rock hates everyone as well. Now the next generation kicks it off, and that takes us to the fall of 2019. It's a regular Thursday night in the Chop, and a couple of members are outside posted up. And due to the fact that nothing is kicked off in the beef yet, both of them are lacking, cause why would they carry? But little do they know, a rival from the other side wants to spark it off. So as they're hanging in the parking lot, a white Nissan Altima is creeping up the street. This is when a short man in a white hoodie quickly hops out and runs into the project. While he's running, he begins letting off at the members posted up. Bam! He even chases them into the corner where one jumps on top of the other, and he begins letting off on both of them. After emptying his clip, he runs back to his car and neighbors call 911. Eddie Rock 100% thought they scored, but thankfully after being rushed to the hospital, both of them somehow survived. Specifically, one of them by the name of Javon Lee, also known as V's, he was hit over 5 times and doctors were able to bring him back. Either way, this was still a horrible incident, not just because of the shooting, but because it now kicked off the next generation of beef. The older generation tried their best to stop this from happening, but sadly the next generation was repeating the cycle. So now, after this bloodshed, everyone in the Fillmore was forced to take a side. You're either with Eddie Rock or you're with the Chop. Years and years of bloodshed ahead. Here's how everything breaks down. First on one side and by themselves you have Eddie Rock, and they're represented by Dex and a bunch of hustlers like Money P and Money Man and Kiki and so on and so forth. All in all, it's really not that many people, as I'd estimate between 15 and 20 members. Then on the other side, of course, you have the Chop, and they're represented by rappers GTA Floss and Chop Low. This section, in all honesty, probably only had 10 members total. But on their side is the Zone, and these guys have a lot more members, and a lot more rappers too. Rappers such as Paper Chase Amise, Buddy Bands, Break It Off, Foes, and the list goes on. And of course with them you have Grove Street, which they don't really have many members or rappers, but they definitely are with the business. Finally, you have Lil Yee and Lil Peep, and of course they side with the latter side. So now that again you understand that all these guys together are trying to eliminate Eddie Rock. And as you'll see, most of the beef takes place outside of San Francisco, boosting the murder rates in all different cities in the Bay. This is because most of the hood people in San Francisco moved to other cities like a lot of years ago, but still they kept their beefs. November 6, 2019. It's a regular Wednesday evening in East Oakland, and Dex's big homie Dario is chilling at a friend's house. Dario goes by the nickname of Money Man, and that's because he's one of the first people in San Francisco to invent the bip. Yes, before the whole Bay Area was bipping cars, Dario was allegedly one of the first people doing it. Well, due to the new tensions in his hood, Money Man is a target, and little does he know some ops are outside waiting for him. 7:05 p.m. Money Man walks out to his car on 66th Avenue, and that's when a man hops out of a Dodge Charger. Sadly, the man runs him down. This was a major loss for Eddie Rock, as Money Man was a very important member of the community. You can actually see Dex showing love to him in many of his future music videos, but even Oakland rappers like Baby J would mention him in songs.
Rip Money Man, my Eddie niggas told me about the bip.
Yeah, this was a major loss, but even after this, the rivals weren't done yet. Actually, before we get to that, we must focus back on two members from the Chop. One of them is a 21-year-old by the name of Javon Lee, but is commonly known as V's. And allegedly, this was the main victim of the shooting in the Chop, and he's the guy who allegedly survived the 9 shots. After surviving the scary incident, V's didn't exactly change around his life. Well, January 2nd, 2020. It's the day after New Year's, and a man named Shou Zhang is celebrating his birthday by getting work done at a local cafe. It sounds kind of crazy, but Zhang is a very talented research engineer from China. Anyways, as he's getting his work done, 2 men run inside the Starbucks. V's and his friend named Byron Lee, and instantly they snatch the laptop and run outside. This is when Zhang makes the mistake of chasing them out the store and yelling. Sadly, this is when he loses his life. This was the tragedy of all tragedies, and the community got together to mourn.
Heartbreaking vigil today. Mourners gathered to remember the Oakland man who was killed on New Year's Eve while trying to stop thieves from stealing his laptop. KPIX5's Kit Doe on how friends, family, and the community honored his memory.
Hundreds of people came out today to remember Shore as a brilliant scientist and a caring friend. By all accounts, Shore Zhang was one of the Bay Area's best and brightest. Colleagues say he was an outstanding researcher with PhDs in philosophy and physics. Serban Samu hired him to work at Aspera in Emeryville and sat next to him every day.
I never got to tell you how much I respect the way you built your life and your career and your friends.
Michelle Munson comforted Shore's family, who just flew in from China, and said her dear friend made important contributions in numerical physics and machine learning.
He was a person who was kind and respected by everyone who knew him and worked with him. And he made a habit of being honorable in every part of his life.
On New Year's Eve, Shore was working on his computer at this Starbucks in Montclair when police say Byron Reed and Javon Lee, both convicted felons, stole his laptop.
Just like that, the 2 men face up to 10 years in prison. And I know it sounds kind of crazy, but in Oakland, that's actually a lot. However, Byron's sister pleads that he's innocent and he really had nothing to do with it.
He did not have nothing to do with none of this stuff that went on.
What's wrong with that Beamer? Does he drive a Beamer?
Say that again?
The car?
No, he does not. My brother doesn't even own a car. He doesn't even have a driver's license.
What kind of person would you like your brother to be?
My brother is a very limited kind of person. He is a very family-oriented person. He would never do nothing as serious as this. I mean, people make mistakes all the time. And this is one mistake my brother would not make.
Well, the incident swept up the 2 guys from the Chop, and now we focus right back to the beef. Sadly, a couple months later in March, an Eddie Rock member named Tay Thumps would lose his life as well. Things are getting serious for Eddie Rock, but really for the beef as a whole. But trust me, no incident would be bigger than the next one. And now this takes us way back. We head back to the year 2008 and we focus on a teenager named Damari Hampton. Damari grew up in Eddie Rock in a hard lineage of street dudes and sadly losing a lot of family and friends his entire childhood. However, despite these hardships, he happened to be an incredible athlete. Well, because of this, the man I mentioned earlier, Lamar Williams, Chi, well, he decided to take him under his wing, not only in the Fillmore neighborhood, but he was also his football and track coach at Mission High School. Chi wanted nothing more than for Damari to live out his potential as an athlete and to stay out of the streets. Damari was able to do this successfully. As his senior year, he averaged 26 points a game and 21 points a game over his entire career. Not only this, but he was also a star wide receiver and cornerback on the football team and actually made All-City and All-State in both sports. However, due to his height of just 5'9", he didn't receive any Division I offers, so instead, he decided to hit the streets.
Oh, hell no.
And sadly, just a year later, he received his first prison sentence. A sad reality of yet another star athlete turned into a criminal. But Damari was able to do his time and get back home, and that fast forwards us to November 18th, 2020. Damari and his young homie Kyotis decide that today we're going to hit a lick. So to do this, Damari allegedly hits up his old football coach and mentor. Not for advice or anything, but instead with plans of setting him up and robbing him. 11 p.m. Damari and Kyotis pull up to Chi's apartment on Bertha Lane in Hunters Point. They quickly walk up to his door, knock hard, and Chi opens up. Boom, that's when he's met with two masked men with firearms pointed directly at him. At this point, Chi has no other choice but to defend himself as he comes up off the hip and begins firing. Bam! Sadly, this is when they fire back as well. Tragically, both Damari and his former football coach would both lose their lives. This was a true tragedy for the whole Fillmore, but really for the city of San Francisco as well.
10 family and friends paying tribute to a high school coach and community leader in San Francisco who was shot and killed a week ago tonight. KTVU's Amber Lee is here now. She's in the city. And Amber, people who knew him say he made a big impact on the community.
Frank, there is a memorial honoring the sports coach here along Fillmore Street. His family says the native San Franciscan grew up in this neighborhood and he gave back.
Chi-Chi was the heartbeat of Fillmore.
Family and friends gathered at a memorial for Lamar Chi-Chi Ali Williams in the Fillmore neighborhood. They describe him as a community leader who grew up on these streets.
He just got that smile, you know what I'm saying? Never see that again. That hurts.
The 38-year-old is being remembered for his work with young people and the community. But last Wednesday night, shortly before 9, Williams and another man were shot and killed at Williams' home in the Hunters Point neighborhood. Motive unknown and no arrest.
This is really hard for the family. He was a wonderful person, one of the best that you can meet. He was giving, he was kind, he was loving.
I lived my life complete and better, and because of him, I learned how to be a better person because of him.
He's gonna put you on the right path, and that's what he did for this whole community. No matter what, no matter who it was or what age you were or anything.
This tragedy hit no one harder than his nephews Lil Yee and Lil Pete, who lost their beloved uncle. This one cut deep and definitely ignited a fire.
Man, fuck Eddie Rock.
The whole other side was pissed over this one, and trust me, revenge was promised. Just 9 days later, on November 25th, Eddie Rock's Dedrick Tucker, also known as Dada Winnin, would lose his life in Oakland. Things are getting serious in the beef, but forget the beef. When you're a hood dude and you're dealing with other hood dudes, life is just dangerous in general. Why I say that? Well, this next story will blow your mind, and that takes us to March 17th, 2021. It's a regular Wednesday afternoon in the life of a young man from the Chop by the name of Tion Bratcher, also known as 3-3. Tion is known by everyone as a cool dude, the player type of guy. And on this afternoon, he's set to meet up with a girl that he just met on Instagram. She's from Vallejo, and I can't say her real name, so let's call her Jalea. Well, Jalea tells Tion to come pick her up from Oakland and chill and, So Tion is like, cool, I'm on my way. So he grabs his glizzy, hops in his Nissan Altima, and heads across the bridge. At 4 p.m., he pulls up on Jalea, she hops in the car, and he tells her that he wants to get out of Oakland. She says, why? And he responds, I got people hating on me. I cannot sit in no car in Oakland. So Tion peels off to the nearby suburb of Castro Valley, where he rolls up and they chill in the car. As they're sitting there talking, somebody is blowing up Jalea's phone nonstop. So she puts it on D&D, and I guess Tion doesn't think anything of it. But here's what's really going on. Jalea actually has a boyfriend, a man from Vallejo by the name of Louis Arby, and she told him that she was out of town in Vegas. However, she forgot that she has her location shared with him, and he clearly sees that she's still in the Bay. Why is my girlfriend in Castro Valley, and why is she not picking up the phone? Needless to say, Louis Arby is pissed. Instantly, he takes all of her belongings out of his house and puts them in a trash bag. He then grabs his .40 caliber, grabs her bag of stuff, and hops in his car. He heads off to her location, speeding through with nothing but anger and revenge on his mind. At 5 p.m., he arrives in Castro Valley and pulls right behind Tion's car. He then hops out with his glizzy and walks right up to the car. That's where he sees Tion and his girlfriend in the back seat doing you-know-what. Instantly, he starts yanking on the door with his glizzy pointed at the window. That's when Tion looks up, sees him, and grabs Jalea and pulls her down. He then grabs his glizzy from under the seat, but sadly, this is when Louis Arby starts letting loose. Jalea opens the door for her boyfriend as he pulls her out to make sure that she's okay. And other than a missing finger, somehow she's completely fine. So this is when Arby takes Tion's chain, his wallet, and his glizzy, and then he and Jalea hop in the car and speed away. They fly down 580 headed for Oakland. Boom, that's when a parked CHP notices them going over 100 miles an hour and he tries to pursue. He then sees them pull off into Oakland in the distance. He calls Oakland police for backup. But unfortunately, Oakland police do not respond or dispatch any officers. So Louis, Arby, and Jalea get away and they head off to the Berkeley Hills. Louis then parks the car in front of somebody's house and he and Jalea begin walking down the street. Whew, we got away. Or at least that's what they think. But little do they know, one of the neighbors saw them, with stains all over their body and decided to call 911. So quickly, Berkeley police arrive and they spot them walking down the hill. Put your hands up. The two stop, they look back, and they sprint away. And because of a no-chase policy, they're able to get away and make their way back to Vallejo. Long story short, the couple would go on the run for 3 months until Vallejo police would finally execute a warrant on Arby's grandma's house. The canines start barking at one of the walls in the closet, so police tear down the wall, and that's when they find exactly what they're looking for. Not only do they find Arby's weapon that he used, but they also find the weapon of Tion Bratcher. So, really a genius here, huh? Louis Arby is now looking at life in prison. Either way, this was an insane and truly tragic story. Tion didn't deserve this in a million years. I mean, can you imagine meeting a girl on Instagram, meeting up with her, having your way, and then out of nowhere, her boyfriend shows up and kills you? That's like the worst way to go out. And unfortunately, even though they had nothing to do with this, Eddie Rock would begin clowning. Specifically, Dex would troll him, and this left a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths, especially one of Tion's closest childhood friends, the rapper from the zone named Foes. Instantly, he'd send a warning.
Speak on 3, I'm through the jets, I'm trying to paint his ass.
Yeah, this is serious, and the war continues. You clown someone's dead homie that you had nothing to do with? Yeah, some people are going to take that to the streets. September 15th, 2021. It's a late Wednesday night in North Vallejo, and an Eddie Rock member named Steven Mitchell, also known as ST, is at his girlfriend's apartment. That's when at 10:40 p.m. he receives a text message on his phone and walks outside. As he steps outside, he looks around and doesn't see what he's looking for. And that's when a man with a mask walks right up to him. And sadly, before he can even react, the man lets off. Bang. But now let's fast forward just 2 days. September 17th, 2021. If you're from San Francisco, you know that bike life is a major thing for hood dudes, especially for a man from Grove Street named Baxter Bradley, who's commonly known as Haiti. In fact, his family as a whole is known for it, and tragically, he lost his cousin riding his bike like 10 years prior. Well, on this Friday night, Haiti is riding around his hood doing wheelies and having fun. Unfortunately, this is the exact time where a rival is spinning around the Fillmore looking for an op to catch. The rival recognizes Haiti and somehow targets him and knocks him down while he's riding his bike. This was a major loss for the whole 468 side, but none more than for Lil Yee. He's pretty much mentioned him in every song since his passing, and on top of this, they even had a funeral where they all wore Haitian flags to commemorate him. This one cut deep, but sadly, it wouldn't be the last. And that fast forwards us just 1 week, September 24th, 2021. Another Friday afternoon in the city, and an up-and-coming rapper from the Fillmore is out and about. This would be Break It Off from the Zone, and if you've never heard his music, absolute smoke. I'm telling you, after this video, go listen to anything that Break It Off, Buddy Bands, Foes, Paper Chasing Me's, and all of them have dropped. Everything goes hard. Well, anyways, it's noon in the Mission District, and Break It Off and Buddy Bands are walking down the street. As they make their way up 17th Street, a car pulls right alongside them. This is when a man hops out of the passenger seat and runs them down. Bang. Thankfully, Buddy Bands is able to run away, but sadly, Break It Off loses his life. This was a huge loss for the Zone, and really sad because of how talented Break It Off was. This dude could really rap his ass off. Well, after losing Haiti and Break It Off back to back, the whole 468 side is ready to make a statement. And that fast forwards us exactly a month, November 6, 2021. Two Eddie Rock members named Kiki and Johnny are at a friend's house on 82nd Avenue in Deep East Oakland. This particular block on 82nd is a known hangout spot for Eddie Rock members, at least known to police. But also the rival Chop members have discovered the hangout as well, and for days they've been spinning the block. Well, for Kiki's friend whose house it is, he's been noticing an infinity spinning the block a lot of times over and over and over, and he's definitely concerned. He's not necessarily concerned for himself, but he's concerned for the Eddie Rock members like Kiki who are always around the block. So he tells Kiki and Johnny about the suspicious infinity, and together they look at the cameras waiting for the next time it comes around. Boom, at 7 p.m., that's when they spot it coming down the block. So instantly they strap up and walk up the street towards the car. Not necessarily to do anything, but just to make sure that nothing suspicious is going on. This is when the Infinity backs up into a driveway and turns around and drives the other way. What the hell is going on? Something isn't right. So this is when Kiki tells Johnny, hey bruh, something ain't right. Let's get the hell out of here. So instantly they walk inside the house, grab their stuff, hop in the car, and head back to San Francisco. But little do they know, the same Infinity is following them at a distance. This would be a car full of Chop members, including the rapper Chop Low. They follow them all the way through East Oakland and onto the highway headed towards the bridge. As Kiki approaches the bridge toll, traffic starts to pile up, and this is when the Chop members begin to creep up on them. According to police, this is when Chop Low rolls down his window, ups an ARP, and begins blowing at the car. Bam! This is when Kiki maneuvers and peels off, and Johnny starts blowing back from outside his window. Thankfully, none of the members would hit each other at all, but sadly, an innocent bystander would lose their life.
Developing right now, Bay Area leaders are calling for more security along local highways and interstates after a toddler, this little boy, he was shot and killed over the weekend on Interstate 880 while in his car seat in his parents' car.
You can see a photo of him in his Superman costume from Halloween. He was just weeks away from his second birthday. This past Saturday afternoon, his mother was driving him. Sadly, Jasper's father, who is in China, had never been able to meet his son because of COVID restrictions. He is now on his way back to the Bay Area for his son's funeral.
This was a horrific tragedy, and a lot of pressure would be placed on Oakland police to figure out who did it. Well, let's just say that the Oakland Police Department is a joke, and for a while there wouldn't be any leads. But then an incarcerated Eddie Rock member would get on the jail phone and he'd tell everything that happened. This would be the brother of ST, Ronnie Mitchell, who goes by ABR Fifth. Well, Fifth would call the guy who owns the house on 82nd and he'd try to figure out what happened on the freeway. Well, I guess both of them don't know any better. He tells them exactly what happened. Them as in telling ABR Fifth and the police who are listening into the call. And just like that, everyone involved is arrested. Johnny gets arrested for being a felon in possession of a weapon, and Kiki, well, he's not a felon, so he's not arrested. But for Choplo and his friend Ivory, they go down for the murder of Jasper Wu.
Ivory Bivens and Trevor Green are both charged in his death and have not yet entered a plea.
And on top of this, when they arrested them, they found the same weapon used in a shooting in the Sun Valley Mall just months prior.
Good Friday, I'm Janelle Wang. That shooting happened just about 2 hours ago at the mall at Sun Valley. It's located just off 680. It was put on lockdown immediately after the shooting.
Yep, allegedly that was Choplo and his homie as well. well, I guess you can say that he's not a cap rapper. But what he is probably going to serve the rest of his life in prison. Or maybe not. Why I say that? Well,
prosecutors just reduced the charges against them, no longer facing life without parole or a death sentence.
I think that was the right call.
Green's attorney says both men have been wrongfully accused, yet still face murder charges with a gang enhancement.
for whatever reason, Oakland District Attorney Pamela Price decided to reduce their charges so they won't face life in prison. District Attorney Pamela Price says that she didn't give them the life without parole because of historical racism around the law.
But you remove the special circumstances regarding the possibility of parole. Why is that?
That charge has been deemed to be riddled with racism and applied in an extremely unfair way. And it also essentially undermines what we now know in terms of brain science, that young people, generally their brains are not fully developed. They don't make great decisions until sometime around the age of 25 or 26. In this case, both of these defendants are under the age of 25.
Needless to say, the community was pissed. Even the former district attorney was pissed as well.
If I were Jasper's parents, I would be highly offended and I would be very fearful.
Norbert Chu is a retired Alameda County Senior Deputy District Attorney. He served for 35 years. He says, looking at that email, it is clear Price is paving the way for lesser charges and lesser sentencing in the Jasper Wu case. He called it insulting.
The tone to me is that somehow we're lesser victims than other people, and that's just stupefying.
And you're lesser victims than the perpetrators.
Exactly.
The spokesman for the Wu family sent us a statement saying under Price's plan, there are almost no consequences due to no threat of severe punishments waiting. How would that restore public's faith in the justice system? How would the public feel safe?
People were so infuriated that they even protested in the streets.
We are angry. Justice for Jasper, and too young to die. Signs held at a rally to show support for Jasper Wu's family and to protest Alameda County District Attorney Pamela Price.
Well, for those watching from other states, just welcome to California. Specifically, welcome to Oakland, where nothing makes sense. Well, either way, on the bright side, Choplo and his homies are facing decades in prison, so likely they will go away. Well, even though the Eddie members survived this ambush, let's just say that Eddie Rock was pissed. Just 3 days later, a rival from the zone named Rose, he would lose his life while posted up outside. This case hasn't been solved, so there's not really much I can say about it, other than the zone was definitely hurt by this. But unfortunately, this wouldn't be their only loss. Sadly, over the summer, another zone member named Carlos would lose his life while posted up in the Tenderloin. Neither of these cases have been solved, but what we do know is that after this, Eddie Rock was clowning for sure. Specifically, after all these rivals were losing their life, Dex felt like he was on top of the world. Like, aha, you guys are dying, I'm surviving, you can't do nothing to me. So the first thing he does is record an entire music video in his rival's hood, specifically the Chop. In the song, he even says, if y'all was posted outside, you'd know you'd be dead. Oh yeah, and he said this while standing in their projects. Just pure disrespect, and believe it or not, he even takes it up a notch. He then posts a video on Instagram scootering around the Chop with a 30 stick in his hand. Man, just taunting, and more taunting. And let's just say that a rapper from the other side, specifically Phil Mofuli from The Grove, he was not putting up with it. So right after Dex does all this clowning, Phil Mofuli drops a direct diss song.
I be praying I see Dex where that nigga is a lick. Ain't no point to speak on Shaq cause that nigga is a...
The whole song is disrespectful, pretty much clowning all the Eddie Rock members one by one and dissing all of their dead homies. Ooh, this is exactly what Dex was looking for, somebody to finally diss him back. Like, damn bruh, finally someone got something to say. So Dex seizes the opportunity and immediately drops a diss right back. On August 31st, 2022, he drops a song called Ambitious, and immediately he addresses Phil Mofuli.
Heard a nigga trying to ride me, I don't think it's coming free. A couple stragglers, 2 more they go extinct.
A couple stragglers, 2 more they go extinct, addressing the fact that the rivals have been losing a lot of members. But this really isn't the disrespectful part of the song. Instead, it comes in the second verse. And this verse wouldn't even come from a rapper. It would come from a guy who this was literally his first song. This would be a young dude by the name of Paris Moffett, but commonly known as Money P. Money P isn't really from Eddie Rock, but his dad is a guy by the name of Playa P, who was one of the first Eddie Rock rappers and definitely one of the founding members. But not only is Money P not really from Eddie Rock, but he's also not really in the streets. Like, he's not known for doing anything. Instead, he's just a fly guy, a hustler that pretty much everyone likes, but definitely known for, let's just say, sleeping with the girls of his ops. Well, let's just say that for whatever reason, Money P gets very disrespectful on the second verse of the song. Most importantly, he disses Haiti, the guy who died on his bike from the other side.
I know y'all heard about Lil Vax, he went out like JoJo.
On top of this, in the music video, they even reenact the scene. Needless to say, this song was as wild as it gets, and instantly it hit 100,000 views. But dropping it was not the smartest decision, because the rivals were definitely infuriated, and let's just say they would act quickly. That fast forwards us exactly a week, September 6, 2022, 11:15 p.m. It's almost midnight in Eddie Rock, and all of the members are outside posted up in the alley, shooting dice, playing music, chilling, the whole get down. Well, the way they're positioned, even though it is an alley, there's a wide open entrance on Laguna Street, so people on Laguna can see everything. And when I say people, I'm talking about the rivals, because on this particular night, they're sliding looking for revenge. You spoke on our dead homies? Okay, watch this. At 11:20 p.m., a tinted up car slowly rolls down Laguna Street. This is when quickly, two men with masks hop out with AKs and begin blowing down the alley. Thankfully, the members pull a Game 7 Klay Thompson and they don't hit anything. But sadly, while the Eddie Rock members were blowing back, Dex got caught in the line of fire. This was the biggest loss for Eddie Rock, as Dex was their main rapper and definitely their hood representative. Like, when you think of Eddie, you think of Dex first, no doubt. And given his notoriety, SFPD is offering $50,000 for anyone with information. Well, looking back on it, dropping this diss song was the dumbest decision of Dex's life, because just 7 days later, he had to pay the price for it. So I hope this is a lesson to the younger generation. This stuff is not a game, and when you diss people's deceased loved ones, sometimes they see it as a cause to, but even after Dex is gone, the other side is still not satisfied. Even though he's genuinely a good dude, the rivals want Money Pete to pay the price for what he said. And that fast forwards us just 2 days, September 8th, 2022. It's a sad day for Eddie Rock, as today is the day where doctors announce that Dex has succumbed to his injuries. And after hearing the horrific news, Money P leaves SF General Hospital and heads off to Oakland. But little does he know, somebody has been following him ever since he left the hospital. At 5 p.m., he parks his car on Broadway Street in downtown Oakland and begins walking to Target. And sadly, this is when a car pulls right up next to him. Money P is hit and his friend quickly rushes him to the hospital. Thankfully, the doctors would do a great job and he would survive, but on the downside, he's now paralyzed. Truly heartbreaking for his mom, who cherishes her only child, and honestly, she raised him right. And for his father, Playa P, he had already been through so much, with his oldest son, ABR 5th, being locked up, and his other son, ST, being, fell victim to the streets. So now, Money P would be living at the Lake Merritt Healthcare Center, and this place is gross and depressing. And that's honestly putting it lightly, but he's not there for luxury. He's there so he can relearn how to walk. It's a long journey and there are no guarantees, but at least there's hope. Well, even after eliminating Dex and putting Money P in a wheelchair, the rivals are still not satisfied. For whatever reason, they still want more victims. So now it's November of 2022, and because of the recent tragedies, Eddie Rock members are not posted outside like they used to be. It's a dangerous time to be an Eddie Rock member, so most of them are tucked off in other cities, or at least trying to be. And that takes us right back to Eddie's main hideout on 81st in East Oakland. The same one where Choplo and them followed Kiki and then followed him onto the bridge where they shot, Well, Kiki doesn't seem to learn his lesson, because I guess he assumed that because the guys went down, he could go post up there again. But, obviously they still know about this hangout, and specifically a member named Darius Smith, also known as 50 from the Chop, he's on his way. November 4th, 2022. It's a Friday afternoon in East Oakland, and Kiki is at his friend's house on 81st. As he's chilling in the house, he has no idea that 50 from the Chop is outside, allegedly, and waiting to score. And at 3:30 p.m., Kiki walks outside, not paying attention to surroundings. This is when 50 allegedly hops out of his car and lets loose. Bang! Another tragic loss for Eddie Rock, as the losses are just piling up. And sadly, believe it or not, this wouldn't be the end of it. We fast forward a few months and Money P is still at the Lake Merritt Healthcare Facility. Being paralyzed and losing homies back to back to back, I can't even imagine the pain. Especially because he's known for being a genuinely good dude to everyone. This is just a horrible situation all around, but somehow it gets worse when the rivals find out where he's staying. March 11th, 2023, 12:15 in the morning. It's midnight and Money P is asleep in his bed at the health center. Little does he know a crew of rivals know his location and they're on their way. At 12:30, they arrive at the facility and back up into the driveway. This is when two men hop out of the car, run up the hill, and begin yanking on doors. Sadly, one of the back doors is open, so they run inside the facility and look inside rooms looking for Paris. They're able to locate him. Sadly, they make a tragic decision.
A partially paralyzed patient at a skilled nursing facility in Oakland was shot and killed in his room. That attack happened in the middle of the night over the weekend.
Oakland police now are looking for two men who ran from that scene. KTVU crime reporter Henry Lee spoke to the victim's mother.
He did not deserve to go that way. It was a heinous crime.
23-year-old Paris Moffitt, who was partially paralyzed, was shot and killed in his room in the middle of the night at an Oakland care facility. Moffitt's mother, who did not want to be identified, said her son was paralyzed from the waist down after he was shot at 27th and Broadway in Oakland in September. Now she's mourning her only child.
I can't believe anybody would do that to somebody that's not even able to even protect themselves.
Our understanding was it was a targeted shooting, a targeted murder.
It happened at Lake Merritt Healthcare Center on MacArthur Boulevard in Oakland's Adams Point neighborhood just before 1 Saturday morning. Oakland City Council member Dan Kolb represents the area.
No one expects to go to a skilled nursing facility and expect to be in danger from a shooting. That is unheard of.
Two men snuck in through an unlocked back door and went into a room the victim shares with at least one other patient and then shot him numerous times. He died at the scene.
The lack of staff, it's the lack of security. You know, they were just negligent.
The care facility sits next door to Temple Beth Abraham. Raina Arnold is executive director but did not want to go on camera.
It's very scary. We care about the people around us. We've had a really wonderful relationship with the convalescent home next door.
Tony Chicotel is an attorney with California Advocates for Nursing Home Reform. He says there's a delicate balance between allowing visitors at all hours and ensuring safety.
I advocate for sort of an open door policy in facilities, but that said, there's always supposed to be some level of security.
This armed security guard was on the premises on Monday, but only after the shooting death. Family members of other patients told me off camera security before the killing was lax. In a statement, the facility said in part that it's conducting our own internal investigation into the incident. Our sympathies are with the family at this difficult time. This killing is under active investigation by Oakland police. Anyone with information is asked to give investigators a call. In Oakland, Henry Lee, KTVU, Fox 2 News.
Where was the security? Why was the back door open? Where were the alarms? Just so many questions. And because of this, Money P's dad, Playa P, is suing the facility for negligence and wrongful death. Overall, this is just a horrific situation, and Money P truly did not deserve this. This was a huge loss for Eddie Rock, but also for other sections as well, because Money P was a popular dude. Specifically two sections that get along with Eddie, KO and Zoo Block. Allegedly, these two sections would join together on a mission for revenge. And that fast forwards us 2 months. It's the summer of 2023 and San Francisco residents are fed up with crime, specifically car break-ins. All day, every day, people roaming around the city, breaking in cars, breaking in businesses, rarely getting caught, and even if they do, they're not getting sentenced. So eventually, residents had enough of the chaos.
Voters in San Francisco decided to recall District Attorney Chesa Boudin.
Overwhelmingly, more than half of voters say the city, said yes to Proposition H, which was the question, should he be recalled? And now that Boudin is recalled, the next step is to figure out who's going to replace him.
After recalling the DA, the city replaced him with a hard-on-crime prosecutor. So now with his stance against crime, SFPD decided to step up as well with new tactics to take down criminals. May 25th, 2023. It's a Thursday night in San Francisco and Officer Kevin Burke is bored on duty. He already finished his box of donuts, so he's just driving around looking for anything. As he's patrolling the Ingleside neighborhood, he notices a black Dodge Hellcat parked on the side of the street. What is that doing around here? So he decides to pull up next to the Hellcat and run the license plates. This is when he discovers that the license plate belongs to an Audi A4 that was stolen in Oakland. Suspicious, right? So then he decides to run the VIN number of the Hellcat, and it was reported stolen in Fairfield. So now Officer Burt could impound the car, run it for fingerprints, and hope there's a suspect. But this officer is smart, and he knows that the car will be used in further crimes. So this is when he decides to put a tracker on it. Just gonna track the car until they commit more and more crimes and we can build a way bigger case. And of course, right away they're off to a fast start. Over the next week, they robbed 2 gas stations in the Excelsior and Pancho Villa Taqueria in the Mission. Then after this, they'd commit 12 different burglaries that police know of. But even after all this, police are still not ready to arrest them because sadly in San Francisco, 3 robberies and 12 burglaries will not send you to prison. So police simply sit back and wait for them to commit more and more crimes. And although this seems like a smart plan, it would also be a costly one. June 5th, 2023. The robbery crew decide that they've hit enough licks, and now they want to move on to something bigger, claiming the life of a rival, in particular anyone from the zone. Being close friends of the fallen Dex and Money P, these dudes are allegedly furious and want revenge. And on this particular night, as they're scrolling through Instagram, they see all of the zone members outside. So instantly they strap up, hop in the Hellcat, and head over to the zone. 8:10 p.m. 8 zone members are posted up outside on Rose Street, the alley where they usually hang. And this is when the Hellcat creeps up to the alley and 3 members hop out. They blow down the alley. 7 of the members are able to duck and run away, but sadly, a 25-year-old named Uera Blaylock would pass away. He was once a star football player at Mission High School and a protege of Chi. Truly a tragic situation for somebody who was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, after committing this tragedy, what do you think the rivals' next step is? You'd think that they'd go take the car to Oakland, light it on fire, or take it to the impound, just get rid of it by any means. But no, instead, they still want to use the car, so they take it right down to Eddy Street and park it on the street. Days later, after the investigation, police would spot the car parked on the side of the street, they run the plates and match it to the shooting. This is when Officer Burt contacts the homicide unit and says, hey, I was actually tracking that car, so I know exactly where it was the entire time. So he shows them that the car was tracked on Rose Street at the exact time of the shooting, and they're like, okay, thanks. But who was in the car? And this is when he's like, I never actually figured that out. So together, he and the homicide unit contact the gang unit looking for help. So based on the car being parked in front of KO, the gang unit goes through all the social media pages of KO members, and you won't believe this. This is where they discover an Instagram picture with the KO and Zoo Block members standing in front of the stolen Hellcat. My bad for yelling. I just can't believe they do this. So just like that, the 4 guys would be arrested, and now they're facing trial. So we'll see what happens. So much bloodshed over the past couple years, and trust me, there's a lot that I didn't cover. But after this, the beef really had no choice but to calm down, cause in all honesty, there's really nobody left. Over the past 5 or 6 years, the Fillmore projects have basically wiped each other off the map. And at this point, there's really only like a handful of people left. Seriously, in each section, there's maybe like 5 to 10 guys. Over the span of just 5 years, in this very small neighborhood, over 25 people lost their lives and over 50 people went to prison. But still, the hunt for Eddie Rock is not done yet. March 3rd, 2025. It's an early Monday morning in the Fillmore, and on Eddie Rock, they're all posted up in the alley. Everyone is now back outside posted up after a couple quiet years in the beef, even by San Francisco standards, as there's only been 1 homicide the entire year. And because of this sense of safety, Eddie Rock is back posted in the alley, not worried about anything. Well, little do they know, even after already having a ton of revenge, the rivals still want more. And at 3:40 in the morning, they creep down the alley, see everyone posted up, and light it up. Bang! Sadly, an Eddie Rock rapper named YT Stunts would pass away. Stunts was Dex's best childhood friend, so for him to pass away on the same exact block that his best friend did is truly tragic. And unfortunately at this point, Eddie Rock is pretty much extinct. But quickly after this, a near tragedy would occur for the other side. Just 2 days later, March 5th, 2025. It's a Wednesday night in Los Angeles, and the Fillmore's biggest rapper Lil Yee is in the studio trying to make a hit. Boom, that's when a masked assailant runs into the studio. He whips out on Lil Yee while he's recording, and he demands his watch. But Yee is not giving it up as he tries to fight the man off, and sadly, the man lets loose. After being hit multiple times, Yee is rushed to the hospital by his friends. He flatlines twice during surgery, but thankfully, somehow doctors were able to revive him. Either way, this was a shocking incident, and instantly people started jumping to conclusions. Honestly, I have no idea what this was about, but trust me, Lil Yee is not the person you want to go to war with. Well, either way, we nearly lost yet another Fillmore rapper, but thankfully he was okay. Now the video is down to one last incident. Even after eliminating the majority of Eddie Rock members, the other side is still on a mission for revenge. Now you're probably wondering, who was even left from Eddie Rock to even target? Well, that brings us back to the tragic loss of Lamar Chi Chi Williams. If you can recall, there were 3 people involved in this tragic situation. Obviously, you have Chi as the victim who passed away, and then you have Damari as the suspect who also passed away, and finally you have a man named Lotus Martin. He goes by the nickname Low, and in the situation where they went to go rob Chi, he allegedly started blowing back. Well, technically under California law, he was supposed to be charged with double murder. So technically, if convicted, he was supposed to get like 50 years in prison. But that didn't happen, because in 2025, he was somehow released back onto the streets. And even though the other side pretty much exterminated Eddie Rock after the loss of Chi, they still wanted this man gone. And that takes us to April 14th, 2025. It's 5:30 p.m. in the Tenderloin, and Lowe is posted up on Turk and Mason. And because it's been 5 years since the Chi incident, I guess he assumes that time heals all wounds. I say that because he's outside posted up with no mask in one of the busiest parts of the city. Well, little does he know, a rival had spotted him and he's on his way. At 6 p.m., a car slowly pulls up, a man hops out of the back and runs up on Lowe. Bang! This was the ultimate nail in the coffin for Eddie Rock. And hopefully it's the nail in the coffin for the beef as a whole, because this cannot continue. I mean, seriously, the Fillmore pretty much wiped each other out, and that's on top of all the gentrification and displacement. I'm telling you, there's so few people left in each section that it's honestly tragic. Like in 5 to 10 years, the Fillmore as we know it could be completely gone, and I'm not exaggerating. And then you have to ask yourself, what was the point of all the beef? Now, obviously there is no point, but still, you're killing and dying over hoods that in 10 years most definitely will not exist. Well, I hope you enjoyed the video, or at least learned something from it, because a lot of this San Francisco history is not reported in the news. So if you enjoyed the video, please make sure to leave a like and subscribe, and let me know in the comments what you want to see next. Peace!
Man, so you pretty much immune to getting this like that didn't really phase you. You didn't think about it.
You in big trouble. Boy, you're in big trouble. You know you in big trouble. You so I can't come to the city. You know you're in big trouble, big dog. Yeah. You know, I'm gonna keep my spirit for real. Don't play with me on really like that. Don't play with me on really like that.
Welcome back to another episode of Swamp Stories. For this one, we dive into one of the craziest ones I've ever covered. I know I say it before every video, but this one is actually beyond comprehension. From family betrayal, friends crossing friends, rap beef, and so much more. We follow the entire life story of easily hip-hop's biggest goon. And I promise you, everything in this video will absolutely blow your mind. This one is brazy, but before we get into it, let me run the intro. The story begins in Mobile, Alabama, a place you've probably never heard of and have definitely never been to. But despite it being relatively unknown, it's actually a very historical city that should be taught in schools. And for that reason, we start off with some much needed and very important history. For those who are unfamiliar, the Atlantic slave trade was made illegal in 1808 by the United States government. This meant that slaves could no longer be imported to the country, a very monumental moment in history. But despite this great progress, many slave owners in Alabama decided to completely disregard the law. So for 52 years, illegal slave ships were still arriving to the port of Mobile. Thankfully though, in 1860, the United States government finally decided to crack down. They successfully captured the very last slave ship to ever approach US soil. And after seizing it, they took the 110 captives and dropped them off in North Mobile. They were essentially given a plot of land called Africa Town and they were told to figure it out. This is what makes it so unique and interesting. Over the next 100 years, they basically created their own community and even spoke their own language at home. And with very little outside interaction, they built their own homes, schools, restaurants, and many businesses. Yes, it was a very poor community, but the important part is that they owned and built everything they had. And if you know anything about economics, you know that ownership is the only way to a successful community. I say that to say that the potential was there, but sadly it wouldn't be there for long. In the 1950s, the United States government introduced a controversial plan called urban renewal. Essentially, they designated certain areas as decaying and used this to seize all of the property. Obviously, this is a violation of property rights and the Constitution, but back then it wasn't seen that way. So they went to various neighborhoods across the country and pretty much bulldozed them to the ground. Whether it was the Fillmore in San Francisco, the 7th Ward in New Orleans, or Mobile, Alabama, they pretty much went to a bunch of neighborhoods and destroyed them. And by the end of the 1950s, over 75% of Africa Town was completely demolished. The community sadly had to watch everything they built be torn to the ground. The deep history and cornerstones of the community were now replaced by endless public housing. And on top of this, they even changed the neighborhood's name from Africa Town to the Happy Hills. Like, damn, we can't even keep the name? Well, to me, urban renewal is one of the biggest stains in American history as it destroyed so many communities. It essentially turned homeowners and business owners to welfare recipients overnight, and as you would expect, the government did not take care of what they replaced it with. The residents were exposed to broken ceilings, mold, and rodent-infested apartments, and on top of this, there were no local businesses left in the area. So as you would expect, this led to some bad consequences, and Happy Hills became an extremely rough and dangerous area. Unlike LA, where the hoods have 2-story homes, manicured lawns, and palm trees, this right here is the real trenches. And in this environment, there's no squabbling enemies or catching DPs, it's straight cutthroat at all times. The smallest disagreements can go straight to lethal consequences, and there's no such thing as a fair fight. It's truly a sad circumstance, but it's been the way of life in Happy Hills for quite some time. Trust me when I say that this environment is no joke, and that takes us to the early 1990s. During this period, Happy Hills had a local kingpin by the name of Honeycomb Jones. Honeycomb was known throughout Alabama as a serious hustler in the streets of Mobile. But this would not be an easy journey for him as he was in and out of jail throughout the 90s. And with all these years in jail, he was leaving behind his bloodline, specifically a son born in 1994. This would be his son named Nashawn Jones, who's commonly known as Little Honeycomb. As you would expect, Little Honeycomb had a rough childhood coming up, with both parents in and out of prison and hopping from house to house. On top of this, he was raised in real poverty and always had to fend for himself. To many of us at home, this is beyond comprehension, but to Little Honeycomb, this was basically normal. This is because his friends, classmates, and families in the neighborhood were pretty much going through the same things. This is just the sad reality of growing up in Happy Hills. Well, now we focus entirely on the life of Nashawn Little Honeycomb Jones. Growing up, Nashawn had 2 best friends from the neighborhood who he rolled with every day. These would be Ladarius Moorer, also known as Stank, and Dedrick Thomas, also known as Day. According to people close to them, Honeycomb was always the leader of the group and was also the wildest too. He wasn't necessarily mean or aggressive, but he loved to test people's limits. And because of this, he was constantly getting in trouble at school, and he was also arrested at a very young age. Specifically, at 10 years old, he decided to break in rooms to go and ride around with go-karts with his friends. He knocked over a bunch of items and police came to arrest him within 15 minutes. But due to his age, all police could do was take him home to his parents to be disciplined. But here's the problem. Nashawn's father had recently been sentenced to 20 years in prison and his mother was in jail as well. So police had to take him to his aunt on his dad's side, which wasn't exactly the best environment. In fact, it may have been the worst possible place for him, so let me break it down. When Big Honeycomb went to prison, money in the family pretty much dried up. I mean, it wasn't like they were bawling beforehand, but now it was really, really bad. So in order to put food on the table, Big Honeycomb decided to keep running his organization from behind bars. And in order for this to work, he elected certain family members to run everything for him on the streets. One of these family members would be his nephew, who he put in charge of keeping track of the money. This nephew is his sister's son, which is the family who adopted Nishan when he went off to prison. So as you would imagine, keeping the money in the family and close to his son was the best option overall. But still though, trusting a poor teenager from the projects with thousands of dollars is always a risky move. Like, hey, I know I'm your nephew, but I gotta eat too. So it was only a matter of time before things went wrong. After just a few months, Big Honeycomb started to believe that his nephew was pocketing the money. He was pissed, feeling betrayed, and he wanted to do something about it. In his mind, even though it's his nephew, disloyalty is always unforgivable. So believe it or not, he allegedly calls up one of his goons in Mobile and tells him to put in work. Now, who is this goon, you might be wondering? Well, this would be none other than his 13-year-old son, Nishan Little Honeycomb Jones.
You know, Pop said run it, so you guys do it. Just do it. It's done. I really does.
So a 13-year-old Honeycomb decides to hop off the porch for his pops, and here's how it goes. He's hanging with his friends in Happy Hills, and he somehow gets his hands on a Blake. He then starts walking to his aunt's house in Plateau looking for his cousin. Because he's a leader, all his friends tag along with him with no idea what he's about to do. He then finds his cousin outside with his squad, and he decides to walk right up to him. His cousin thinks he's about to dap him up, and he has no idea what's about to go down. And in front of everyone, Honeycomb whips out and makes a wild decision. Everyone is shocked, and Honeycomb and his friends run back to Happy Hills. He assumes that his cousin is dead, and this is when reality kicks in. What in the world did I just do? Did I really just claim the life of my own cousin? And now that I did this, my aunt will probably be pissed, so where can I even sleep? And on top of all this, if I get arrested, I'll never see the light again. As a last resort, Honeycomb decides to make a run for it. So at 13 years old, he goes on the run hiding from both his aunt's family and the police. We don't know the specifics, but somehow he fends for himself for months on end. Wow, this is crazy, and I don't think I've seen anything like it. When I was 13, I was too scared to take public transportation, nonetheless survive on my own while ducking police. Oh, and I've never had my father ask me to eliminate my own cousin. So before you demonize Little Honeycomb, you have to put yourself in his shoes. Like at 13 years old, you'll literally do anything for your father. On top of this, he says that he never really wanted to do it and even regrets it to this day.
Paralyzed my own cousin, took a hit from a pop. Like, I was young then, though. Like, right now, I don't know if I still do that again. Because I still with Buzz. It was just a misunderstanding. But, I would have thought better about it. But I was young. Then my dad was telling me to run it. So, dad is telling me to run it. They're finna run it. You know how that go.
You can even see it in his face that he really regrets doing it.
Whoa, wait. You shot your cousin?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like on accident?
Nah, like on purpose. Him and my dad, some shit with him and my dad, some money came on missing with my dad.
As crazy as this already is, while Honeycomb was on the run, more tragedy would strike in his family. November 1st, 2007. Little Honeycomb happens to have an older cousin in the neighborhood named Robert Lucas, also known as Slick. Well, on this afternoon, Slick and his friends happen to be hanging out in the Josephine Allen projects like any other day. They're standing around, laughing, and playing music in the parking lot. The commotion pisses off one of the neighbors in the projects, and she decides to call 911. She tells police that there's a group of young men hanging outside selling illicit products. So at 5 p.m., a Mobile sheriff named Paul Birch pulls up to the projects. Slick notices him rolling through, and he decides to turn around and sprint. This is because he believes the officer is there to serve a warrant on him, but that's simply not the case. Either way, his decision to run does not serve him well. When the officer notices Slick running away, he decides to get out of his car and go chase him. He chases him through the projects, and that's when Slick trips and falls on his face. Because of this, the officer catches up to him and decides to draw down. Unfortunately, the situation ends in the worst way possible. Slick gets hit twice in the back, twice in the shoulder, and twice in the chest. And sadly, he wouldn't make it after being rushed to the hospital. Obviously, it was a tragic situation, but it was also controversial. The witnesses believed that Officer Paul Birch was not justified in his actions. They all rallied to get him arrested, but nothing came of it. This is because the officer stated that Slick pointed a blick at him while he was falling, and because of this, he had to do what he had to do to survive. The sheriff and the district attorney agreed, so they both declined to charge him. The entire Happy Hills community was pissed. To them, it was a clear case of murder, and they all decided to protest. So for days on end, the community gathered together and marched the streets of Mobile. This eventually caught the attention of the FBI and the Department of Justice, so they were forced to investigate. But here we are 17 years later, and no charges were ever brought to the table. And on top of this, Paul Birch is currently the elected sheriff of Mobile County.
There's a new sheriff in town. Sheriff-elect Paul Birch sworn in today and is now sheriff of Mobile County. The swearing-in got underway around 4 at the Crown Hall on Dolphin Street. Sheriff-elect Birch is replacing retiring Sheriff Sam Cochran.
Honeycomb would post about Slick on Facebook, and his friends are not too happy about Paul Birch. Drama, and more drama in the life of little Honeycomb Jones. After being on the run for numerous months, he finally decides to return home. Quickly though, right after his 14th birthday, he's arrested by Mobile County sheriffs. He was in for some potentially serious time, but thankfully the judge was lenient and only gave him 3 years. So from ages 14 to 17, he spent his every day and night in the Strickland Youth Center. Although it may sound miserable, for many youth offenders, it's actually a very positive experience. Firstly, their living experience in the youth center may be better than it ever was growing up. But more importantly, as Charleston White explains it, it can provide structure and discipline that they've never had before.
But if you put them in any kind of institution, any kind of structured environment, structured program, they will flourish. They flourish in a structured environment.
But unfortunately, after they're done with their sentence, they're often thrown right back to the environment that got them there. And this often entails running with the same friends that they used to run with. For little Honeycomb, he was thrown right back into chaos. With both parents locked up and an aunt who hates him for paralyzing her son, you can only imagine. So after being released at 17, he moved in with his grandparents in the heart of Happy Hills. And as you would expect, he went right back to hanging with his day one friends in the hood. As kids, Honeycomb was always the bad one in the group, but now that they were grown, they were all on the same timing. With young Honeycomb, Det, and Stank walking the streets, you never knew what could go down. And sometimes bad situations could occur at any time and for any reason. That takes us to December 12th, 2011. It's a chilly winter dawn and Honeycomb and Det are walking through the neighborhood with nothing to do. So at 5:45, they decide to head to the community rec center. As they're walking down Center Street, Det notices a random man standing by his car. So for whatever reason, he walks up to the man and sparks a conversation. Honeycomb thinks Det's just being friendly, but actually he has other plans on his mind. So Honeycomb stands back as Det and the man are having a conversation by his car. Then in the middle of the conversation, Det whips out a blicky and says, "Run me your pockets." The man is hesitant and is slowly fumbling around, and that's when Det runs out of patience. After hitting him once in the shoulder, he begins to run through his pockets. He then discovers that the man has nothing, so he and Honeycomb run their separate ways. Thankfully, the man survives after being rushed to the hospital. And while he's recovering, police show up to ask him some questions. Who did this? What do they look like? And what were they wearing? And for whatever reason, the man gives them a simple description. It was 2 young teenagers from the neighborhood, and that's all I know. Believe it or not, Honeycomb's reputation was already so bad that police instantly thought it was him. So after finding his whereabouts, they instantly decided that he was a suspect. Damn, that's cold. The next day, Honeycomb's grandparents would get a knock on the door, and here we are again. Honeycomb is arrested for first-degree robbery and assault with a deadly weapon. After being taken in for questioning, police pretty much offered him an easy way out. "We know you weren't alone when this happened, so give us up who you were with and we'll let you go." Most teenagers in this situation would start squealing like Master Splinter or singing like Alicia Keys. But Honeycomb was already tougher than nails and realer than real, so he decided to not say a word. So as a result, the teenager was facing a long time in prison for something that he didn't do. He was willing to take it on the chin to stick to the street code and to stay loyal to his day one homie. Well, fast forward a few months and it's Honeycomb's first official court appearance on March 4th, 2012. During the hearing, the prosecutors try to get him to implicate on his friend once again, but he refuses to do so. He decides to remain solid while Det is back home hoping he doesn't squeal on him. So when Det gets word that Honeycomb stayed solid, he decides to go shoot some dice to celebrate. It's 7:30 p.m. on Selmer Street in Happy Hills. Everyone is outside on the block while Det is on the porch in a dice game. During the dice game, an OG named Anthony Jenkins gets upset. He tells Det that he owes him $5 for losing and he gets in his face. Det refuses to hand over the $5 bill, and that's when Anthony gets extra heated. He whips out a blick from his waistline and makes a terrible decision. Yet another devastating loss for Honeycomb and the whole Happy Hills. Det was only 17 and lost his life to a 40-year-old over a $5 dice game. Oh, and here's the craziest part. Anthony was let out on a $2,500 bond, meaning that he posted $250 and went right back home to Happy Hills, putting not only his life but everyone else in the area's life in jeopardy as well. Man, Mobile is really something else. From questionable police activity to judges making blatantly dangerous decisions, it all just seems like a trap. For Honeycomb, he was absolutely devastated by the news of his best friend passing. He was already facing a decade in prison, so losing his best friend only added to his problems. I mean, I can't even imagine being in a jail cell for something I didn't do and then receiving this kind of news. But on the other hand, it did bring an interesting scenario to the table. Now that Det was gone, Honeycomb could potentially say that it was him who did the robbery. To many guys like Gangsta Williams, this is a no-brainer, but to Honeycomb, he would never go against the code of the streets. So instead, he took his lick and decided to go for a 4-year plea deal in Alabama prison. Although this may sound like a good deal, his time in prison was no joke. In fact, he describes horrible conditions in the facility and even says that he could only shower once every 3 days.
You took a bath every 3 days?
Yeah, every 3 days on blood. But you know, it probably have been like go a day, then skip a day. But then it be so much going on. Like they might hit something in the cold and get into a fight. They won't even let us take them, you know. They'll just handle stuff for real. Like that's what they got going on now.
So how do you keep your hygiene up? Like, do they give you deodorant, or is there certain things you got to do to keep, you know, your body right from smelling a certain way?
Water now. I used to bathe in the sink and shit. You know, I ain't tripping. I ain't fucked up about it.
Like none of that made you like go insane at all at a period of time?
Nah, I got mad a lot of times, but only reason I was getting mad, it wasn't about me being in the cell. It was about me not taking a shower. When I really wanted to take a shower, and them would be like, nah, y'all can't take nothing today, the jail on lockdown. And they be like the 3rd day.
He was willingly sustaining these horrible conditions all because he wouldn't tell on his friend. Definitely couldn't be me, but I do respect him for sticking to his code. Sadly, while he was enduring these horrible conditions, he would also lose some family members on the streets. On June 16, 2013, his cousins Tyvone and Timberly Jones would lose their life in a car accident in Happy Hills. These two are forever remembered in the neighborhood, and many people have them tatted in commemoration. But this was yet more losses for Honeycomb to deal with while sitting in a disgusting prison. But if anyone in the world could shoulder these blows, it would be Mr. Little Honeycomb Jones. Well, now we move on to December of 2015, when Little Honeycomb is finally released. When Honeycomb gets home, all he wants to do is turn his life around. The streets cause nothing but devastation in prison time, so it's definitely time for something new. So for fun, Honeycomb hops in the studio and quickly realizes that he's actually a talented rapper. He figures that this may possibly be his ticket out of the hood. On top of this, while he was in prison, some of his childhood friends were seeing success away from the streets. Firstly, his friend and Happy Hills native Jaquaski Tart was drafted by the 49ers.
In the 2015 draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Jaquaski Tart defensive back, Sanford.
Jaquaski was giving hope to everyone he grew up with and was also giving back to the community.
Me growing up in this city, I experienced a lot growing up, and I just know what a lot of kids, I can relate to what a lot of kids been going through, and I just hope they get out.
But believe it or not, Jaquaski was not the only success story at the time. Another childhood friend of Honeycomb was becoming a successful rapper in California. This would be Happy Hills / Sacramento's own OMB Peasy. But Peasy wasn't the only rapper, as his childhood friends Rallo Rodriguez and No Cap were seeing success as well. Not to mention that Det's little brother Trey Baby was doing local comedy shows. The point is that the small city of Mobile was seeing a shining light, and Honeycomb knew that if they could do it, he could too. So he started dedicating himself to rapping, and it took off right away. Under the rap name Honeycomb Brazy, he was cultivating some underground buzz. Could this be the way that he finally turns his life around? Well, I don't know what you expected, but now we head to February 1st, 2016. It's a late Sunday afternoon, and Honeycomb heads to the Woodlands Apartments in the nearby suburb of Whistler. He's heading to a woman's apartment who happens to be the girlfriend of his best friend Stank. However, on this afternoon, Stank is at work and Honeycomb doesn't tell him that he's pulling up. Obviously, this is suspicious, but Honeycomb claims that he's only going over there to collect some money and possibly spark up. But here's how it actually goes. At 7 o'clock, she lets him into the apartment and they're doing whatever for over an hour. They think nothing of it, but then at 8 o'clock, they get a loud knock on the door. As it turns out, Stank gets home earlier than expected and sees Honeycomb's car in the driveway. At first, he's just confused why Honeycomb is there, but then after no one responds to the door, he begins getting suspicious. So he bangs harder on the door and still nobody opens up. So now he's pissed and he uses all his force to kick the door down. Boom, he storms in the living room and right there is Honeycomb and his girlfriend. An argument starts as Stank aggressively questions his friend as to why he's at his girlfriend's apartment. Honeycomb responds by saying that he's only there to collect money and nothing shady is going on. Stank doesn't buy it, the two start tussling, and that's when Honeycomb whips out. What in the world just happened? At this moment, time completely freezes. Stank and Honeycomb were best friends from the sandbox. How in the world could this have happened? Firstly, why was Honeycomb really at her apartment? If he was really just there to collect some money, why would Stank have reacted like that? And secondly, was Stank really that much of a threat for Honeycomb to respond with his weapon? Lots of important questions that only Honeycomb can answer.
No, my home, but
That was your friend.
yeah, my partner. I love my partner. He just tripped that day. You feel me? It ain't nothing like that. You know, if I could take it back, I'd take it back.
Obviously, he sees it as a self-defense situation, and he also states that he never messed with the girl like that.
So you ain't even hit. You were just telling her. You know what I'm saying? You were just in her house type shit. You ain't.
Yeah, about grandma, granddad, I ain't never f her. On my dead little brother Myra, never f her. You feel me? Really solid. It's just that how that happened.
Do you guys believe him or not? Let me know in the comments. Either way, just days after the incident, Honeycomb was arrested for second-degree murder. Typically in the South, this is considered self-defense, but when you flee the scene and fail to call 911, it is suspicious. So just months after getting out, the 22-year-old rapper was now facing life in prison. Now, the very start of a bright rap career was looking like the end of it. But Honeycomb fought the case for months trying to prove his innocence. And after a year of deliberation, the prosecution finally decided to drop the charges in favor of self-defense. This is because Stank wasn't on the lease of his girlfriend's apartment, meaning that it was considered a home invasion. So under Alabama's stand your ground law, Honeycomb was completely justified in his actions. Wow, this is a cold world, and I really feel bad for Stank's family. Overall, this was a terrible situation, but what do you guys think? Was Honeycomb disloyal, and is what he did wrong? While the loss of Stank had much bigger implications than Honeycomb ever imagined. For him, he wanted to chalk it up to the streets and just leave it as an unfortunate situation. He saw Stank as a brother and truly wishes it never went down like this. But to Stank's friends and family, what Honeycomb did was completely unforgivable. Firstly, linking with his girl behind his back, and then resorting to claiming his life. So while Honeycomb was in jail fighting his case, Stank's family was plotting for revenge if he ever got out. In fact, they were making everyone on the streets take a side. You're either rocking with us or you're rocking with him, but there's no in between. So when Honeycomb was released from jail, he quickly realized who was on his side and who wasn't. And what he started to realize is that a lot of people who used to be close to him were no longer on his side. Now, what if I told you that it wasn't for moral reasons, like they didn't leave his side because of what he did to Stank, and instead they chose the other side for a completely different reason? It's because Stank's family is no ordinary family. In particular, Stank had an uncle by the name of Darren Southall, also known as DD, and this guy is easily the most feared man in Mobile history, so actually we'll have to dive into his story. Sorry, we'll get back to that beat in a second. Darren grew up in Happy Hills and was always known as a serious hustler in the streets, and in the 1990s he was able to turn his hustling ways into a major organization. It was known locally as Darren Southall Distribution, but it was pretty much the BMF of the South. And no, I'm not exaggerating, because it's estimated that he was sitting on $24 million cash. With this kind of money, he could pretty much call any shot he wants to in the whole southern United States. And because of this, he was extremely feared in Mobile, even to the point where he was allowed to snitch. No, seriously, listen to this. DD successfully operated under the radar until 2001 when the state government began investigating him. He had numerous mansions and supercars throughout the state, but his tax returns didn't show much income. None of it was adding up, so they decided to look into his operations, and here is what they found. They discovered his distribution and the music label he was using to launder his money. So as a result, in 2003, his entire operation was taken down and he was looking at 30+ years in prison. Everyone in Mobile thought the street legend was cooked, but DD had other plans on his mind. He decided to tell on 2 of his co-defendants and give up the music label that was laundering his money. In return, his sentence was reduced to a couple years and he was back in Mobile in no time. He's still known as one of the biggest rats in history, but for whatever reason, Mobile just didn't care. He actually went right back to the hood and rebuilt his distribution from the ground up. You might be thinking, how is this possible? But I'm trying to tell you that in the South, nobody cares that you snitched if you have money or you're feared. So after some years of rebuilding his major distribution, DD became the king of Mobile once again. According to some, a rat was running the city. I'm not exaggerating when I say that DD was like royalty in Happy Hills, as nobody would dare to go against him or ever touch him. For example, look at this picture of him and Honeycomb back in the day. They used to be locked in, but after he claimed the life of his nephew Stank, DD wanted all the smoke. He didn't want to hear any excuses and he was not willing to negotiate. And because he had all of the money and power, most of Mobile decided to take his side. Oh, and not to mention that there was allegedly a 7-figure bounty on Honeycomb's head. This obviously put Honeycomb at a major disadvantage, especially because he never knew who was willing to cross him. Like if any of Honeycomb's friends wanted to collect DD's bag, it was pretty much over for him. So in order to protect himself, he was forced to draw serious lines in the sand. You're either rocking with me or going over there, but I cannot have snakes in my circle. Because of this, he now had to be very careful who he was hanging with and where he was going. And to keep things organized, all of his homies took the name RN4L, and I'm sure you can figure out what that means. Anyone claiming RN4L was willing to protect and die for Honeycomb, even though they were up against Thanos. So DD Southall versus Honeycomb Brazy was the new major beef in Mobile. Things were about to get crazy, and it was all dependent on Honeycomb coming home. Well, it's November of 2017 and Honeycomb officially beats his case and returns to Mobile. He knows he's up against a powerful boss, but he's way too prideful to leave his city. So he goes back to Mobile to pursue his rap career, but quickly things would get spicy. Just days after being released, Honeycomb is shot 8 times, including once in the head. His friends rush him to the hospital and the doctors don't believe he'll make it. But after a successful surgery, he's placed into a coma where he stays for 9 days. During this period, the doctors tell his family that he will wake up, but he'll never walk again. But miraculously, after waking up from a coma, his legs work just fine. Like I told you guys, Honeycomb is the type of dude who can survive any battle.
And I ended up getting that first week and get hit up. So, you know, I was in the coma and shit, but I had shook that shit though.
However, after this incident is when he woke up and realized that his ops are not playing. In fact, this is when he receives word that there's over $1 million on his head. To all of us at home, this would terrify us, but Honeycomb talks about it like it's nothing.
Man, so when you speak on having money on your head, can you speak on like what goes through your mind? Do you lose sleep over that?
Hell no, I wouldn't dream. Well, Martin Luther King, I wouldn't dream.
Not only is he not worried about his ops, he also decides to troll them online.
I don't really like that, man. I'm big stepper, bro. On soul, I'm big stepper, man. On gang, they know that. That's why they trying to kill me. Cause they know what's going on with me. That's why they trying to kill me, man. On blood, they know. But Bray's a real stepper. We gotta get him before he get us. He killed our brother already. He beat the murder charge. You need to get walked down. That's just what it is, man.
Obviously, Honeycomb was ducking no smoke, but as his career progressed, it only made sense to elevate. And thankfully, his first opportunity to leave would come quickly. After a couple of his songs went viral, Honeycomb was hit up by a major boss in Atlanta. This would be a man known as Rollo Famgoon, one of the biggest hustlers in history. Rollo saw potential in his rap career and wanted to get him off to Atlanta. So immediately, Brazy hopped on I-65 to head for the big city. There, he spent his days and nights in a professional studio recording banger after banger. In the process, he started to get tens of millions of views and noticed by a nationwide audience. But more importantly, he was out of Alabama and he was rolling with a boss even bigger than Didi. This was honestly a match made in heaven, and Brazy was on his way up. But then out of nowhere, everything would come crashing down.
Tonight, a major raid on a Southwest Atlanta home, and we now know that house belongs to an Atlanta rapper named Rollo.
Rollo's team tells me he's being targeted and is sitting in jail wrongfully accused. But a federal criminal complaint lays out how investigators allegedly connected Rollo to the operation. Before we dig any deeper into this, let's tell you who 23-year-old Terrell Davis, aka Rollo, is, if you're not familiar with Atlanta's hip-hop scene. The artist has a huge social media presence and following, with more than 200,000 monthly listeners on Spotify and song collaborations with T.I., 2 Chainz, Future,